Yeah, you know.
Well, actually, believe it or not, I am on.
Are you really? You must
I
have
am
plenty
on,
of
but
confidence.
something like that. I'm
That's funny.
And I got to work. And then I got to come back. You're lunch off. I'm going to get started back here. My body's
I haven't seen you forever.
yes, I think so. We can spend time together. I didn't realize.
Very good.
No, and then the next time I went to talk, he was going to cut the meeting off. It's a big difference.
I think I did use that word home somewhere else in there, so I didn't want to repeat it twice. That was why.
I don't know. I don't know. No, but you should see this. In the pictures? There wasn't a photo.
Okay, I think it's time. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call to order the regular City Commission meeting for May 7th, 2019 at 7 p.m. Can we please have roll call?
Commissioner Hudak.
Here.
Commissioner Parnez.
Here.
Commissioner Preston.
Here.
Vice Mayor Drosky.
Here.
Mayor Gans.
Here. If we have everyone please stand for a moment of silence and a pledge of allegiance. In the moment of silence, if we could please remember longtime city employee Danny Copeland. Our thoughts. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If I could just remind everyone to please turn off or silence your cell phones. We have approval of our City Commission meeting minutes for the regular City Commission meeting for April 16th and April 9th.
Motion.
I'm sorry?
Motion to approve. Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Acknowledgement of our city board minutes for the Hillsborough Inlet District meeting minutes for March 25th, 2019.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Approval of our City Commission agenda for May 7th, 2019.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Our first presentation that we have here tonight is in honor of May 18th, 2019, which is a very important day for many in our community. It is Haitian Flag Day. Haitian Flag Day, and if I could have, we're going to have Pastor Hector Clairvaux come up and speak in a few moments on this. But before I do, to give you a little history about Haitian Flag Day, on May 18th, 1803, Haitian leader Jean-Jacques Dessalines created the flag by taking France's flag and ripping out the white center. He had his goddaughter, Catherine Fland, sew together the blue and the red for the official flag. The blue was taken to represent Haiti's black citizens, and the red, the gens de couleur, which translates to people of color. Haitian Flag Day commemorates and remembers the sacrifices of the brave men and women who fought to provide them with the cherished gift of freedom, and to extend to the rest of the nations wishing to reach the ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity, that they do so by celebrating this cherished symbol every 18th day of May everywhere around the world. Now, therefore, I, Bill Gans, the mayor of the city of Deerfield Beach, Florida, in recognition thereof, do hereby proclaim May 18th, 2019 as Haitian Flag Day celebration. Pastor Clairvaux. Commission, you come down.
feeling in the back. I would like to thank Mayor Kent and also all the commissioners for thinking about us. We are part of the community. We have been around for some time, but it's now we have been recognized by the city, and I will tell you that we are going to get involved. We've been voting, and we know that we have to keep on voting. It's not going to be only Flag Day, but we would like to see those people who are helping us, thinking about our community, that we would like them to remain as part of the leaders of our community. So I'm from one side of Pompano and one side of DeFille, and I will be there to let them know who you are and who are you standing for. And I appreciate that award. I would call it a recognition to the community, and we will let them know that you a conduit to that prestigious recognition. Thank you very much, and we'll keep on going.
Thank you, Pastor. Next, we have a special recognition for two people who are city employees who do an amazing job for this city, Dave Hunt and Janine Pinegar. Dave and Janine in the Public Affairs and Marketing Department, and they have successfully brought the Deerfield Beach Camera Initiative in-house. And I want to thank Vice Mayor Drosky for bringing this forward to recognize them. They worked for several months to find better streaming solutions for a system that's experienced numerous outages, as many of you know. There are no boots on the ground to troubleshoot issues, and support had to be flown in every time the camera went down. Janine and Dave worked with engineers to rewire and rebuild the entire system. Additionally, you've expanded the viewing audience by streaming camera on YouTube. And since it's relaunched in March, the city's underwater camera has consistently landed on the YouTube Animals Channel's top 50 live streaming cameras in the world. On any given day, we have more than 35 to 45,000 viewers on our camera. You can access the beach cameras at dfb.city, or you can simply visit YouTube and search City of Deerfield Beach to view all three cameras, as well as the city videos. We are proud to have Dave and Janine as part of our workforce. Their work ethic, their dedication to their craft, and their commitment to this community is incredibly impressive, and you truly represent the best in our tribe. So we would like to thank you and acknowledge you both. Thank you, Janine. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Hey. Don't drown me.
Thank you, my friend.
Congratulations.
We have one other item on here on our agenda that I believe is a little bit out of order, but I think it's probably proper to do it right now. Infrastructure Week. Infrastructure Week is a 501c4 nonprofit working to educate America's public about the importance of infrastructure to the nation's economy, workers, and communities. Since 2013, Infrastructure Week has been led by its steering committee, a bipartisan coalition that includes leading business groups, labor unions, and think tanks, and more than 420 affiliates. Infrastructure Week challenges policymakers and the public to address the challenges facing U.S. infrastructure, to move forward with the short-term fixes and deferred maintenance, and to envision the innovative solutions, technologies, policies, and investments that will improve America's infrastructure future. Deerfield Beach relies on critical infrastructure, including our roads and bridges, our railroads and transit systems, our ports and airports, our pipes and water system, our reliable power supply, our access to broadband, and our ability to be connected to regional, national, and the global economy. This infrastructure enhances our local and regional economy, our quality of life, our safety, and the strength of our communities. Infrastructure Week is surrounded by one unifying message in 2019. Let's build for tomorrow, starting now. So please join us in observing Infrastructure Week for the week of May 13th, 2019. Now our public hearings for first reading. Did you, the presentation? Oh, yes, I'm sorry, we have number 3, a presentation of our CAFR.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commission. The following is a presentation of the consolidated annual financial report for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2018. Presenting tonight, we will have our Chief Financial Officer, Hugh Dunkley, as well as representation from our external auditing firm, Michael Futterman. Thank you very much for being here. I'll go ahead and hand it over to Hugh to begin the presentation. Thank you.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Gans.
It should be on. You might want to speak a little closer to the microphone.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Gans, Vice Mayor Drosky, members of the City Commission. I would like to introduce to you this evening Mr. Michael Futterman. He's with the firm of Markham LLP, who is our external auditor. Mr. Futterman is going to give you an overview of the conduct of the audit as well as express his opinion on our financial statements, after which I'll give a brief PowerPoint presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Michael Futterman, and I serve as the audit partner on the audit. And I'm pleased to present our auditor's reports on the audit of for the city on the comprehensive annual financial report for the fiscal year ended September 30, 2018. I don't know if you have, and if you'd like to follow along, I'm going to go through. There's very few pages in this document that belong to us as the auditors, and those are our reports. And the first one, the main one, is our independent auditor's report, which is on page 1, 2, and 3. And the first paragraph just talks about what we've audited. The second paragraph talks about management is responsible for the preparation of fair presentation of the financial statements in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. The third paragraph talks about our auditor's responsibility, and we're responsible to perform our audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards. And in addition, because this is a local government in the state of Florida, we're also required to follow government auditing standards, which is the second set of audit standards over and above generally accepted auditing standards. I wanted to point out that one of the most important paragraphs in the entire report, which is on page 2, it's the opinion paragraph. And it says, in our opinion, based on our audit and reports of other auditors, because we don't audit the pension plans of the city, the financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects the respective financial position of the governmental activities, business type activities, each major fund, and the aggregate remaining fund information of the city as of September 30, 2018, and the respective changes in financial position where applicable cash flows thereof for the year then ended in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. That's known as an unmodified or a clean opinion, which is really the only opinion you'd like to be associated with. The paragraph right below it, I just want to point out, is called an emphasis of a matter paragraph. There was a significant change in accounting principle for this year, which all local governments, all governmental entities had to apply, had to implement, which was referred to as statement number 75, and had to do with other post-employment benefits. And we call it an emphasis of a matter because it had a significant impact on the financial statements, as it did with many other cities, but we call it an emphasis, and it says, as discussed in note 1 to the financial statements, in 2018, the city adopted new accounting guidance, GASB statement number 75, which is called Accounting and Financial Reporting for Post-Employment Benefits Other Than Pensions. This standard significantly changed the accounting and reporting of the city's other post-employment benefits liability. Our opinion is not modified with respect to this financial statement. So again, as I mentioned before, we issued an unmodified opinion on the financial statements, and the implementation of this and the recording of additional liability doesn't change our opinion on the financial statements. Just to highlight a couple of few things. Page 4 through 16 is what's known as management's discussion analysis. I'm not going to go through any of the details of it because your chief financial officer will go through a little more detail. But if you're going to read anything in the document, you should focus on that. It's a comparison of fiscal year 18 compared to fiscal year 17. but not only explaining that balances changed or amounts changed, but why they changed. Again, this is similar to what a public company has to provide, and again, it's on pages 4 through 16. In addition, you also, I think, all electronically received a comprehensive annual financial report from us. In addition, there was a set of audit reports that you also had received as separate compliance reporting package. Again, those are reports that we issue, and the first one is a report on government auditing standards. It's required under government auditing standards, and it relates to internal control over financial reporting and compliance with laws, rules, and regulations. And as auditors, we're required to issue findings in writing if we have material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in internal control. And within that report, which is on page 1 and 2 of that separate reporting package, we described several findings we had, 2 findings we had, which are considered significant deficiencies. And again, the CFO is going to go through it. In addition, the city is subject to what's known as a federal single audit and a Florida single audit. Almost each year you're required to, based on the expenditures that you expend of federal money and of state money. And on page 3 and 4, it talks about compliance with laws, rules, and regulations as relates to the grant agreements, the major programs. In addition, it also talks about internal control over compliance. We had a matter that we reported in there also, again, which the chief financial officer will go through. And again, if you follow along on page 6 and 7, it shows you all the different grants, the federal and state grants, that the city expended funds under for this fiscal year, and in certain programs we actually test. We can't test all of them, we test a selection of programs. And that's also disclosed on page 10 and 11. In addition, as I mentioned, this is a local government in the state of Florida. We're required to issue a management letter in accordance with the rules of the Auditor General, which is also included in that reporting package. And again, that's on page 17, 18, and 19 of that report. And again, it just reiterates and summarizes the findings that we had are all disclosed in that report. So those are up for discussion. We did make a comment on the other post-employment benefits because obviously it was a significant liability. It was added to the financial statements. This is the first year that it was required, that the Governmental Accounting Standards Boards required it. And we had a comment related to that because of its impact on the financial statements, and we had recommendations associated with it, which are all in the report. And just in conclusion, just wanted to say that, again, we had no disagreements with management during the course of the audit. And like I said, all the findings were addressed with management. They were addressed in here. The city has to prepare a corrective action plan, which is also required, which is filed with the state to go over if any of the findings we had, prior audit findings that had not been corrected, are all addressed in the corrective action plan. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer anything on our reports. And like I said, you is a PowerPoint presentation also for you.
Thank you.
I'm going to hopefully not belabor you too much with the presentation, but what my presentation seeks to present is a 10,000-foot view of the CAFR. Mr. Futterman gave you some of the minutiae, and so what I'm going to do as staff is to kind of give you a semi-objective representation of the CAFR, which, when I say semi-objective, I mean that some of my statements will include some prognostication, but you will kind of see where I'm headed after a few slides. The presentation agenda is the external auditor's comments, which you've pretty much just recently heard. I'm going to discuss the highlights from the fiscal 17-18 CAFR. Then I'll go a little bit more in depth in the prior year's audit's recommendation and the current status of those. The state statute essentially requires that the city present its CAFR to the state sooner of 45 days after we receive the audit from the external auditor, or June 30th, no later than June 30th. And we've often heard the deadline of March 31st, and that deadline specifically relates to a GFOA certificate program that the city proudly participates in. And what the certificate program is, it raises the bar in terms of financial statement reporting, and it enables the city to attain the highest standard possible in governmental financial reporting. We have participated in this program, and we have received the award for over 40 years now, consecutively. I think it's 37 or so years, but the city has been a participant in the GFOA certificate program for a good bit. In terms of the 3/31 deadline, the city, as a result of GASB 75, and we implemented the CAFR reporting tool this year to expedite the preparation of the CAFR. We did request an extension, and the GFOA typically grants a 30-day extension. And we, however, did not utilize the full 30 days. The CAFR was completed on April 12th and was submitted to the GFOA. So what exactly are the highlights within the CAFR? As was indicated earlier, the external auditors gave us a clean, unmodified opinion, which represents the highest level of assurance for audit opinions. In terms of, if you were to say, well, the CAFR is a somewhat dense material in terms of its dense reading, it's replete with numbers, so what number can I use to essentially sum up the sum total of how the city is doing? And this figure is most often referred to as the fund balance. The city's fund balance continues to grow and is fairly healthy at roughly $27 million. As was indicated earlier, we did receive the Certificate of Excellence, and most of the city's general fund departments stayed within their budgets. And as indicated in the compliance report, we've cleared most of the state's Joint Legislative Audit Committee findings. What challenges do we have in the future? As Mr. Futterman indicates, we have new reporting on the GASB Statement 75, which significantly increases the city's reporting as well as the liability placement on the financials. I'll go a little bit more in depth into this a bit later because of the overall significance of GASB 75. The water and sewer and solid waste user fees are simply not keeping up with their expenses. I believe that we're looking into that, our city's Director of Environmental Services, but just to footnote that to indicate that these user fees are simply not keeping up with the expenses for those respective enterprise funds. We did have 3 general fund departments that overran their budgets slightly. And when I said slightly, the collective total for those budget overruns did not exceed $100,000. Some departments, on the other hand, did not, or they underspent their budgets by too much. And what I mean by too much is there's a variance of roughly, it exceeds 10% of the amount underspent of the budgets that were allotted to them. So going back to the fund balance, if looking at the chart, it's quite obvious that in 2012, we kind of, those were the years of not famine, but the fund balance was not at the level that we wanted it to be. The GFOA guidance is 5 to 15% of total general fund expenditures. And most cities, especially coastal cities like ours, it is advisable to even go beyond that percentage guidance to 20%. We're currently at 17.2% of general fund expenditures. What that means, in terms of placing that into perspective, the city of, I won't name names, but there are neighboring cities of ours that are closer to the 20%. And it is our hope to get to that 20% to buffer ourselves against natural disasters such as hurricanes and tornadoes and the like. The general fund balance development. If you were to look at this previous slide, one nagging question would come about: what led to the increase in fund balance? The increase in fund balance primarily arose as a result of two main things. The first of which is insurance recoveries. And these are reimbursements that the city received as a result of stop-loss payments. The city has a stop-loss limit for health claims over which we're reimbursed by a private insurer. In the previous year, we had close to $1.5 million in insurance recoveries. This amount, mind you, represents perhaps claims that were paid in fiscal years of the past. So we received the recoveries in fiscal 18, but the claims might well have been paid in a fiscal year or two prior to that. And then last but not least, we had a slight positive variance in our property tax collections. OPEB, or other post-employment benefits, as is often referred to. This four-letter acronym has been somewhat of a major discussion point for governmental accountants and governments in general because of its impact. And what OPEB is simply other post-employment benefits except for pension. And what some examples of OPEB: medical, pharmacy, dental, vision, life, anything with the exception of pension benefits. The city's OPEB applies to its currently full-time active employees, as well as general, fire, and police employees, retirees who might have been eligible upon their separation from the city. The major fuss about OPEB is that there is, as Mr. Futterman indicated, there's a growing concern about the cost for post-employment benefits. How much, in the past, just to digress slightly from the slide, most cities would recognize the expense for these benefits when they're paying the retirees. So for instance, if you work for 30 years, retire, the city then begins to pay for the claims for your retiree health care. The city would expense the claims 30 years after you've worked. So the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, who is the authoritative authority in governmental accounting, said, you have to show the expenses while these individuals are working. So here comes GASB 45. They said, well, each year we want you to measure that expense and show us exactly what it is. Then we're going to have an actuary to calculate, look out into the future, 30 years, and come up with a number. It's going to be termed the annual required contribution. When you compare those numbers, actual claims paid, versus the actuarially determined number, subtract the difference, and you're going to report that as a net OPEB obligation. That was going along fine. And to kind of go back to my analogy, assume that dear Aunt Susie gave you an interest-free loan for $300 grand to purchase a home. So she said, I'm going to give you, you're going to pay this loan over a period of 30 years. So GASB 45 said, you're going to show us 10 grand each year. GASB 75 on the other hand said, not quite. You're only showing us a piece of the equation. We want to see the entire $300,000 loan on your books. So what GASB 75 did was it was similar to GASB 45. It enabled us to look out into the future, but we have to show the loan from Dear Aunt Susie, the entire $300,000. So the city's loan from Dear Aunt Susie as of 10/1/16 was $76.7 million. And so we said, well, this amount, and by the way, we're required to do OPEB valuation, which means that we have to hire an actuary to calculate what this so-called loan is from Dear Aunt Susie. So when we look out 30 years, as of 10/1/16, the actuary said, well, if I were to project it into the following year, I'm going to get a liability of $76.7 million. When we received that on 10/1/16, you fast forward to 9/30/18, and the city is looking at this liability. And I must say that it is a fairly sizable amount, but we have made significant changes to address this significant liability. And if I might digress and defer to the Chief Human Resources Officer with the beckoning of the city manager to kind of go over a few of those measures taken.
Thank you. Amanda Robin, Chief Human Resources Officer. So as Mr. Dunkley stated, the last valuation was done in 2016. In 2016, we had one health plan, and our tiers that we used that were, your employee only, your employee plus family, were antiquated, and we actually had it as employee plus one or two dependents, which actually cost the city more in claims. So we reevaluated. As you're aware, we've added 2 plans to the health insurance, and we've changed those premium equivalents, and we've added the tiers that match industry standards that actually help us with our claims costs. So we should see a positive result in the next actuary study that we do based on those changes we made on the health plans. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Robin. So basically, what the actuarial valuation has to be done every 2 years, and our last one was done October 1st, 2016. The next one is October 1st of 18, which we'll be working on this year. So the OPEB liability of $76.7 million, we ask ourselves, was this liability ever reported anywhere? Did we kind of caution? And going back to the first 2 statements, GASB 45, which was the predecessor to GASB 75, did require us to report an OPEB liability, but only in the footnotes, not so much on the face of the financials. GASB 75 said, you know what, I want you to have extensive footnote disclosure, how many individuals you're covering, actives and retirees, what is this interest rate assumption that you use to come up with this liability? What is the medical trend rate? All of those variables have to be disclosed in the footnote. So basically, that is the biggest impact for this year in terms of changes in financial reporting. Moving on to the status of the prior year's comments. Each year, our external auditors do a significantly superb job in doing the audit, the financial audit. One thing they do as well is give us what they call management letter comments. What can you do to improve financial management? And over the years, we have had a slew of those comments, and thanks to the external auditors, it usually comes as a bittersweet pill to the accounting staff, because it tells us that you could do this to improve your financial management, but on the other hand, we wish we were already doing it. So the reference items indicate the management letter comments and the disposition of each. As might be indicated here, the segregation of duties for payroll is one major piece that's still in process. I will go back to ML 13.1, Financial Accounting and Reporting. We've addressed that by way of our Accounting Policies and Procedures Manual. We've implemented a few measures which enabled us to kind of get a leg up on some of the deficiencies that were reported in the previous fiscal years. And we're in a process of continuous improvement, and for the most part, we're happy to report that we have kind of addressed a significant amounts of these findings by the auditors, and we're pretty much available for any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Bless you. Commission? Commissioner Hudak?
Okay, so what are we doing to make sure that sufficient assets are set aside for this OPEB?
It's a great question, Commissioner Hudak. The OPEB standard gives you a few choices. You could either create what they call an OPEB trust, which is an irrevocable trust from which we'll be funding the OPEB. That's one possible avenue. The next is you could either change the plan design or the cost sharing structure, which is what largely Ms. Robin had indicated. That she was actually ahead of the ball game. Prior to the implementation of GASB 75, we had begun some of those measures. So for the valuation for October 1st of 18, it is our hope that there will be a sizable decrease in the liability.
Any other commissioners right now? I'm going to open it up to the public. Joe Hines?
Is
there anyone else signed up? Okay.
Want me to hit it for you?
After.
My name is Joe Hines. I'm at 559 Northwest 47th Terrace. I was hoping you'd call me a little later. I was trying to do a math problem back there. I handed out some information for each of the commissioners and the manager. It's funny, I discovered this OPEB back probably in January this year when I was looking at the net positions. And I took the net positions all the way back to 2006, and I noticed OPEB showed up for the first time in 2009. And I was wondering if anybody had any information. Was this thing started with an ordinance, or how did this thing start? I mean, it showed up as a net position as a statement, and I just wondered if there was an ordinance that created this, or if this just, how did this occur to start with? That was just a question I had. Maybe somebody could provide me with an answer for that. And I'd like to take you to the CAFRA, all the way back in the back, 5 pages from the last. The management or the auditor provided documentation at the end, and it's entitled page 22, and you have that as an attachment also that I gave you. And it talks about the net position for the city currently at $3.8 million, And at this point, the statement says, at this point, the city's liabilities just about equal its assets, and it could impact the city's bond ratings, other financial indicators, and so on and so forth. And then down at the bottom, it mentions an OPEB actuary, and I was just wondering if there was such a thing as an OPEB actuary, and that's a question, because I had never heard of that either. And I find this information completely devastating, and you know, I'll take you back to you know, the city, in this budget, it says the city continues to receive a Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for the GOFA, but in light of these statements and these compliance reports and all that sort of stuff, I just wonder how they can print that and then end up with these devastating reports when I believe they've been fudging the numbers for so many years. And it just, you know, the city's financial situation is horrendous. But you folks have been presented quite an opportunity here. You've been spending a lot of money on pensions, and it looks like to me like this OPEB maybe is a lot of it's health insurance. And you guys are going to have to tighten your belt, and I mean really tighten your belt, because you're not going to be able to take care of our city and our city's needs if you just spend all your money on a few employees. And right now, currently, according to the documentation, there's 368 current employees, and that's what I was trying to do the math on. I was trying to divide the number 368, multiply it by 10, and then divide that by the $76 million and see how much money we, on an average, we had spent. And I wasn't able to do that before I came up. That's, but you guys got some hard decisions to make, and you guys are going to have to cut some costs somehow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public care to comment on this item?
Dan Turner, 1278 Southeast 7th Court, Deerfield Beach. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Manager. I noticed two things that contradicted themselves slightly in the presentation by our CFO. It was clear that he made mention that solid waste billing is not meeting its expenses. Then in the suggested corrections from the last audit, it says it's been addressed. I find those two things to be in conflict. But more to the point, I don't know how many people in the room other than myself have had any extra solid waste removal billing for bulk pickup. I can tell you in the last couple of months, I've had 3 occasions where the quote on the pickup, because they leave a non-pickup tag or whatever they might call it specifically, and it gives you a dollar amount that it would take to call solid waste and have that refuse picked up. On 3 occasions, I've corrected their quote because they've overquoted me, and quite significantly. And the basis for that is simple. As many of you might have known from past comments I've made, I'm in construction. Anybody who's, and I hate to be condescending, anybody who's been through grade school has learned simple mathematics. Mathematical formula for a cubic yard is 3 by 3 by 3. That's in feet. It's length, width, height, divided by 27. That gives you cubic yard. 3 times 3 times 3 is 27. Divided by 27 is 1. Now, the solid waste people are using a scoop as their measure for my billing. And they tell me that the scoop is supposed to be able to carry so much. Now, the billing increment, according to the tag, says $15 per cubic yard. The other day, I was asked to pay $90 for 2 to 2.5 cubic yards. That should have cost me $30 to $40. Now, I would venture to say that if most people aren't sitting there and using what I use, not a scoop, it's called a Stanley tape measure, 3 feet on it, on a DeWalt tape measure, on any tape measure. That's what I go by. That's what the building department here measures me by when I say I'm going to do so many square feet or I'm doing this or that with a 16-inch on-center span. 16 inches is 16 inches. 3 feet by 3 feet by 3 feet is 1 cubic yard, and how they're going by scoops and trying to overbill me, not intentionally, I don't think, but now that I see that their budget, sorry, don't want to start casting suspicions. We know how that's not tolerated. But, may I have a minute, please?
Sure.
Thank you. I'm wondering how many people have unknowingly overpaid into a department that's underperforming already with those overpayments. And where's the accuracy of the budget in regard to that particular department if what I'm saying is holding true? I doubt they're singling me out and saying, let's try to get him for more. I think they're doing it systemically, and I think it needs serious address, because we're already talking about an underperforming department. We're already talking about what I would believe to be a leading up to an increase in fees, and right now I'm fighting them to try to not pay them a penny more than what they're entitled to. They keep asking me for twice and 3 times as much. So with that said, please explain to me how, on one sense, you're telling us it's underperforming, and on the other,
If you
say
could
it's
direct
been
it towards
addressed.
us.
And thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
Gwen Clark, Reed, 1430 Southwest 6th Way, Deerfield Beach. Mayor, I don't know if it was the last meeting or meeting before, when you got the letter from the state saying that we had not corrected certain issues. And I'd like to know, are these issues involved in what we saw this evening or any part of it? And what have the corrections been made?
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Glenn Sullivan, 2377 Deer Creek Trail, Deerfield Beach. I sent this list of questions to my commissioner, and I assume they made it to those who could address them. The first question is, could Markham describe the details and sampling methodology they used in examining on a test basis the evidence supporting the amounts and disclosures in the financial statement? And how would that be different from a detailed audit to confirm adequacy of the city's internal controls? Please provide a description for what went on between 2017 and 2018 for the summary of the net position on page 7, which in one case, the unrestricted budget grew from a deficit of $33 million to a deficit this year of $143 million, $110 million growth in 1 year, 39 of which was attributable, according to the notes, to the OPEB. Also on page 7, what compromised the increase in restricted from 10 million to 80 million in government activities? Let's see. On page 8, summary of changes in net position, the total revenue for 2018 was $155.2 million. So would it be concerning if the city originally estimated revenue for 2018 at $179 million? That's a $24 million deficit in revenue compared to what was budgeted or estimated. On page 8, summary of changes, the city spent $3.5 million more than it realized in revenue. What process and documentation would you, the auditor, expect for the flow of funds from restricted or unrestricted balance to cover the shortfall? And this is even more interesting, since we were told that there was growth in the general fund or the reserve fund. So a $3.5 million deficit in the year, and yet we have growth in the reserves is kind of, I don't know how that happens. The city plans to utilize $4.5 million on page 16 of its available general fund balance for spending in fiscal year 19. Will this reduce the unassigned funds portion of the general fund even further? In the risk management contingent liability section, page 62, is the litigation with Hillsborough Beach included as a potential liability? And lastly, you note that the majority of deficiencies shown in previous year audit reports were addressed by the city.
Congratulations. That's fantastic. May I have 1 minute?
Yes.
Won't even take that. Could you provide an overview of the actions taken by the city that allowed these issues to be shown as addressed by the auditor? Specifically, did the auditor verify that the internal controls were put in place and are sufficient? Further, in discussing that action, it was stated that the internal policy and procedures were city approved. Who approved those? Because I know that there were two separate ones, internal policy and procedures, that were presented to the commission around the time of the revenue bond. I have not seen any other financial policies and procedures brought forward to the commission or the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, and your name and address for the record, please.
Martha LaCava, 1004 Southeast 14th Court. I don't have a lot of numbers and anything. I was just listening, and it's not really even the reason that I'm up here tonight, but I'm just wondering, I was listening, and I'm glad we're making, to the significant liability that we have, I'm glad we're making improvements. I think that's a good thing.
If you can address it towards us,
I
that's
beg your
okay.
pardon. I'm glad we're making changes and improvements, but I'm just wondering, and I love the people that work for the city. I'm friends with many of them. I've lived here for almost 50 years. But I'm wondering, why do I have to pay health insurance when I retire, but they don't? That's what I'm wondering. Why does my city, why do I have to pay everybody's health insurance? I don't get that. When I retire in 2 years, I have to pay my health insurance. I have to make my way. Or I have to continue work till I'm 60, whatever it is now. But I just wonder why all of the people of the city have to pay for everybody's health insurance. Doesn't everybody get Medicare and get their supplement and make their ends justify their means and live within their means? Why does the entire city have to pay for somebody else to have, for the people that work for the town to have health insurance? I want everybody to have health insurance. I just don't understand why we have to put ourselves in such financial constraints to do so. That's all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? I'm going to close it to the public. Vice Mayor Drosky?
Do we answer those questions first?
Yes. I was going to give staff a little bit of time because quite a bit.
I'm going to pile on, so maybe we should start with those.
Mr. City Manager, Mayor Gans, some of the questions are, it's best if an impartial arbiter respond to those questions. And so I will defer to you to indicate which ones you want to answer.
So if I may, Hugh, just go ahead and kind of set the stage for especially for the amount of questions we have here. In relation to what ordinance created OPEB, which could be considered health insurance for retirees, that is a benefit that has existed within the city for quite an amount of time. I don't think we could point to a particular ordinance, or there may be one that we've been able to research for you, Mr. Hines, but not aware of an ordinance that created health insurance per se. So it's just a benefit that has been negotiated with the city from time to time through the budget process. I'm going to pause on the 3.8 million net position. Let Hugh discuss that one. You had a question regarding the OPEB actuary. The OPEB actuary, as it was stated in the presentation, is done every 2 years to review the OPEB for us. And as stated, that was done for fiscal year ending 2016 and will be done again here this year for the period ending 2018. I believe that addressed all your questions. In terms of the contradiction between the solid waste statements in the presentation, we're talking about two different things there. ML 15-3 related to solid waste utility billing, and that was an observation made by the auditor in terms of a compliancy requirement and had nothing to do with the statement on the slide having to do with some of our challenges, which is that the solid waste fees are not keeping up with the expenses. However, in terms of your customer service billing issue, we do have staff in the back that can sit with you and discuss that, and hopefully we can get that resolved for you. Ms. Reed, yes, all the findings on the last page of that slide do directly relate to the letter from the state. I am still working with staff and the responsible departments to put together a formal response back to the state by that deadline. Our first order of business was, of course, ensuring that the CAFR got completed and presented properly to the City Commission. So we will have that in time by the deadline stated in that letter provided by the state. In terms of the methodology, I will skip over that one because that is way beyond my pay grade. I am not a CPA, and I would prefer that Mr. Futterman answer that one. The difference between the 2017 and 2018 net position, the explanation for that simply is, as discussed in the presentation, the requirement to provide for the OPEB liability on the balance sheet. Hugh, please address the question regarding, I believe it was the restricted fund from 10 million to 80 million, if I got that correct. If you could address that one for me, Hugh, I'd appreciate it. As well as the revenue question for 2018. How that, I think the next question was, and I apologize if I couldn't keep up, but you asked if that related to a shortfall in the budget. It did not result in a shortfall in the overall city budget. Hugh, please address the question related to the 4.5 million of general fund money that will be used for 2019. I'm not sure if that's correct or not, but that's at least the question that we have there, as well as the litigation of Hillsborough being included in the liabilities. And in terms of the internal controls and who approved these policies, these are internal administrative policies. They're not necessarily required to come before the City Commission. In terms of the investment policy and the debt policy, those are policy decisions that need to be made by the City Commission, as they do impact our debt ceiling and other very important high-level financial matters. However, I will tell you that we are working on, if you will, a policy for policies, whereas I recognize that through this exercise, we need to do a better job on formalizing those things. So administrative policy authority will be more formalized in the future, and I appreciate that feedback. And then, Amanda, if you could address the question related to the health insurance to retirees after we get through the more financial related questions. Thank you very much.
Mr. City Manager, if I may, I'm going to defer to the Markham Rep, Mr. Futterman, to address the sampling methodology used, if that is possible, because some of the info may be proprietary in nature.
Okay.
Mr. Futterman.
Logan, that's a very difficult question to answer. That's a very broad question. If you're not aware, the audit takes between 800 and 900 hours to perform. So when you talk about sampling methodology, there's methodology that's applied differently when you're testing cash balances, investment balances, receivable balances, accounts payable, payroll, revenues, expenses, expenditures. So there's no one sample methodology. There's different methodologies applied throughout the entire audit engagement. So again, it really can't answer that question with what's the sampling methodology, but there is a sampling methodology applied to everything that we do. That's part of an audit engagement. So I'm not sure how else to define it, but I got to tell you, the audit takes between 800 and 900 hours to perform. So there's a lot of audit testing. We're out here at the city for 3 to 4 weeks on site, performing our audit procedures, looking at audit evidence. Obviously, as auditors, we can't just take someone's word. If someone tells us, if we ask a question, they just say this is how it works. Well, our answer is show us, because we can't just rely on inquiry as far as an audit procedure. But again, I don't have information to tell you it would probably take several hours to go through the methodology for every single audit area that we have to test. As you can tell, there's a lot of numbers in the financial statements, and a lot of methodology also applies differently to different funds. There's general fund, there's many other governmental funds, there's the government-wide financial statements. So again, it's an entire process.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Futterman. In terms of the city manager, the questions that you deferred to me, the first of which is the net position. The net position is simply the net difference between all of the city's assets, deferred outflows of resources, its liabilities and deferred inflows. So making it more simplistic, it's all of the assets and the claims against those assets. That's what the net position represents. And it's at 3.8 million, and it decreased significantly because of GASB 75, as we mentioned earlier. The next question had to do
Let me just ask you a question about that. This is all, the $76.7 million, that's always been what we've had. That's our 30-year outlook, what
Give
we've
or
had
take.
approximately.
Exactly.
Okay, depending on the year. But approximately, that's what we've always owed. It has not been required to show it on the balance sheet. It's been a
Exactly.
footnote.
Precisely.
So in other words, it's really what you're paying towards it in that given year is the way it's always been shown. Now they want take that entire 30-year amount owed, approximately over 30 years, and they want to put that in the balance sheet. Is that correct?
Precisely.
Okay, so that's going to make it look like in that given year you owe that right then and there,
Exactly.
even though it's something that's going to be paid off over a 30-year time period.
Precisely.
Okay, so that is the big new change that has occurred,
It is.
correct? Okay.
The $4.5 million in the CAFR that it says designated for next year's budget, that represents our purchase orders, or what we call encumbrances, that we entered into before the end of the year, that which will be extinguishing in the following fiscal year. By law, we have to show that because those are bona fide contracts that we have entered into, and they will be honored in the following fiscal year. So we show a portion of our total resources that will go against those funds.
Thank you. And just to simplify that, for us, our work does not stop and end at the beginning of the fiscal year or the end of the fiscal year. So as we have contracts and purchase orders which have goods or services that are yet to be fully rendered or received, they roll over into the next fiscal year until such time as those services or those products are received in full. And so that is what that $4.5 million represents.
Thanks. The other thing about the revenue differences, the governmental budgeting is unique in its own, insofar as we have various categories of revenue that we use to indicate to the city commission and to the general public what our intentions are. And one such line item is called cash carryover. And that represents our intention to use or to dip into our reserves. What the gentleman was referring to is the utilization of cash carryover in fiscal 18, namely for Hurricane Irma. If you might recall, we had a budget adjustment at an amount of $3 million that we use as to indicate that we'll be using the reserves. Another amount is called cash carryover, quote unquote, encumbrances. That represents the purchase orders which will be brought forward to the following year. So collectively, those two amounts in fiscal 18 came up to close to $8 or $9 million. So whenever we go to prepare the CAFR, we cannot use, even though those amounts were in the budget, It's a custodial number that indicates to the commission what our intentions are for the upcoming year. When we go to prepare the financial statements, which reflect the actual results of operations, we cannot show what we did not receive. If you liken that to using savings, if you use $4,000 of your savings for this year, you don't go reporting that on your tax return as income. In the same breath that the city doesn't show a usage of its savings as revenue. So what the gentleman indicated, the nuances of governmental budgeting, we don't expect the average citizen to be an expert at, but we don't mind explaining why those variances are. And so that's the main reason why there's a difference between the total revenues budgeted and the total actual that's reflected on here. I don't know if Mr. Santucci, if there was any other one that I'm missing.
Thank you. I believe you've addressed all the questions. If I could.
Likewise, thanks.
I want to make one comment on the other post-employment benefits because there seems to be some, some confusion. Other post-employment benefits obviously are benefits offered to retirees once they retire, and before obviously they hit the age of 65. The number is completely actuarially determined, and it's made up of a couple of different components. One is, like I said, when you have someone who retires from the city, they retire 55 years old, depending on what your OPEB policy says, will help the actuary determine how they're going to calculate the liability that they're going to make to the age of 65 and what kind of benefits. So there's actuarial assumptions, there's inflation rates included in there, healthcare cost trend rates that are included in the calculation. So it's not a simple calculation, but again, it's all actuarially determined. In addition to that, part of the liability is the fact that you pay, let's say you pay $300 per employee for health insurance. Well, in addition to that, you have employees that are maybe 60 years old, you have employees that are 25 years old. Well, the health insurance for a 65-year-old or a 60-year-old is going to be more expensive, but you're paying one blended rate. Part of that is the actuarial determination of a liability. They call it implicit rate subsidy. There's a difference between they're paying less for a, let's say for an older person, a more elderly person, and more for a younger person because it's a one rate that you're paying. So some of those things that are changed over the years. Some people have changed some of the policies, but the insurance companies do it usually on a blended rate, offering different insurance plans. Helps, but also what your policy is when someone retires has a significant impact on that liability. And that's why one of the recommendations we had was to consider creating an OPEB trust fund, so you're setting money aside to pay in the future, and that number is, as you said, it's almost there in perpetuity. Same with your net pension liability. It's there in perpetuity. As long as you have a city, as long as you have employees and you have retirees, the number is going to be there. So it's not like a short-term liability that has to be paid off in a year or 2 years or 3 years. It's going to be there, and it's going to be there in perpetuity as long as the city exists and you have employees and they're paying. And it's what, by the way, it's the Florida statutes also requires you to pay. The Florida statutes require you to offer the same benefits to retirees as you do to your current employees. And that's what creates the other post-employment benefits. It was just the Governmental Accounting Standards Boards that actually caught up to what the private sector does, because the private sector has probably for 10 or 15 years required that liability to be recorded on the face of the financial statements. Let's call it a balance sheet. The Government Accounting Standards Board just caught up to it now and said, okay, we need to record this in the financial statements, and that's when they came out with the Governmental Accounting Standards Board statement that went into effect again, so that impacted everyone. The liability is different in different cities because of the policies that are established along with the other post-employment benefit plan that you have.
Thank you. Mr. Robin, can you speak on that a little bit more also when it comes to insurance?
Yes, I think there's a little bit of a confusion from the public as far as how that works. I just want to give a real quick explanation. So we are self-insured. So what that means is we pay the full claims costs that we receive from our carrier. We have a broker that does the premium equivalent. So we look at what we've paid in claims and we evaluate that across the plans, and we determine and we negotiate with the unions on what those rates will be for what the employee's contribution will be. When it comes to post-employment benefits, we do what are called premium equivalents. They change every year based on the claims trends that we're experiencing. So it's twofold. One, we negotiate those, I shouldn't say negotiate, we evaluate those rates and increase those based on the needs of the claims that gets carried for anybody that retires. They pay into that, and they pay the full cost for their dependents. Once they turn 65, they pay the full cost for themselves and their dependents. So they're only subsidized from the time they retire till they turn 65. The other thing that we talked about was stop loss, and I think it's just important to mention the stop loss, because while we pay all of the claims as they come in, $175,000 is our cap per claimant. So let's say one employee hits $300,000, we are going to get reimbursed $125,000. It just takes some time for that to happen, which is why Mr. Dunkley said that it may come in a later fiscal year than what we actually paid it out, but it ends up washing itself. So I hope that helps.
So back to this Florida statute that requires that we have to give the same plan to retirees that we have current employees?
Correct.
Okay. Up to the age of 65?
Up to the age of 65. And that's only for the retiree. So we do not subsidize their dependents. We only subsidize the retiree up until they hit 65 or they become Medicare or Medicaid eligible. That sometimes can happen below the age of 65.
And we made changes to our health insurance plans for both retirees as well as current employees starting over 2 years ago. Is that correct?
Yes, we made changes to the tiers, I believe, in 17. And premium equivalents, which would have changed for COBRA participants and retirees. And then we added 2 plan designs. And then we have changed the premium equivalents, which then in turn change retiree and employee contributions every year.
Can you give us an example of what we were paying previously compared to what we're doing now?
Sure. So in 2016, for the only plan that we had, which is a zero deductible plan, the retiree paid $306.83. Present day for that same plan, the retiree is going to pay $940.68 for an individual.
And this isn't represented in that number that's there because obviously the actuarial study hasn't been done to show those new savings that we have?
Correct. We're hoping for more positive results in the next round.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Dunkley, I have a question for you. Can you show me in last year's CAFR the footnote that tells us what our long-term liability was?
It's in the, I don't have it.
So they're asking us to put it on the general,
Yeah,
on the
but
balance
it's-
sheet now.
It's going to be in the footnote section where there's a particular section and I will forward that to you as soon as I.
Okay.
Yeah, I will email it to you, but you're correct. We've always, since 2009, had to disclose the OPEB liability.
Why did we start in 2009?
2009, it was GASB 45. Which
That's when
required-
GASB 45, and I think that answers one of the gentleman's questions that he had, is why that suddenly showed
Oh,
up.
why? It actually, in 2004, the Governmental Accounting Standards Board came up with GASB 45, and they allowed governments to phase in the reporting of the OPEB because it had such a significant impact.
What year was that?
In 2004.
2004.
They
Okay.
created GASB 45.
So the city eased into it until 2009 and then started to have to show it.
Well, the Governmental Accounting Standards Board had 3 tiers of implementation. The bigger governments went first, and we went in 2009. That was
Okay.
our year of implementation.
So this wasn't something that the city of Deerfield Beach came up with. This was
No,
a change in
we-
much like this new one.
Exactly. The Governmental Accounting Standards Board is the governmental arm of, they're the standard setting body for all
Right.
state and local governments. Kristen?
One of the reasons the liability increased because under GASB 45, it was a funding liability. So the actuary would prepare their actuary evaluation. In the evaluation, they would say, okay, the city has to contribute, let's say it was $1 million that year towards their OPEB liability. So that was a funding liability. Because the city does it on a pay-as-you-go basis, you don't have an OPEB trust fund, that liability would grow, but it was funding, they called it a net, they actually called it a net OPEB obligation. It wasn't called a liability. Even though it was a liability on your balance sheet, it was called a net OPEB obligation. So that continued on each year, and you didn't really fund the plan other than the few claims that were paid. So that liability grew, but not to the extent that now. So now under GASB 75, the GASB pronouncement came out and said, we want you to measure the total liability, not just the funding liability, the total liability, which is similar to what they did in the pensions a few years ago. If you remember, your liability 2 or 3 years ago in 2016, your liability grew tremendously for the pensions because now you had to put the entire pension liability, not just a funding liability on the books, but now the total liability. So now when the actuary does GASB 75, they look at it, the total liability. Again, catching up to the private sector. That's why it was a jump this year in this year of implementation, because you had to catch up between what the funding liability was determined by the actuary to the total liability. And that's why if you notice in the financial statements, it's actually now called a total OPEB liability, not an net OPEB obligation, but the terminology changed to a total OPEB liability.
Okay. Do you know what the dollar amount was for last year's?
It was in 60s, without looking. It was, I think, 60. Last year, what?
In the footnote, what would it have said?
Without seeing it, what the actuary had to do was recast the numbers, and coincidentally, last year the recasted figures were 78 million, and it did decrease because of assumption changes. They were required.
So it was approximately 78 million last year is what we owed over the next 30 years?
Yes, but the actuary had to recalculate the numbers based on GASB 75. So he had to come up with what would it have been last year. So upon that calculation, they call it a measurement date, which is a year prior to the fiscal year. His calculation was $78 million, but for this year, it decreased, in fact, to 76 million.
Right.
As a result of one major assumption change. They had to decrease the interest rate from 3.5% to 3.1%, which represents the AA rated GO bond interest rate at the time.
So if this had gone into effect last year, on our balance sheet, it would have showed 78 million. This year it shows 76.7.
It would have.
Okay. That's what I want to know. Because I think the perception is that we've suddenly had this giant amount blow up over a year, and that's not the case.
No.
This has always been there.
Yes.
It's actually gone down, but this is what we carry for the next 30 years, and that number changes year to year.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry to hog it. One other question. Every 2 years, the actuarial study is done. It was done in 2016. It means it. Does that mean, are we looking at the fiscal year? Are we a year behind on our audit?
We're not
Or on our,
You're correct. October 1st, 16. So what happens after the year is ending, the actuary comes in. So 10/1/18 will typically be done sometime in the earlier part of 19.
okay, so
Yes.
we're not behind schedule on
No,
that.
sir.
Okay, that's what I want to know. All right, thank you.
You're welcome, likewise.
Anyone else? Okay. Oh, Vice Mayor Drosky?
I have some questions, yes. I just want some clarification. Mr. Dunkley, the second to last slide, right here, are these recommendations that were part of the State Legislative Audit Committee's findings, or is this made by Markham?
It's correct to both. And
Hugh, I can handle it. I can answer that question for him. So the findings made by the auditor are reported to the state, so they're one and the same.
Exactly.
Okay.
So the only one that remains not addressed is the segregation of payroll, and my understanding is why that hasn't been fully addressed yet is that requires that's a separate position that's currently being filled.
We are in the recruitment process for that position as we speak.
Okay. So that will be addressed in short order?
Yes, it will.
Okay. There were 3 of 22 departments that did not stay within their budgets. Can you tell me what those 3 were, please?
3 city attorney, planning and development services, and I think it's sustainable management.
So city attorney, planning and development,
Services.
and sustainable management,
management.
they exceeded their budget,
Yes.
but it was less than $100,000, is
Yes,
that what you said?
collectively.
Okay. And what were the I'm sorry,
No,
Vice
it's
Mayor?
interactive.
Go right ahead.
Did you have any follow-up on that one, or?
I just wanted to know what were the ones that underperformed, or at least I hope to see that when it comes
Largely-
budget time, that we take a look at that, and then we're not trying to match.
Yeah, no, not a problem at all. The ones that underperform overwhelmingly, and not underperform.
Came under budget.
It came under budget, which was outside of our bounds of acceptable limits, was primarily parks and recreation and active aging. Those
Okay.
exceeded the tolerable thresholds for what we consider as.
We'll address that come budget time. Thanks.
I made a note as well.
Sorry, Vice Mayor.
It was noted at the beginning, Mr. Dunkley, of the presentation that there were deficiencies, but I don't recall them being specifically. Can you mention what those are and what we're doing to correct them?
Yes, perfectly. The deficiencies were bank reconciliations, the timeliness of those, and the year-end closeout. Those, the bank reconciliations for one, if it's not done timely, it could pose a significant threat to the assets of an enterprise. And in our case, we've hired an accountant that is devoted solely to preparing the bank reconciliations monthly. And with the year-end closing, as well as month-end for last year, we kind of hit a snag with the implementation of our new accounting system. We converted in the year prior to that, but up until February of 2018, we were experiencing some issues with data coming over from the legacy system, and that contributed negatively to us closing out the books. We have obtained some level of some degree of efficiency from the vendor, but the system is far from perfect, and that is the main reason why it is our hope to switch to a new financial accounting system in the upcoming year.
So the 2 deficiencies were, one, the bank reconciliations were not being timely performed, which was what, 30 days?
Within 30 days of the close of the month.
But we have an accountant in place to handle that now. And the
Yes.
second one was that we weren't closing out, but that was because of a software issue
Primarily,
in the merge.
we had significant issues up until, say, March. We had a test system and a production system, and to meet our needs, there were testing items in the test system to make sure that it worked for us to use it in the production environment. And that held us up significantly. We still have quite a bit of our systems, such as utility billing, building permits, cash receipts, on the legacy system, and we depend on those to come over every day. And some of the transactions were not coming over as we had expected, and so we had to have an engagement with the software vendor to provide those services, to bring them over.
Is the conversion complete?
It is complete. On certain days, we do have differences which we throw bodies at to calculate the difference and reach out to them. And that's the main reason why we're hoping to switch software. This has not been an easy undertaking for our staff. Typically, it's a smoother transition, but that has led to some significant delays in closing out and performing the bank recs.
Okay, so we shouldn't see those two deficiencies next year then?
For the bank rec, and I have to preface this, the Joint Legislative Audit Committee is 2 years behind. So they will or they may send another letter, and I'm warning everyone, involved, because I know our hope is that these findings go away. But the JLAC, as they're called, they're 2 years behind. Currently, they're looking at the 2017. The mayor received a letter based on the 2017 audit. We're in 2019. So you may see an item indicating that the city has had issues with its bank rec, with the timeliness, but we will respond to them, indicating what we're doing in present day to address that issue.
Two of our local state representatives are on that committee. I highly recommend we keep them informed.
Will
So one, they're not surprised that Deerfield Beach is on the list, and two, that they know that we are in compliance with everything that is on that list.
We'll do, and Vice Mayor, we keep an active engagement with the individual at the Joint Legislative Audit Committee. We email her and provide her with policies and procedures that we have implemented that will address the problem. And
No, but my
that's all.
pardon me, my point is that we should also keep our state representatives in the loop as well.
Oh, I'm sorry,
You got
definitely.
You got 5 of us up here that are in constant communication with them. We'd be happy to do it, or the city manager's office. I don't think there's any reason why they shouldn't know. They should have real-time information.
That's true.
Vice Mayor, as soon as we respond to that letter, we'll make sure that each of you get a copy if you so choose to forward that along. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. That's the deficiencies. So if you turn to page 7 of the CAFR, it talks about, that's the summary of net position page. So if you look at the 2017 versus the 2018 numbers, there's quite a difference. And from what I'm understanding, a lot of that has a lot to do with the OPED. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would you know, had GASB 75 not been in effect, what the 2018 number would have looked like vis-a-vis 2017, to see how close it is? Because I think there is some confusion as the disparity between the numbers as to what it is. Is there an apples to apples comparison? And if not, and you need to figure it out, let me know.
$57 million. So it would have been $57 million less. Because the prior period adjustment that's recorded as a result of the implementation of GASB 75, it's in the financial statements on page 18, and it shows as $57 million between the governmental activities, which are all the governmental funds, and then the enterprise fund. So that's the difference. As a result of implementing GASB 75, it increased the liability by close to that amount, which has changed your net position number, and that's why the net position number is significantly different.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, had that GASB 75 not been in effect, would the 2018 numbers mirror the 2017 numbers?
They'd be a lot closer. There'd be $57 million less in 2018 than they would have been had GASB 75 not been
Right, that's what I'm
in place.
trying to get at, yes. All right, thank you. That's all I have for now, thank you.
Commissioner Hudak?
2 other items that were noted that you hadn't touched on. One of them was cash management, where the city requested reimbursement for the African American Memorial Grant before we actually dispersed the payment. What have we done to correct that issue?
Commissioner Hudak, we're working closely with all, not only that specific grant department, but all grant departments, to impress upon them the fact that they should make sure before they submit the reimbursement request to reach out to finance. That was an instance in which there was a slight timing difference for submission of the reimbursement package. I don't know if the
Yes, Commissioner, really what it amounts to is just an increased communication that we now have between our our employees who are responsible for grants in its entirety. So we have some staff who are responsible for seeking grants and getting grants for us, and then we have people who run the projects as well as folks within finance who do the grant accounting. And so we have kind of bridged that gap since that time and have much more communication and have procedures in place to make sure that everyone's kind of on the same page in terms of the grant requirements and keeping in line with deadlines and things like that. So that was an anomaly, not one to take lightly, but we've been on track with all of our other grants since that time.
And the other is the utility billing. I guess there was an instance where an individual was charged 1% as opposed to 10%, because an individual was able to override the system. What have we done to ensure that individuals do not have that ability?
The financial services manager, just to kind of digress, and I was somewhat alarmed when I heard about that finding. And I said, the way we set utility rates, we set a rate and
Right, we said it globally.
globally.
Right.
And we
Somebody
don't-
had to physically override the
Exactly.
system.
So when we delved into precisely that specific situation, we discovered that there is an overridden event that in 2011, all the way back then, the person there hard-coded the percentage, didn't put in the full 10%. And I reached out to the manager over that function and said, well, exactly how did this happen? She investigated it and discovered that that was the only instance, because I, like you've indicated, was alarmed. I said, oh my geez, this is a systemic issue. And she indicated that, nope, that was an isolated incident where in 2011, the individual who is no longer employed with the city, he's since retired, went in and overrode the global. What we're doing to address it is all changes, we run an audit of the changes, and those changes are reviewed by the financial services manager. The individual who is overbilling is the customer service manager, who is separate and distinct from the person reviewing those changes. So it's a sort of check and balance.
So so the system has not been altered so that an individual at whatever level does not have the ability to override the system. An individual can still override the system.
No, you have various individuals who can make changes, but those changes, we can run an audit of all of the changes. And so we do have personnel in place to review all of the changes. And
How often do we review those?
We certain changes we don't. For instance, if you call in and want to change the type of service, what we're doing now is the utility billing manager has to review all the changes of her subordinate. It's a little bit arduous, but I've indicated that I want, in no uncertain terms, that any changes be made and not be reviewed by a person above that.
Now, is there any way we can update the system so that individuals at whatever level don't have the ability to override? Does the system have that capability? Or is that?
Look, there is a rate table, what you call a rate table, and that's where we keep the utility tax rates and all
Right.
of that. We can limit access to the rate tables, and right now, it is limited. Only the financial services manager, and usually that's done if we have an increase in water bill rate, billing rate, and what have you. So the global rate is largely limited. The rate tables are limited. The individual overrides will definitely look into that, but there is, anytime a change is made, that change is kicked out on the audit report, audit listing.
Commissioner Preston?
Obviously, there have been a number of issues where there are weaknesses that are exposed. The question becomes that after, the information that's presented in the manner that it's presented, it's not good to hear it like we're hearing. Here's the issue. And it sounds like we're doing the right thing. What have you done? What are we doing to correct those situations so that it is not repeated? Especially when you are dealing with finances in the way that we're doing it. So are we secure that these are not going to repeat itself? That becomes the issue. The weaknesses are there. They've been exposed. Do they return or they go away? That's really the bottom line.
Ironically, some of those weaknesses are institutional in nature, like the Accounting Policies and Procedures Manual. It took a period of time to develop the policies and what have you. Others are disposed of in a more faster fashion. So we are taking the steps to implement and to correct. And to kind of preface this is a system of continuous improvement, and a good read is the state's Auditor General's website, where you have, and because I don't want it to appear that we're an outlier. Most organizations, you can go from Broward County, Board of County Commissioners, Alachua County. If you go to the state's Auditor General website, you'll see that entities large and small have process improvements that they're going through. No one entity is perfect, and that's why we have the auditors who, in the way of management letter comments, I don't think you can, if you find one entity, state, local, or for-profit enterprise that's perfect, it would be rather surprising. So you may find from time to time internal control weaknesses. In our case, those weaknesses were addressed, a significant amount of them. The one that remains unaddressed has to do with the hiring of personnel. And in terms of continuous process improvement, as I mentioned earlier, we have the bank reconciliations, which we're pretty much caught up with now and trying to improve the processes there. But it's always a system of continuous improvement. And I don't want the city of Deerfield Beach for people to think that we're the only city that has internal control issues. I reside in a particular city, I won't name names, and their audit is replete with internal control issues. So Broward County, they have a significant, the school board. So I'm not throwing out names, I'm just saying that entities large and small have internal control improvements that they can make. And that's our posture, to be in a mode of continuous improvement. Even if we're doing well, we can always take a step further to improve our processes.
Is that it? I'm going to disagree with you on that. I don't think it's acceptable. I told you it wasn't acceptable last year when we got the letter with many of these things that have been continuously a problem. I like to compete with other cities. I don't like to compete with them when it comes to, gee, let's see how many of these things we can pile up and make it seem okay. I would much rather us have a situation in which we know mistakes are going to be made, but they should not be continual. And I shouldn't be getting calls from Tallahassee or letters from Tallahassee with repeat issues. That to me is unacceptable. You gave us a warning that to everyone involved that there might be more letters coming. Well, I'm going to give a warning to everybody involved. There better not be some of these repeat things without a very clear explanation of how we've addressed it. So that's where I'm coming from on it.
Let me quickly interject by saying we're on the same page. I'm a perfectionist by nature, and by no way am I saying this is acceptable to me. because I'm exceedingly competitive, and I don't like to see findings in an audit report that I have any degree of control over. What I'm saying is that there is a system of continuous improvement. If I have an A, I want to get an A+. So we're pretty much on the same page.
Good.
I didn't want to sound like a minimalist, so just to clarify that.
Okay.
And I agree with you. Yeah, definitely.
And I will say this, there should be a way that you have controls over the permissions on who has the ability to make adjustments to the utility rate. It sounds like when they set one new customer up, that they made this error.
You're correct.
But that is concerning. And I'm glad it's only turned out to be one, but I'd like to see some more information on that.
We'll definitely look into that,
Okay.
Mayor, into the rate table and make sure access is definitely restricted.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Likewise.
Yep.
Item number 4 on the agenda is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 98 Land Development Regulations of the City Land Development Code by amending Section 98-44 Scope and Application, Section 98-53 B1 Business Community District, Section 98-54 B2 Highway Business District, and Section 98-55 B3 General Business District to prohibit medical marijuana dispensaries within the city, providing for codification, severability, conflicts, and an effective date. This is first reading, and it is a public hearing.
Okay. Commission comments? Commissioner Hudak?
I have a prepared statement. In August of 2018, this commission did the right thing by voting 3-2 to vote to allow dispensaries in Deerfield. Florida citizens passed the use of medical marijuana by over 70%, and we provided our citizens, as well as the citizens of our surrounding cities, with avenues to get the medicine that they need. But less than a year later, we have 5 dispensaries in or close to operation, and 2 more with active applications in our city. That is 1 dispensary for every 11,000 residents. On April 19th of this year, the state health officials are preparing to revamp the application process for medical marijuana businesses and the hope of issuing up to 7 new licenses before the end of the year. I understand we have to treat medical marijuana dispensaries like pharmacies, but they're not the same. In CVS and Walgreens, you can purchase everything from apples to zinc. A medical marijuana dispensary sells one thing. This legislation and this industry is changing at a breakneck speed. Deerfield Beach has done its part by ensuring our citizens have plenty of locations with which to purchase the medicine that they need, and I commend the Commission for its foresight in 2018. But now is the time to put brakes on this industry in our city. There are over 30 other cities in Broward County who have the ability to provide this service to their residents. If the demand is so great, the residents of our surrounding cities should reach out to their commissions to allow medical marijuana dispensaries in their cities. Currently, as a city commission, we only have 2 choices: allow a dispensary in the city or ban a dispensary in our city. That is it. Our commission has the ability right here, right now, to once again be at the forefront of this legislation. We have the ability to be the first city that I'm aware of to choose both options. We have allowed medical marijuana dispensaries in our city. We provided this medicine to our citizens who need it, and now we can choose to halt the progress of the expansion of these facilities in our city and allow legislation in other cities to catch up. May I remind the Commission that once the dust settles, we will have the ability to reopen this item and allow additional dispensaries in our city, but now is not the time. I urge the Commission to vote yes on the agenda item and suspend the growth of the medical marijuana dispensaries in Deerfield Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Preston?
It's important to be aware that you can find medical marijuana dispensaries in the city of Deerfield Beach. They have not been denied. However, it's also important to remember that most cities in Broward County have not allowed this. And if they have not, then why? Why not? And if it's not allowed in one city, then what options then are left? The only option is you have to go then to where it is allowed. And the fact is that we have that in the city of Deerfield Beach. And the other thing is that you can have it delivered to your home. So I'm in agreement with Commissioner Hudak that we have dispensaries in the city of Deerfield Beach. Doesn't mean that we have to continue to allow it to grow. If the idea is that you need it, you have ways to get it. You can we have dispensaries, 1, and 2, it can be delivered to your home. And again, why is it that most cities in Broward County does not allow it?
Thank you. Commissioner Parnas?
I guess then we're going to say to Target, you can't sell to anybody except those who live in Deerfield. Other towns can open Targets or Walmarts. So why don't we restrict our city where only people who live there can buy here? No, we depend on surrounding communities to buy gas, to eat in our restaurants. July 4th, we have 80,000 people come to the beach. That argument, to me, doesn't hold 1 ounce of water. We represent the people of this city, of this county, and this state. There's 23 items on this agenda that I will vote on. Not one of them is restricted to my district. I vote for the entire city. And this city voted over 70% to allow medical marijuana. I'll ask the police chief if there's been one incident from any of the stores compared to the bars and alcoholism. No, none. Thank you. Now, I have to ask myself who we represent. We represent the people. And what did the people say? I want medical marijuana stores. Period. They didn't say I want 4, I want 5, I want 7. That comes out right now with the 5 stores that are 4 open and 1 almost open. 1 store for every 11,000 people. 11,428 people per store. Big deal. The boogeyman is not laying under your bed. Adults voted for medical marijuana, and you're saying, oh, we got enough. People from other cities can buy here. Talk to a businessman who depends on people from the surrounding areas to buy gasoline or food or clothing in our stores, or come to our beach. Why is it they come here? Because they want to. Why should we restrict a legitimate business that the voters said yes to and say no more? The industry's growing and we don't need it here. Why not? Why not? Somebody give me a reason. Why not? We don't restrict bars that kill people with alcoholism and drunk driving. Why not? We don't stop opioids from being sold that people become addicted to and OD. We've had more opioid deaths in the last few years in Florida than we've ever seen. I don't see you restricting opioid places that sell them. Why not? Why just marijuana? Is it the word marijuana? Because you can't get high on medical marijuana. All it does is take away your pain. And people with bone cancer depend on it. And people with severe arthritis depend on it. Parkinson's depend on it. Why? Because it works. And it's been approved. I ask you, the time to ban it is when we see we have so many stores that half of them are closing because there's no business. We're here to promote business and do what the voters asked us to do. The voters said, I want medical marijuana. And either we're going to follow what the voters are and what they wanted and what they voted for, or not. I say we do not ban this. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Drosky.
Thank you. Anyone that's been to these meetings in the last 16 months knows exactly my position on this issue. This is not a surprise. We've debated this at least 4 times in my recollection over the months as to what to do with dispensaries in our city. And I am voting for the ban, but for a much different reason than my colleagues. And the reason is simply this was a very poor choice that we were given by the Florida legislature. We were given 2 options, and 2 options only. 1, to ban it. 2, to regulate it, but only to the extent of a Walgreens or a CVS or any other pharmacy. That to me just has not been acceptable. That is the Florida legislature once again putting their will on cities. Our home rule has been attacked again and again by the folks in Tallahassee. And we sit up here day and night and we pass all kinds of resolutions urging our friends in Tallahassee not to pass certain bills because they infringe on our home rule. And this is but one more example of that infringement, to take away our ability to govern ourselves. We in Deerfield Beach know best what is for us. We know how to regulate our city. Tallahassee does not know how to regulate our city. And for that reason, from day one, I have been for the ban. I voted for it on January 16, 2018, and I'm going to be voting for it again today. We were presented with 2 options on January 16, 2018. There was item number 12, which was on our agenda, which was to ban them, and there was item number 13 on the agenda, which was to not ban them. And at the time, I said, and this is reading from the minutes from January 16, 2018, Commissioner Drosky said he does not think support of item 13 tramples on the rights of the voters and the constitutional amendment that was passed. This is not a debate whether medical marijuana is right or wrong, but the voters who cannot advise how the product would be regulated. Since the state legislature has domain over this issue, there are only 2 options: ban it or allow it and treat it as any other pharmacy. I said that a year and a half ago. I said that today. My position has not changed.
Thank you. Commissioner Preston.
Commissioner Parnas said that you vote on issues that basically that has to do with the whole city and not specific to a district. Well, one of the items tonight is specific to your district that you have as an addendum. That's number 1. Number 2, the 11,000 people, 11,400, whatever it is how this was divided up per store. That's assuming that 11,000 people wanted to go and buy marijuana. And that's not the actual number. So although you have 5 stores, I'm going to say that number is much less. It's not. It's everybody. You divide it up and you say there's 11,000 people that would go to one store.
No, that's not what I said.
Was that the? Am I misunderstanding that the stores have how many people?
May I talk?
Sure.
I just want to make sure I don't want to step on anyone's toes. How my math works is there are 7 locations that'll be open soon, 5 that are open and 2 that are in process. There's 77,000 residents in the state, in the city of Deerfield Beach. That's 11,000 residents per store. That's not 11,000 approved medical marijuana recipients.
Exactly. That's not what I said, exactly what I said.
We have that clear? Okay. I'm going to open it to the public. Your name and address for the record, please.
Massey.
What- I'm sorry, Ms. Massey, you're going to have to wait. We have people that have signed up, unless you're the first one on the list.
Oh, no, I didn't sign up.
Okay, we're going to have to wait. I'm sorry.
No problem.
Thank you. Dustin Robinson?
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Dustin Robinson. I'm an attorney, CPA, and realtor licensed in the state of Florida and a medical marijuana advocate. I have a prepared speech, but before I get into it, I kind of want to address some of the discussions that are going on regarding that, hey, we have 3, we're going to have another 1, plus another 2, we're going to have 7, and now is the time to ban it. The Florida statute explicitly says that the state, or the cities, cannot limit the numeric amount of dispensaries they're putting in. Now, you guys, it sounds like, are trying to do a backdoor approach of doing it. So we all can agree that if on the front end, you guys had an ordinance that said, hey, you're only allowed to have 5 dispensaries, that's it, we could all agree that's against the state statute. But in effect, that's what you're doing in a backdoor way. If you guys allow 5 and then say that's all we could have, but now we're gonna ban it, so I just caution you, I'm not your guys' attorney, but you may be asking for some unneeded lawsuits coming forward if you guys were to do something like that. So that, to me, is an easy argument to be directly in contrast to the state statute. So I just caution you to be careful about taking that type of position. As for your statement about all these other cities have the bans, what I say to that is the reason they have the bans isn't because they're smart or they have any amount of information, quite the opposite. It's because they have a lack of information. I have talked to various city officials throughout various counties and cities, and they, my main approach has been to understand what their concerns are and then to educate them. And the recent planning and zoning meeting on May 2nd, just a few days ago, included some of the same concerns I've been hearing throughout the state and some of the concerns you guys are bringing up today. 1, I heard some comments about we don't want the marijuana dispensaries to turn into pill mills. 2, I heard we don't want to be stripped of our home rule authority. 3, we don't want clustering. 4, we don't want the town to smell like marijuana. And 5, we are concerned about safety. With all due respect, all these concerns stem from the outright lack of information regarding the enormous hurdles and regulations both patients and dispensaries must overcome. Let's start with a marijuana patient. A marijuana patient needs to find a doctor who has taken the marijuana course to become certified to write a recommendation. The patient needs to visit such certified doctor. The patient must have a qualifying condition. The patient must pay a state fee and a doctor fee, wait for state approval, have the doctor upload a digital recommendation at a specific dosage, and then go to a highly secure dispensary where they are videotaped, greeted by a guard, ID'd, buzzed through a secure door, and the sales recorded in a registry. As it turns out, a large percent of the patient population that is willing to jump over these hurdles are actually elderly citizens. This is a far cry from a 30-year-old opioid addict driving down from Georgia to get their fix.
You can have 1 more minute if you'd like, sir. You have to request it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, if you don't mind. I have a lot more to say, but the bottom line is that the hurdle that the Florida legislature has placed on both patients and marijuana dispensaries addresses all the concerns I've heard from the local officials and ensures that there's absolutely no way the medical marijuana industry can ever become anything close to the unregulated pill mills that some local officials are so concerned about. I have a lot more to say, but I'll leave it at this. 76% of the Deerfield voters voted yes to medical marijuana. Please don't go against your constituents by banning the dispensaries. That would be the wrong move. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Eric Seville.
Hi, my name is Eric Savell. My address is 2585 Northwest 23rd Way, Boca Raton, Florida 33431. And I'll just say real quickly, as you can see on the shirt here, I run a local advocacy group in Boca called Boca Can, and we are definitely trying to get our city council members to move on this as well. So thank you, first of all, for having me in your house here and letting me speak on this first reading. As I mentioned, I'm a Boca Raton resident, a PhD student, and a medical cannabis patient and advocate. The City of Deerfield allowing medical cannabis dispensaries within its city limits has been a major gift to those of us who have essentially been made into medical migrants by our own municipalities. For almost a year, I've been coming to Deerfield for most of my medical cannabis purchases because my home city bans treatment centers. In that time, I've encountered nothing but professionalism and integrity from the local dispensaries here. In fact, after my very first medical cannabis purchase, I emailed this very commission on October 1st, 2018 at about 3 in the afternoon to thank you for making the compassionate and rational decision to allow dispensaries within your city limits. As someone who has suffered from severe IBS for just about his entire life, I can assure you that having these facilities available on my schedule and within a certain proximity is absolutely vital to my quality of life. Based on my understanding of past meetings, some of the impetus for the current ban in question seems to stem from fears regarding clustering and the potential issues that come with having too many. Other speakers will touch on the former point or already have, but it's worth repeating that it seems like there's a great incentive to let responsible players in now, as you've already started doing, before the door really gets kicked open to allow for potentially more questionable operations. However, regarding the fear of too many dispensaries or the types of people they might attract, I'd consider that none of the terrible things critics contended would happen with medical cannabis have happened. We don't have systemic robberies, as it seems one of the police officers even confirmed within the city here, or lines wrapped around buildings with people blowing smoke in the faces of babies or something like that. But what we do seem to have is a system that seems to be working without Deerfield Beach having descended into chaos or anarchy. I'm not sure how many dispensaries is the right number, but just as a random point of reference, in Boca, we have 3 businesses, 3, that specialize in making nothing but craft donuts. And those are donuts. We're here talking about medicine. Another concern that I seen to come across was Deerfield's focus on portraying themselves as a family-friendly city. I think it's important to point out that many children are actually medical cannabis patients too, but I'm just going to paint a quick picture. Would you rather run into someone like myself leaving the dispensary when it closes at 7 p.m. based on state requirements, or would you rather run into whatever comes out at Flanagan's at 1 in the morning? Alcohol sometimes makes people violent. The only thing I think I'm liable to kill after leaving the dispensary is rock shrimp at Walesley.
Would you like another minute, sir?
Please, thank you. In closing, I just want to repeat a few lines I used in the email I sent to the commission some months ago. For those commissioners who might have been or still remain skeptical of medical cannabis, let me assure you that this is no Pandora's box. Rather than releasing the evils of the world, these dispensaries are defined by professionalism, cleanliness, and compassion. If I recall the story correctly, the one thing Pandora managed to keep in her box was hope, and that is exactly what these dispensaries provide for so many people, including myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Ian Bakiev? Did I completely butcher your name?
You did.
Good.
That's all right. It's Ian Bachakov. Yeah. Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor.
Sorry, name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Ian Bachakov. I'm with Ackerman Law Office in 98 Southeast 7th Street, Miami, Florida. Here on behalf of GGB Florida LLC, registered as a lobbyist. We're here because they are one of the dispensaries, or one of the license holders who wants to be able to open a dispensary in the city, but only recently came into the license and didn't get the head start that a lot of these other dispensaries have had. And so I'm going to speak using an example from my own personal experience. It has nothing to do with marijuana, but will relate specifically to the comments Commissioner Sudak and Commissioner Preston made. So when my first daughter was born, she wouldn't nurse, so we had to feed her formula. And so we gave her the first formula that was that they had at the hospital, and it gave her very bad colic. So we tried a different formula, and it made her throw up. Formula after formula after formula. It took about 8 different ones before we found the one that worked for her, that she was able to drink without any problems. When it comes to medical marijuana, These licenses are completely vertically integrated from seed to sale. Every single dispensary grows their own strains, processes them, and sells them. Every single one has very different products, and not one strain will work for every patient who needs marijuana as a treatment for their condition. So you have 7 that will potentially pop up even if you pass this ordinance. There are hundreds, if not more, strains of marijuana, and not all the medicine will be available with only 7 dispensaries in your city. Frankly, having the restrictions you already have in place so that they can only be placed in certain business districts, B1, B2, and B3, is already limiting not only the locations in the city, but if you take into account the market considerations, the landlords who would even be able to lease to these types of places, the ones who don't have institutional mortgages that would otherwise basically tell you can't rent to this type of tenant here, you're practically at the point where you're going to run out of space for these anyways under your existing proposals. Now, with regard to the comments you made as regard to the preemption by the state to not let you do what you want to do, that has been done in other cities. I've gone before other cities. I recently got a dispensary approved for another client in the city of North Miami Beach, where what they did is a lot like what they did in my hometown in Miami Beach. They passed an ordinance to restrict pharmacies so that they can restrict dispensaries in the same way. Put them through the public hearing process, top to bottom, put additional requirements, may I please have one more minute? So that you can restrict them the way you want to, because the state didn't say you can't restrict them at all, or you ban them or you don't restrict them. They said treat them like pharmacies, because it's right, that's what they are. They're pharmacies. They sell medicine and nothing else. Now, whether it's an opioid or whether it's marijuana, treat them the same way. Don't ban them. Put restrictions on there, because the state allows that, to treat them like pharmacies, and that's what you should do. So I would respectfully request that you revisit this and do it the right way and not just ban them because you think you've had enough or you simply can't do anything, because you can and you should. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Massey?
Thank you, sir. Rita Massey, 349 Northeast 19th Avenue. I'm so glad I didn't have the ability to speak before, because now I'm so happy I heard all these analogies, okay? And what more do you want from us? We have already complied with your wishes. The people of Deerfield, Boca, Pompano, Coral Springs, they could all come here and make their purchases. We are not Kessler Institute. We are not Cleveland Clinic. We are Deerfield Beach, the jewel of southern Florida, and we hope to remain that way. Please come here, help yourself to all the wonderful things that we have for you. But enough is enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street. I want to point out something the Commissioner Parna said. What do we do about the bars? The bars are all killing people. When you leave the bars, you kill people. Actually, the state does restrict heavily the use of bars, the places that you can put bars, with one super incredible notion. There are no liquor licenses sold by the state, and there haven't been in over 10 years. If you want to open up a bar, you have to find somebody who is going out of business and purchase their liquor license. You cannot go and purchase a liquor license from the state. They have recommended, or they have restricted it so much, there aren't any available, period. The restrictions that the bars have to go through are more strenuous than most businesses. The only one that comes close is probably pest control. That's probably the only one that comes close to bars and the restrictions that the state and the cities and the counties put on those locations. Nobody wants to see a whole bunch of businesses closed up all over the place. We do not want to see a boom of medicinal marijuanas on every single corner, and then 5 years later, every single one of those corners is empty, and those locations are non-existent, ugly, used up, nobody's using them. I agree that we need to promote businesses in Deerfield Beach, but there are restrictions in place for other businesses such as vape stores. You can't put a vape store within a certain restriction of a church or any place, including a yoga studio. They tried to put a vape store in the Cove, and because there was a yoga studio there, they could not get it passed. They couldn't open. They were ready. They sat there for 4 months and got denied. They lost all that money, lease, everything. So there's a lot more restrictions that we have on vape stores. Why can't we have some more restrictions on medicinal marijuana? Now, granted, we are not banning medicinal marijuana. We are not banning it at all. What we're doing is setting a space restriction as to how close they can be together. That's all we're doing. We're not banning them. We're not saying you can't have them. We're just saying you can't have 5 of them on the same street. That's not a bad idea. Should we, oh, that's it. I'm good. Thank you.
Good evening. Dwayne Dickerson. I'm an attorney with the law firm Dene Misco Backman, offices at 14 Southeast 4th Street in Boca Raton, Florida. I'm here this evening on behalf of a property owner in your city that's interested in this matter. I think there's been some very good points on both sides of this debate. As you all know, I'm a land use and zoning attorney, so I don't specialize in marijuana cannabis law, but I do specialize in codes and state statutes and those things. I've had an opportunity to look through some of the other cities in Broward County and what they've done with respect to medical marijuana, and I do strongly believe that Deerfield Beach can do some things even within the confines of the state statute. I do understand that there's the ban option or the regulation option consistent with pharmacies, but in looking at other cities in this county, I believe there are some very significant regulations that we can put in place to make sure that this is done correctly and safely, and I believe that's the goal. Clearly, this commission took a position, or some of your predecessors took a position, that this type of facility has a place in Deerfield Beach and has a substantial need for your citizens and other citizens. But the goal is to make sure it's done properly and safely. And so just to give you a few examples, there was a city in Broward County that initially banned medical marijuana, and just in April of this year, so last month, repealed that ban and entered into a very comprehensive code amendment that had significant restrictions in it. And I'll just give you a few examples. They had restrictions with respect to exterior lighting requirements for all exterior areas. They had requirements with respect to operational security alarm systems, video surveillance systems, waiting areas and sufficient space therein, and not being able to display products or services there. Requirement for private consultation areas available to customers. They had distance separation requirements with respect to other pharmacies, medical marijuana facilities, private schools, elementary schools, and the like. They had regulations also with respect to no exterior walk-up windows. So you can see there are ordinances on the books in Broward County that have very, very significant regulations. Additionally, there was another city that's quite a bit larger, one of the larger cities in Broward County, but they too also had distance separation regulations, and they had a regulation that said no more than one medical cannabis dispensing facility shall be permitted for every 40,000 residents. So I just say that to say that I think that if we are given an opportunity to work with your city attorney's office, we can work on additional regulations in this ordinance that fall short of a ban, but absolutely protect this city and the citizens therein. Can I have a few more seconds? Not even a minute,
Sure.
sir. Thank you. So what I would respectfully request this evening is that we table this matter, and you give all parties an opportunity to continue to discuss it, work with your city attorney's office, and work on additional regulations in the ordinance that provide for the safeguards that you're looking for without the outright ban that may interfere with the citizens and the true need that these facilities provide. So with that, I, as you all know, as a land use and zoning attorney, I'm happy to work with your staff and your city attorney to work on code amendments to make sure that there's no violation of the state statute, but that your goals are met and the needs of the citizens are met. So with that, of course, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to continue with the public before we...
Yeah, that,
All right.
just
I'm sorry, sir,
not
go
a
ahead.
problem.
Ray Wilson, 498 Durham Q. I think there's one thing here that we can say for certain, and that is within a very short period of time, a few people are going to become very rich on this industry. And what I think should be thought, I think there should be an unlimited number of these dispensaries for a few different reasons, which I'll talk about. But I think what should be considered is they should be run and owned, instead of enriching a few people, it should be for the community benefit. And actually, Deerfield Beach should think about investing in these dispensaries themselves and paying a living wage to the people that would be employed in these dispensaries, and use the surplus after the cost of operations to put into a healthcare fund for those that cannot afford healthcare. And I know many right here in Deerfield Beach, including a friend of mine who's had wait a year for a simple procedure simply because he didn't have health insurance. So I think this is going to enrich a few people very quickly, and Deerfield Beach maybe should have the foresight to think about, instead of letting that go to a few people, have it be a community benefit for all of Deerfield Beach's citizens, not some special interests. So there's a couple of reasons why I support this. Of course, the medical research, I think, is very important, and it's pretty clear that this has had benefits. And I've even read a story in the Sun Sentinel where a couple of years ago, Commissioner Parnas, his account was his father was suffering from blood cancer for the last 3 years, used it to reduce his anxiety and pain. So I've seen this, and I know of the accounts of other people. So the second reason I think that these should be allowed and not limited at this point is that we see a lot of distribution and dispensaries of products that have been shown to have no health benefits at all, and in fact lead to suffering and early death. And it makes the same owners, I'll call them the owners of the United States, that will own this business and this industry as well. Cigarettes, for instance, that took the life of several of my family members after long suffering years with emphysema and lung cancer. So again, why enrich a few people here? Why not let the city of Deerfield Beach here think about this? Third, my final reason here would be, even if medical marijuana were to be shown to be doing nothing all than, quote, making people, unquote, high, we have an unlimited number of dispensaries of alcohol, not just the bars and restaurants, but the grocery stores, where you can get plenty of alcohol. And what does this cause? Drunkenness, and deaths caused by drunkenness. So therefore, I support an unlimited number of dispensaries. May I just have another moment?
Yes, sir.
And I think, again, for the sake of the health care of Deerfield Beach, the citizens here, this should be used as a community asset rather than enriching just, once again, a few people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Hall. I'm an attorney with Greenberg Traurig, and I'm here representing Grow Healthy and McCrory's Sunny Hill Nursery. I just wanted to understand the grandfathering provisions you're going to provide with this ordinance. My particular client has a lease and operates a marijuana dispensary out of the property at 1444 South Federal Highway. Currently, that facility is limited to delivery only because they did their operation in 2 phases. They were approved last year for delivery only while they went through the building permit process for interior modifications. They are in that process now. They have been signed off for a certificate of use for the delivery and pre-approved through zoning for a certificate of use for this facility as well. subject to the final build-out. So I want to understand, given all that investment they've made in this facility and their 10-year lease, that they'll be able to operate should this pass.
We'll get your question answered. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much.
Anyone else from the public?
Glenn Sullivan, 2377 Deer Creek Trail, Deerfield Beach. I'm kind of on the same track, and I leafed through it. But does the grandfathering go to the company that was given the license, or does it go to the license? So if a company chose to disband, and we had 7 and they leave, does that mean we have 6, or would there be a 7th license available for another vendor? So I'm kind of interested, could we actually go back down to 0 if companies left, or is there a guaranteed 7 licenses for medicinal marijuana? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
Dan Turner, 1278 Southeast 7th Court, Deerfield Beach. Gentlemen, ladies, we've heard from several attorneys that are either directly or indirectly involved in this matter. I think the sagest advice came from a consensus of 3 of them in particular that said, A, you're able to accomplish some of your goals in protecting the interests of the city at large. B, you don't want to do it through some backdoor method that may draw into circumstance potential for litigation. Certainly we don't want to see any of that, and I think that quite candidly most of these businesses are well enough funded that if they don't agree with how you went about it, whether they agree completely or totally with how you go about accomplishing your goal, but if you go about it in some sort of a suspect manner that draws litigation, I think that's going to be very hard for you all to answer to me and the rest of your constituents when you've been clearly apprised by, I think, qualified opinions that there's ways to accomplish it without doing anything abrupt. I think the best advice was table your vote, draw into some workshops, some of these people that have volunteered their time and have interests, come about with a better solution. I think you all have the wisdom and the ability to make such a determination. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? We close it to the public then. Commissioner Parnas.
Ben, I'm going to answer you first. You say I have an item on the agenda. No, there's an item on the agenda that affects a piece of property that's in my district. I voted on the pack of rattlers positively, even though they don't play in my district. We have very few children in my district, being that I represent Century Village where there are no children, and it's 15,000 residents. Every item is voted on concerns the whole city, whether it's my district, your district. So I don't understand your comment. Now, let's talk about marijuana. People say restrictions. We voted very recently to expand the distance between them. Is it 500 feet now, I believe?
In the B1 district.
In the B1 district, it's 500 feet.
250 feet in B2 and B3.
Right, and it can't be near a church or a school?
The state law provides it cannot be
Yes.
within 500 feet of a school.
Oh, okay. So there are restrictions. Can we add other restrictions for drugstores and marijuana stores? Yes, we could. Am I correct?
If you permit dispensaries, you would have to treat dispensaries the same manner that you treat pharmacies, and you can adopt the regulations that address both of them.
Fine.
Yes.
So we have ways of controlling it without banning it. Think about that. For those people who go to marijuana centers to get medicine, to alleviate pain from things like bone cancer, severe arthritis. I could go on and on with everything that it's easing pain with. Yes, I got marijuana from my father when he broke his back, and he was in his 80s and was suffering greatly, and they couldn't operate. It eased his pain. He could actually sleep a couple hours a day. I've seen other benefits. There was a hospital in Connecticut run by a very famous university that had a cancer floor, and that for years they were giving patients with cancer marijuana. I know somebody who worked there as a nurse, and she explained to me even years ago that they called it the pot floor. But it eased cancer patients, and the doctors were dispensing it illegally. But it helped the patients. Now here we have voters that have said we want it. The people in Deerfield voted to want it. The people in the county voted to want it. Why? Why? I'm sorry, Mr. Drotsky, but getting back at the state legislature by banning marijuana because you feel they're infringing on home reg, if you feel they're infringing on home rule, vote them out. Go to work and get candidates that won't do it. Banning marijuana, saying, oh, we're going to get even with them? No. Sorry, I don't buy the argument. We're here to represent the majority of the people. And here we have a chance to do what some other cities were afraid to do. Police chief says there hasn't been a single incident in one of the 4 that are open now. I have visited them. I took the trouble to go to the marijuana stores. I talked to the managers. I was given a tour. What do we have? A very nice waiting room like a doctor's office. They're taken in for consultation. Their credentials are checked to see that A, they're registered with the state by a licensed physician and have a legal prescription for medicine. And then they're shown a choice of how they want it. Gummy bears, pills, oils, vapes. And they can purchase what they want. Most people buy the pill. They take it home, they take a pill, and the pain goes away. And it's not addictive. It's not an opioid. Nobody's ever died from an overdose. And yet, let's ban it. Why? What is everybody afraid of? You go to the drugstore, they got all kinds of things to kill. I had lunch at Muddy Waters the other day at 12 o'clock, and the bar was full. They weren't drinking Coca-Cola. They're adults. Why are we not concerned about them? Because of the word marijuana. I cannot see us banning a medicine that's been approved by the state, by the county, and by us before because somebody's afraid. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. You know, there's a lot of good arguments, and I can understand what everybody's opinions are on this. The most compelling question that was asked tonight, I thought, and actually before I get to that, there were other questions by the people that spoke. Can we get those questions answered first, perhaps, regarding grandfathering before I
Sure.
make my plea?
And I should say, both of the 2 commissioners who called me after a meeting probably 5 or 6 weeks ago, who expressed an interest to move forward with the ban, both indicated to me that they weren't going after businesses that were 99% of the way through the approval process. And so it's not the intent of this to prohibit or stop existing dispensaries. They're currently up in operation. Additionally, those proposed dispensaries and those proposed dispensary locations that submitted applications prior to the zoning in progress for this and are finalizing their they're in the final stages of their process. They've been diligently pursuing their application, their CU application. Those businesses would not be affected. That is not the intent. And I think that there was one example, a specific example given here by Ms. Hall, in a situation like that. That would be one of those instances where they're 99%. You know, I don't want to give a percentage, but they're very far along in the approval process. And both of the two commissioners who told me they wanted the ban indicated that that was not their intent to affect them, and it's not the intent of this ordinance to do so. There was a comment about whether or not the city had the ability to go back to a ban. I think the statute is clear with respect to the city's ability to do that and also to permit it. If it so chooses. With respect to the comment about, I think it was the first gentleman, about the limitation of the number, the statute does say that if you are going to allow it, you may not place specific limits by ordinance. I don't believe the ordinance before you does that. If he does, it's just we'll agree to disagree. So I think you have the authority to do what you would like to do. It's a policy decision. And I'm not sure. There was another question about licenses. I just want to make clear. The city doesn't issue any licenses for medical marijuana. It's the permitting process that they go through, like another business would go through. The licensing is all done through the state, and the state controls that. The state controls the zones for dispensaries and how many licenses or dispensaries are going to be in a particular zone. But they do have to come to us for building permits and things like that. So any follow-up questions, let me know. I think I answered all of them.
I do have a follow-up question for that. So if there's a location that currently has a dispensary located there, and that dispensary decides, who's fully licensed, decides that they don't want to go to that location. Does that location still have the rights to be able to allow another one to jump in?
So it would be based on the application and the applicant and the permit. And probably I would want to confer also with Mr. Power on that as well to indicate. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So our non-conforming land use code 98-92 basically states that you have 120 days upon vacancy of a use for a continuing use to occur. So if medical marijuana dispensary A left and medical marijuana dispensary B came in on the same exact location for the same use, within 120 days, they would be permitted to occupy, regardless of the ban.
Okay. Thank you. I don't know if that answered the question or not. The most compelling question was asked tonight was why restrict a legitimate business that over 70% of the voters voted for? And the reason why, and I think the answer to the question is why other cities have not allowed them, it's because they aren't viewed as legitimate businesses. They are looked at, they have a stigma. I think everybody's fear and, quite frank, ignorance on what the benefits are and how these organizations are run is the cause of that. I think, look, I Monday through Friday, twice a day, I drive by one here in Rice City. I don't see an issue. I don't see a problem. I've been in several of the stores here within the city. I've observed how they conduct their business. I think the bigger issue I have is clustering. There are certain spots where I don't want a hardware store down by the beach. That doesn't serve the public in the best way. I think really where this ban's coming from is people are unhappy because there's one moving in down by the beach. Maybe I'm wrong. I think if they had been everywhere else, there wouldn't be a problem, unless you're viewing marijuana dispensaries as an illegitimate business, and I don't. 74% of the people in Deerfield Beach voted for it. And when I campaigned for mayor, and the people I spoke to, it was a much hotter topic than I ever expected. People were very adamant about it because it's not a matter of a recreational usage. It's a matter of a need. And look, if there were a Pilates, if we were talking about a Pilates studio or a CrossFit or an ice cream shop, we wouldn't be looking to limit the numbers of them. All right? We would allow them. We probably wouldn't be happy with having 5 Pilates in one shopping center. No, we wouldn't like that, but we have the ability to be able to maybe control that to an extent. And that's what we've done. We have the power to do that. Trying to say, let's just stop it right here, doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It was a good argument that was made about the different strains and how it's very limited in giving people options. I also don't believe in giving these few that are already in the pipeline just a monopoly on what we have. Boca Raton's on the verge of changing their mind and removing their ban. Everything that I've read, it seems to be the direction they're headed in. 74% of the voters in Deerfield Beach and over 70% in the state of Florida voted for this. This is not a luxury item for people. This is an absolute necessity. I think the stigma that it has on there, we're not talking about the days of jazz musicians passing it around. This is a completely different animal, and it needs to be respected, and it needs to be allowed to continue here in the city. We have the ability to, just like, and we should treat them just like a drugstore. I don't need a CVS on every single corner, or not just CVS, whatever they may be. Not picking on CVS. I want variety for the residents. So we have the ability to make some changes to maybe limit that. But if this was any other business, we wouldn't be talking about this. But this carries a stigma that I think is unfortunate and doesn't serve the citizens or what the voters' will was. Commissioner Preston?
I appreciate your opinion, Mayor, but let me also tell you, there are people that sometimes can think conservatively about something, be cautious about it, and it's not necessarily fear nor ignorance that drives them to that opinion. They may be just looking and assessing how things are in their community. And because 74% of the people voted for it, that is a majority, but everybody did not vote for it. So there are people out there that would want us to take a very good look at it. And there's nothing wrong with doing that. And it's not fear nor ignorance that allows us to take an in-depth look at it. Sometimes fear, sometimes ignorance does cause us to be irrational. But in situations like this, I think that you're dealing with intelligent people that are able to look at this from many different angles. But to categorize it in that manner, I think, is unfair.
Commissioner Parnas?
I think that perhaps this needs a little more study, a little more education and information, and I'll make a motion to table this to allow us to further research it, discuss it, and then bring it back. So I'll make that motion that we table this item.
We have a motion to table. Do we have a second? I'm going to pass the gavel to the Vice Mayor. I'm going to second the motion to table it.
Do I get to go home and tell my wife I was mayor tonight?
Why not?
So we have a motion by Mr. Parnas, a second by Mayor Gans to table tonight. Is there any discussion? No? Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak?
No.
Commissioner Parnas?
Yes.
Commissioner Preston?
No.
Are they doing it right?
Well, just call the roll. What do you mean, the right order?
Yes, I just want to make sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Vice Mayor Drosky?
No.
Mayor Gans?
Yes.
Motion fails.
So the
fails?
Motion fails. So that means we're not tabling it.
I'll make a motion to go forward with the ban.
To approve.
To approve the ban.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hudak, second by Commissioner Preston. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Hudak?
Yes.
Commissioner Parnas?
No.
Commissioner Preston?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Drosky?
Yes.
Mayor Gans?
No. Passes 3-2 for the ban.
to the next item?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor? The next item is item number 5, an ordinance of the city.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to leave after this item, I ask you to please do it quietly. We're going to continue on the meeting, if that's all right.
All right, the next item is item number 5, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, amending Section 98-92, nonconforming building structures or land and uses of the Land Development Code, revising subsection B2 relating to reconstruction of certain qualifying structures to permit reconstruction even though more than 50% of the existing floor area is rendered unusable due to an event outside the control of the owner, providing standards to be met in order for such qualifying structure to be reconstructed, amending subsection D related to the regulation of nonconforming structures and sites, containing requirements related to the amendment of site development plans for nonconforming structures, containing a severability clause and provision for inclusion in the Land Development Code and providing an effective date. This is second reading and a public hearing.
Okay. Mr. Powers, any comments?
I can provide the same presentation I did last time if you'd like, or I can answer any additional questions.
I think we're okay. I'm going to open it to the public. Anyone care to comment on this item, number 5, second reading?
Dan Turner, 1278 Southeast 7th Court, Deerfield Beach. I'm just a little confused as to whether or not this in any way contradicts Florida Building Code in terms of structures in disrepair. I know that in roofing, window replacements, and certain things, we have what we call a 25% rule. I don't know how something that exceeds 50% damage may or may not conform, as I just said, but in any event, I think extra precautions should be taken in allowing these structures to be permitted for rebuilding if in fact it doesn't circumvent bonds or financial capabilities, and other circumstances should be considered so that the arduous task of trying to save a building that's all but destroyed can be met and not be left 2/3 or 1/3 or 3/4 or even 9/10 completed. We've had development projects where I believe the brewery's moving into the Cove, where a building is sat in complete and total disrepair and non-use and non-performance in any positive way to the community. And although I would certainly empathize with a property owner that might have something out of their control, storm, fire, etc., I don't know where insurance companies, mortgage companies, and the Florida Building Code all may rest on that issue in terms of whether the esteemed council would permit it or not. So I would ask that, as I just did on the prior issue, you all maybe take a real good hard look at all the possibilities and probabilities. I know that might be a little too much to ask all of them, but certainly the pertinent ones I may have just raised in regard to building code and owners' abilities to perform.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public on this item? I'm going to close it to the public. Commission discussion. Actually, Mr. Powers or Mr. Santucci, can you, or Mr. Soroka, can you respond to the?
Sure. As to the concern that the gentleman just raised, we did consider that. It's explicitly addressed in the ordinance that's before you, and it says, notwithstanding anything set forth above to the contrary, reconstruction structures or buildings shall comply with all building and fire codes applicable at the time of reconstruction. So they would have to meet all of those codes that are in place at the time that they are reconstructing that building.
Mr. Powers, anything else to add regarding that?
I was going to say the same thing.
I don't believe you, but thank you.
Not as eloquently, obviously.
Commissioner Parnas.
Yeah, I have a question. I remember 15 years ago or 14 years ago when Vietnam B burned down. They had to rebuild according to all the new codes. How is this different?
They still would have to rebuild according to the new code, but to the new building code at the time that they're rebuilding. But the issue here is for these legal non-conforming that we have on the beach as they exist now, would, without this ordinance, theoretically not be able to rebuild in the same manner. Not talking about the code necessarily, but in the same manner that it's currently being built. So it's addressing that legal nonconformity issue. Yeah, and just wanted to be clear that this applies east of the intercoastal, so it wouldn't extend out west.
So just in layman's terms, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but let's say you have a building that's been there or a business that's been there for 50 years. Very popular, everybody loves the building, whatever the business, whatever it might be. But technically the codes have changed over the years, so that type of business is no longer allowed based on what the current zoning is, yet no one has a problem with it because it's been there forever. Hurricane comes in, wipes out a big portion of this building. Technically, the way it stands now, they would not be able to rebuild it because it would be a non-conforming use. We would lose whatever that historical thing that everybody loved. It went away, right? This allows them to be rebuilt without losing their non-conformity.
That's correct. And maybe to further clarify the differences is that this is only related to the Land Development Code. Obviously, the regulations put forth by the City Commission, and would have no say into the Florida Building Code or the Florida Fire Code. So in regards to building and use, the only conversation we're really having is what is permitted in the Land Development Code, not a discussion about the Florida Building Code or the Fire Code.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that. Okay, commission comments? Looking for a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Parnas, second from Commissioner Hudak. We have roll call, please.
Commissioner Hudak?
Yes.
Commissioner Parnas?
Yes.
Commissioner Preston?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Drosky?
Yes.
Mayor Gantz?
Yes.
Item number 6 is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, repealing and replacing Section 98-80 landscape requirements of the City Land Development Code to modify the city's landscaping regulations, amending Section 102-9 location and size of freestanding and building signs of the sign code to require the installation of plant material when freestanding signs are installed, providing for codification, severability, conflicts, and an effective date. This is second reading and a public hearing.
Anyone from the public care to comment on this item? Not seeing anyone coming forward, I'm going to close it to the public. Commission comments?
Yeah.
Motion to approve?
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hudak, second from Commissioner Parnas. We have roll call, please.
Commissioner Hudak?
Yes.
Commissioner Parnas?
Yes.
Commissioner Preston?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Drosky?
Yes.
Mayor Gantz?
Yes.
Okay, it's now time for the public comment section segment of the meeting. Persons addressing the commission shall state his or her name and address and may speak for 3 minutes unless extended for 1 additional minute by the mayor. If you have comments about a specific agenda item, those comments should be reserved for the hearing during the time that the agenda item is called up, but this is the period of time for public comment for everything else that's not on the agenda. No comment shall be made related to the personal life or personal qualities of any person, and no language which would offend persons of ordinary sensibilities shall be permitted.
We have several people signed up to speak, and we'll start with Daniel Turner. Richard Pabon. If you'd like to speak, come up to the microphone. Just name your name and address for the record. I'll have to wait till you get to the mic. I'm sorry for recording reasons.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. Richard Pabon, 40 Jefferson Avenue. I represent South Florida Elite. I've been a part of Florida Saga since 2002. I just returned. I coached professionally in China. I coached professionally in Brazil, Hawaii, Vitoria. I coached at Lynn University. I coached at Florida Memorial University. When I started the program in 2009, I was the conference champion by 2012. It was the first conference championship for the school. I led the nation in student athletes with 3.75 GPAs or better. I was also ranked top 25 for the first time in school history. Currently, since I've been back from China, I started a new program at Florida National University in Hialeah. And in the 2 years, I was back-to-back national champions. It was a feat that no one's ever done here in South Florida, besides Lynn University. I've also coached here professionally with the Floridians and the Palm Beach Suns. I've done internships in Mexico in 05, 06 in Italy, 07 Germany, 08 Argentina, 09 Spain, and then Brazil. Last year alone, in the U.S. Soccer Federation, I have kids that lived here in Deerfield Beach. 2005 is the year they were born. Enzo Alves, he went to LAFC. Michael Capelli, LAFC. Ethan Scala, Bayern Munich. Edison Alscona, Orlando City. Daniel Del Toro, Inter Miami. Cesar Solar, Sporting Kansas City. Marcos Fernandez went to Brazil. Fernando Valenzuela and Dado Valenzuela are Columbus Crew. This year alone, I sent Jacob Montes to Georgetown, all Deerfield. Juan to Loyola, John LaCourte, Wesleyan University, Kareem Flowerhill, Northeastern, Byron Smith, North University of North Florida, Luke Lakota, U.S. Naval Academy, Alberto Diaz, Loyola, Gabriel Almeida, New Jersey Institute of Technology, Fairleigh Dickinson, and I've established partnerships with Brazil, and Palmeiras, Denmark, with Nuremberg, Spain, Colombia with Evigate, PSG, and Seattle Sounders. And my club has just been officially recognized as one of the best recruiting and college education programs here in South Florida. One of the problems is we're having is that we were expelled from these fields from Deerfield. The Barwiz Foundation was given access to the fields, and we were taken out. I have over 347 athletes that when I started the program in January, now we're up to 742. I don't have an explanation why I was taken off the fields. I don't have an explanation why we can't have access to the fields. Everything that we do, I've done in compliance. One more minute, please.
Yes.
Everything that we've done was been in compliance, and I still don't have an answer why we can't get onto these fields. We also have the first ever U.S. recognized futsal academy in Deerfield Beach. There's nobody else that has it but us. And I just came here looking for answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcelo, I have a quick question for you. Mr. Fritsch.
Marcelo or me?
I'm sorry, I jumped ahead. Richard, my apologies. Mr. Vaughn, did you have an agreement to use the fields? Did you rent the fields?
Generally, Yuri with Deerfield Beach Runners takes care of all that information. There was a time where you guys rented out the fields to Valencia, and they all paid through email with, I think it was Ryan with the foundation. I've always been on the back end because I traveled a lot, and then December of this year I took over all of the proceedings that goes on with the club, and now I became more of a face due to the fact that I did travel so much.
I'll ask staff. I'll get the answer to the question from staff. Thank you very much. Marcelo Frisch. Marcelo? No? Mariana?
Yeah, they all left.
Okay. Raquel Almeida? Almeida? All right. Laura Villas? Claudia Sierra? And Sarah Wong?
Yeah, they're all soccer moms. They're all here.
Thank you very much. That's all you have to do is wave your hand and say not here. Thank you. Okay. Anyone else from the public?
Just really quick, Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street. I want to commend the city on all of the fabulous Easter egg hunts. I think between the 3 or 4 hunts, there were probably 10,000 kids in the Deerfield area that got Easter eggs. I think it's really great that we have them all over the city. I'd like to see the light up Easter egg hunt, the flashlight Easter egg hunt, to actually be moved back to the time that it was before, so you could actually use the flashlights. The kids all brought their flashlights, and it was still complete daylight, so they didn't get to have as much fun with that. So if we could put it back to, the 7:30 that we had it before, that would be appreciative. In addition to that, between Surfers for Autism, Cuisine of the Region, Havana Nights, we've had some really, really great events going on in the city. I'd like to see more of those. I thank the city for partnering with all the different organizations to put them on. I want to see many, many more of those in the future.
Thank you.
Glory Battle, 1240 Southwest 6th Way, Deerfield Beach, Florida. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I'm here tonight to ask you to please do something about the illegal permitting, well, not really permitting. These folks aren't even getting permitting. I'm at the point now where I'm doing work on my house and I'm getting all the permits that I need. But over the weekend in my neighborhood, it's rampant. People are putting in additions onto their homes. They're doing driveways with no permits. Code enforcement needs to be out there on the weekend to see these people doing these jobs, because I tell you now, they're not getting the requisite permits that they need. Thank you.
Thank you.
May Francis Fagan, 3500 Southwest Natura Boulevard. My concern is that first, I think it's First or Second Street, the Stanley Terrace Apartments, they double park, and the children, I'm so scared that one day I'm coming through there and one of those children is gonna get hit because they don't look when they run from that park. And the cars are parked there. I asked that please someone go there and make them go into the parking lot and park instead of parking. So because I can't see when I'm going through there, I can't see the child or anybody because the cars are parked. And I just want to say thank you for last Saturday. The pre-prom event was excellent. We had a great turnout. Parents came out. Our community is back. We're happy. We just want to say thank you because it was a very excellent event. The children enjoyed it, and I enjoyed seeing my community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Glenn Sullivan, 2377 Deer Creek Trail, Deerfield Beach, Florida. Probably not supposed to do this, but I just want to cover a couple of inaccuracies to my question. Questions. I had mentioned there was $179 million estimated revenue for 2018. There was $155 million actual. That was a $24 million delta. $8 million.
Are you talking about the item that we've already discussed, sir?
It's part of something I've provided to the city. The inaccuracy was $8 million of that was encumbrances. The city still overestimated revenue by $16 million. And what's the problem? You set spending based on that same number. So all of a sudden, you've got $16 million of funds that you cannot spend because you didn't take in the revenue. Something has to be looked at when you calculate revenue because it's broken. Another one that wasn't answered was Hillsborough Beach litigation included in the liability section of the CAFR. And I just disagree. The internal financial controls are critical to the health of the city. They're not administrative. I see no difference from the other procedures such as procurement code and the employee handbook. In fact, these probably are more critical. So I don't believe they're administrative, and I don't believe the commission should not look at them for approval. I have provided an overview of the revenue that I'd be more than happy to email to you. Right now, we're falling well behind on revenue for 2019. If you look at the ad valorem and the fire tax, fireman's tax, that's all up front, but it's actually spread across the budget year. So if you plan it up front and take advantage of that funding up front, I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. Why don't I really think this is something that the commission should see. There were big problems with revenue, and it needs to be recognized and fixed.
Please send it to us. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. My name's Michelle Peterson, 270 Southeast Fifth Avenue, Deerfield Beach. Excuse me, where I start here. Okay, I think everybody should know that checks and balances are an important part of any government, no matter how big or small. In Deerfield Beach, it has been pointed out to the Commission many times that Burgess Hanson had been lacking any oversight and had not even had a formal review during his whole time as city manager. All we kept hearing from the Commission is that he was doing a great job. Well, now we see, excuse me, he was not doing such a great job. He lied about the repayment to the city of his cost of living increase that he was not entitled to. He overlooked the incorrect longevity payment on every single one of his paychecks as city manager that he was not entitled to. And just before I go into this next part, Rick that just came up here and was speaking about the soccer program. As a grandmother and living here for over 20 years and raising 4 grandchildren here, and the sports, football, soccer, baseball, everything, Yuri, who we was talking about for 12 years, has had the soccer program here. And he's put a uniform on every kid that walked on that field. If they didn't have the money, he did it. He worked so hard, like he explained, they have done magnificently. They're giving college scholarships. So Barwis, wherever they came from, and not doing things legally, somehow or another, using the fields without the proper everything, called him up and told him he could no longer do this. And this was a Barwis guy. So there's a lot of trouble here. I don't understand it, but you know, I don't think this is how you should treat anybody who's dedicated to our youth and to our city the way Yuri Guerrera has with his soccer program. Worst of all is that we now see that Burgess blatantly did not follow any of the established rules for the usage of the city athletic fields and tried to deflect blame onto others. Is this the city commission's definition of an employee who has been doing a great job? Please, City Commission, look in the mirror and realize that part of the problem you face now is your total disregard and the failure to do your job and oversee Burgess Hanson. You know, I understand he's gone, but there's problems here. This is one of your main responsibilities to the people who elected you. There is only one way to try to rectify the problem the city now faces. Everything that Burgess Hanson and Cara Petty did while employed by the city is open to increased scrutiny based on both of their actions. I don't know if what, can I have another minute? I don't know if what they did with Barwis was criminal or not. The point is, the city commissioners, you don't know that either. The only way to know and restore some credibility here is to bring an outside criminal investigation agency like the BSO or the state's attorney's office to investigate what has been allowed to happen here. Please, do not compound the mistakes by doing nothing here and trying to sweep everything under the rug. The city of Deerfield Beach is watching and waiting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dan Turner, once again, 1278 Southeast 7th Court. To coincide with Michelle and to embellish a little bit about what Ricardo was saying, I think we have such a disparity here that the program that Yuri and Ricky not only were running and are running elsewhere, but should still be running here, would have benefited this city in immeasurable ways. From what I understand, they've joint ventured in the actual construction of facilities at locations in other cities. Without a doubt, he read you some of his resume in terms of the production that his program has made into the communities of this country by the different schools and the different achievements that the kids that start in that organization achieve through their association and their involvement. I think it's clear, as Michelle said, that there's got to be something seriously amiss here. If a person with the intelligence, or we could reasonably assume intelligence, of Mr. Hanson, the professional position, the income, if Ms. Parks somehow or another, in the same incident of occasions and other parties involved, Barwis in particular, I just think, and if I'm not mistaken,
If you could just
tournaments
address
and-
us,
Yes,
please.
sir, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The tournaments and the ventures that Florida Youth Soccer Organization and Ricky's particular chapter of it, they brought tournaments into towns that have created incredibly good revenue. They've, like I said, partnered with capital projects. That's the kind of revenue sharing that's open, above board, and something that we should all embrace and promote. And I'm sorry, but I'm gonna quote my dad, he passed in '83. When it comes to Mr. Hanson, if it has feathers, if it quacks, and it waddles, what can it be? I'm sorry to be condescending, folks, but there's just too much reasonable assumption that this man was up to some no good beyond just not paying back some things and giving Mr. Mayor a couple of false pieces of information. It just doesn't play right. You don't just go off on a binge and do that out of nowhere. That's something that finally gets drawn into the light after what I would reasonably assume multiple occasions of similar types of activity. Bottom line here is, as Michelle
Would
said.
you like another
please-
minute?
Less than a minute, thank you. Please, because Mr. Mayor, you said you are gonna conduct an audit. I don't think it's being swept under the rug. I will, if need be, defend you on that matter.
God forbid.
Well, I try to be a reasonable man, Your Honor.
Good luck with that.
Thank you. But we do need outside criminal investigation. I think that it's the only way that many of us are gonna be able to draw complete closure and have faith in the ladies and gentlemen that are continuing to serve our city. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
Hello, good evening. I'm Eugenia Nicotina, 3060 Southwest, 47th Street, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I'm with the Florida Advocacy Alliance for Medical Marijuana, and I'm just wondering now that the ordinance has passed, I was wondering what the locations of the two that will be grandfathered in are, and if you're willing to share that or to speak to that.
We can get an answer for you.
Great,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Anyone else?
Hi
Hi.
again. Martha LaCava, 1004 Southeast 14th Court. I just want to start by saying I've been watching you over, I guess, the last couple of months, and I think that you're all trying to do a very good job. I do. I even like that guy over there. He did a nice job of telling me last time I was here about what was going on in the city, and I appreciate it. But I'm a little bit concerned about the soccer thing. From what I understand, there was somebody here, and they were running a soccer program, and they did it for a long period of time, and then all of a sudden, they weren't allowed to come here anymore. They had paid their fees, they had followed all of the, jumped through all the hoops that they were responsible to do, and I only know anything about that is because I was here one night and everybody was going on about the football team, that they weren't doing it right. Well, apparently this fellow, I mean, I don't have any actual data on it, but from what I understand from him and the other gentleman that came up earlier, they've done everything they were supposed to do, yet they were taken off the field. And I don't get that. And another company came in, and from what I understand, and I don't have any empirical data on it, but they didn't even pay to use the fields. But they had all of this accommodations that were from the city. That frightens me. I don't understand why something like that's allowed to occur. And then I hear things about the gentleman that just stopped working here, and his assistant who doesn't work here anymore, and COLA money and insurance that shouldn't have been paid. I don't know what's going on or what it is, I think that you all want to know, but I don't know if, do you feel that you're able to get that information, find out, and be clear to us what's happened? So, I mean, everybody makes mistakes, I get that,
You know, you can't learn from your mistakes if you refuse to accept the fact that you've made one. So I think we should find out what the problem was and fix it so it doesn't happen anymore. I don't want to cast any blame on anybody. I just want to fix it so that we can feel confidence in you. I mean, I think you all really want to do a good job. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Rita Massey, 349 Northeast 19th Avenue. This is the first I'm hearing about the soccer situation, and I'm so thoroughly excited about it. I'm being Italian, that's our game, soccer. So I just wish that this fella here could get whatever he needs to bring that to fruition here in Deerfield, because we could never have enough sports for the kids. It's a wonderful thing. I'll help him any way I can. If he needs my help, I'll give him my name and number, because I think it's something that's very, very important, and I hope you'll, all of you, will get behind him and help him. He's so credible, and he's helped so many children. It's the first I heard of it, but I'm very excited about it. Also, I'm really getting perturbed now about this thing with Burgess, because it's already a month and I don't hear any action being taken. And I really, at this point, as a taxpayer, I want to know what is going on. Are we proceeding to try to find out if he's done anything else? Are we getting the state attorney into it, the prosecutors? Are we getting private people here? I'm not happy about just letting this thing slide. I want answers. We all want answers. I'm sure you guys want answers too. But it's time to do it. We must have answers. I don't want people coming up here and questioning what happened. It's not fair to us. Find out what happened and let us know about it so that it will never happen again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. No, you can't. Thank you.
Dan Hers, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. At the April 9th special commission meeting, each commissioner received a blue folder. Through a public records request, I have seen all 240 pages of documents contained in that folder. It would be an understatement to say that I was completely shocked by its content. Amongst the many things that these documents reveal was that Barwis Performance and their nonprofit Athletic Angels was allowed to use city athletic fields for over 2 months without the city receiving any background checks, without any fee waiver, without a contract being in place, and with no field use permit. All this occurred with the knowledge of Burgess, Kara, Cassie Warren, and Kenton Smith, as shown by the trail of emails back and forth. At least 5 different city code ordinances were violated. Then on April 1st, Mayor Gans sends an email to Burgess requesting much of the missing information on Barwis Performance. The mayor wanted this information before the April 2nd commission meeting. This sets off a fire drill among the higher-ups in the Parks and Rec Department as they try and get this missing information immediately. We find out that there is something called a background check affidavit, which the Parks and Recs Department tries to substitute in place of the required background checks on all Barwis employees dealing with children. Then in an April 3rd email from Burgess to Mayor Gans, we see Burgess's deceitfulness in full view. Burgess tries to avert attention from the 38 times Barwis used the city's fields illegally by concentrating on the 2 times that Barwis canceled their use of the fields due to weather. He also tries to blame the lack of background checks on Kenton Smith, who was only hired on January 14th, and claims Smith didn't know the proper procedures that had to be in place before using athletic fields. The major unanswered questions that remain are why did Burgess, Kara, Cassie Warren, and Kenton Smith provide both hard cost waivers, soft cost waivers, and every imaginable type of assistance to Barwis Performance, a company that had a zero track record with the city and was brand new in town? Why would Burgess, Kara, and Cassie Warren risk their careers with the city all for Barwis Performance? I don't have the answers to these questions, and I am confident neither does the commission. That is why it is essential to bring in a criminal investigative unit such as BSO's Public Corruption Unit. As I mentioned previously, the city has brought in BSO, may I have 1 more minute, please? Has brought in the BSO in the past to investigate far less egregious acts on the surface. Only a criminal investigation can get access to Burgess's city computer and see if it's been whitewashed or not. Please, Commission, do the right thing here and bring back some credibility to the city. And also, please don't think there are no more irregularities still occurring in the city's Parks and Rec Department. There's a softball group that plays on the city fields at Pioneer Park almost every weekday called the Deerfield Over 50 Softball Club. They have no agreement with the city to use these athletic fields for free and no insurance in place. But what they do have is the person running this softball club happens to be married to ex-City of Deerfield Beach Mayor Peggy Noland. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Mr. Hines?
My name is Joe Hines. I'm at 559 Northwest 47th Terrace. On the same note, back on December 20th, I've got a little timeline information for you folks. Back on December 20th of 2018, Barwis gave the city of Deerfield Beach a certificate of insurance, which meant that they obviously been talking to the city of Deerfield sometime before that, and they were obviously going to do some business with the city with their athletic department. I have on here on February the 4th an unexecuted contract. It was from the city attorney, and in there he noted that that attorney, if it was executed, required commission approval. And then on February the 25th, on another letter, with the Athletic Angels, he noted that it required proof of insurance for their non-profit entity and required city commission approval. And that was on the 25th of February, and that agreement was to that was sent to Kara Petty. Also attached to that was a non-valid insurance certificate that didn't have Deerfield named. Why it was in there, I don't know. It was invalid. And it was really funny, but Barwis was also advertising on the 25th, March the 25th through the 29th, and their soccer program, and cost $125 a week to participate. But what's really interesting about all this is I've got this letter here that Mayor Bill Gantz sent out on April the 3rd of 2019, and in there he relayed that he got information that on 4 occasions on the last 48 days that the fields have been used 38 times out of the last 48 days. Well, when you go back 48 days from April the 30th, it puts you to February 14th. February 14th, tell you what that does. That precedes all this other stuff about the attorney letters and all that other sort of thing. Okay? The agreements and all that, February 14th. Now, I don't know what's going on here, but I'll tell you what. I don't like it. And now, our manager lost a $190,000 job. Kara Petty lost a $155,000 job, and she's been instructed, 10 days after they've been used in the fields by our city attorney that says, can I have another minute, please? Yes. That she has to have commission approval and has to have all this documentation and an agreement signed and all this and she knows full well that they're already using the field. What is going on around here? Now, so it occurs to me, maybe they aren't getting any money. Maybe they are. We don't know. If they're getting money, then we got them red-handed here, because we could find that out. If they're not getting any money, then why are they doing it? Are they being directed to do it? If they're being directed to do it, maybe we got somebody else here doing it. Maybe why would they be doing it? You got to ask yourself the question: could it be coming from the commission? Could it be coming from some other source? Somebody got a gun to their head? What's going on? You know, the citizens of the city lost money in this deal. We lost money in this deal. When you look at all those emails and unlocking the gates, turning the lights on, him working on the contracts, everybody spending all this time.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much. Very expensive endeavor.
Janet Netherlanden, 1320 Southeast 4th Street. I am very, very disappointed with the way my city has handled the youth soccer team in Barwis. Here you have a youth soccer team that has filled out everything, have all their permits in place. They're paying the city $50 an hour to utilize those fields. And the next thing you know, they're kicked off the field and Barwis is brought in. Now this youth city that was paying $50 an hour was nonprofit as well as Barwis is nonprofit. So why was Barwis granted no fees and had all their fees waived when the other nonprofit didn't? Something is going on here, and this needs to be investigated. This isn't right. You have all these children that have nowhere to play their soccer. They're trying to use an indoor field off of Power Line and 10th. This is crazy. I don't understand what's going on. And if Burgess can do this, and if Kara can do this behind everybody's back, and you guys don't know it, then we need, absolutely need, internal investigations. You need to do an internal audit. You need to figure out what's going on. Because if it's done here, where else has it been done? In what other groups has it affected?
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
Good evening, Commission. Janice Fulmore Tigner, 1090 Southwest 4th Terrace, Deerfield Beach, Florida, 33441. Just a quick question. A lot of the events that go on within the city, here within our beautiful city of Deerfield Beach, when it comes to events, functions, celebrations, festivities, we notice, not only myself, others notice as well, that there's certain people that handle or run things when it comes to committees. So my question is, when you ask, they'll say, well, you know, you can't volunteer to be a part. When you actually volunteer to be a part of different events that go on within the community, not just your district. How, when we outsource or bring in people, different companies to run the events, why do we spend money to outsource, to bring other people in to run functions within the city of Deerfield Beach when they're capable volunteers, they're capable citizens that can be on those committees to help chair or to help work on the committees? I have a problem with that. I've lived here for 55 plus years, all my life, along with some others that have been here longer than I have. And I don't see why we can't be a part when you want to volunteer for different things. I just have a problem with that. When you want to give your time to volunteer, there's certain people that run things when it comes to events. Again, we bring in different companies, outsource it, comes to our parades, comes to our events on the beach, wherever it is. There's certain people that handle things and they run things. So who makes these people, who puts these people in the places so that other people cannot volunteer or be a part of? And that's a question that I have to our commission at large, not just our district, to the commission at large.
Thank you. And I think you added some years. There's no way you're 55. Anyone else from the public here to comment? I'm going to close it to the public. Let's see. Try to address some of this stuff.
4.
Well, we might be, but that's all right. As far as illegal permitting, if we could have staff to work with code enforcement on that, city manager. The double parking on Stanley Terrace, also BSO should certainly look into that and make sure that's taken care of. The inaccuracies, if Mr. Sullivan could provide that via email to us, and we'll see if we can get some answers to some of your questions regarding that. The checks and balances in the formal review. For those of you who like to talk about the formal review, and yeah, it is in the contract. It's been the contract for every city manager that's been here for decades. Larry Deachin never got a formal review. Never had one. Mike Mahaney never got a formal review. The only time formal reviews came up, that was a sign that you're about to get fired. That's when it happened. The city managers get reviewed practically daily. I don't know about how the rest of the commission works on that. We don't have a formal review on how we do it, but we certainly review them on a regular basis. If you think a formal review would have revealed some of the stuff that we were able to find out, I think you're wrong. Matter of fact, I know you're wrong. We found out about it and action was taken. I think that was the review I gave him. I gave him a review last year. I thought he was doing a good job. This year, clearly I didn't feel that way. And he got my review, which was, I'm going to bring it to the commission and have you terminated. We took action on it. We didn't sit back and wait. There are people that hate me so much that they will try to go ahead and figure out a way to spin this around as if to think that our action on this was wrong. It wasn't. We handled it the best way we could. I could not go and speak to my commission and talk to them about this current situation without calling a formal meeting. Mr. Hanson decided to resign on his own, and we called a meeting as soon as we possibly could to advertise it the proper way to discuss the issue. If there is an investigation going on by certain agencies, I'm pretty sure they would not be real happy if we were talking about it publicly. And if you think 4 weeks have gone by and you still want an answer right now, I suggest you get some patience, because these things are not going to happen overnight. They will, I can assure you, and I think the entire commission has proven that when something goes wrong like this, we take action on it, and we take action on it right away. Just as frustrated as you are with the situation, certainly I was frustrated with it. And I think the emails that you saw back and forth showed how frustrated I was with it. I don't know the situation with the old soccer team compared to the new. Based on everything that I saw, Barwis only requested things. If someone goes rogue and decides to grant them permissions, or anybody who's coming before the city, and decides to do their own thing, I'm not so sure that falls on somebody who comes into the city and say, hey, I want to do this, how do I go about doing it? And then someone decides to break all the rules, which is what happened, and completely unacceptable. It's not over. I can tell you that. I don't know what's happened with this former soccer league. I know 12, 15 years ago, my daughter played in the soccer league here in the city, so I don't know if it's the same one, but we loved it. So it's something we will look into, but to cast aspersions without knowing all the facts, I think is the wrong thing to do. And obviously, we were not happy with what took place, and we took action on it, which I think is what all of you would want us to do. As far as some of this, the overpayments and different things like that, all of that is being worked out. The history of it, some of it's complicated, some of it's obviously it's something that we were not happy with, and we took care of it. And we're going to make sure that this kind of thing doesn't happen again. It's not over. I can promise you that. The disparity in the programs, I think we've covered that. Soccer field usage. I understand everyone's anger regarding this, but we've taken action, and we're going to continue to take action and prevent it from happening in the future. So, and as far as some of these other allegations with other organizations, we will make sure everyone is following things to a T. It's interesting that in a public records request, someone would be provided the same blue folder that I handed out just to the commissioners. I didn't think that would be part of the public records request, so I find that odd, but I'm glad you have it, because at least I know what you're referencing. other than that, as far as committees go, what I find is we end up having more people that volunteer their opinion than volunteering their time. If you're willing to volunteer your opinion, God bless you, come on board. We'll figure out a way to make it work, okay? So I'm not sure what you're referencing, but I'd love to talk to you about it, okay? There are certain things, though, I will tell you this, that while it sounds great to let people volunteer and take part in some of the things that we do here at the city, there are liabilities that take place, and we would much rather have a professional company with insurance that can do it so they are held responsible as opposed to a volunteer coming forward. And I'll tell you how simple it is. I asked for volunteers years ago for people to speak Portuguese and Creole to help us translate some of our information so we get out to our residents who are English is their second language. The problem we have with that is a liability. If someone tells me, this is what it says, go ahead, this is your translation, and we put it out there and it's wrong, we got a problem. So it's not as simple as it thinks. Government, bureaucracy, it's not let's put on a show and everybody gather together. It doesn't quite work that way, unfortunately. But that's the situation we're in. And even when you have professionals doing things, clearly they still do stuff wrong. So we're making sure that that's not the representation of what we do here in the city of Deerfield Beach. I think I covered everything, so we can move on before it's 4 a.m.
The next section is board appointments. I don't know if it's the commission's pleasure to go through them individually, or you have quite a number of them. Should I start reading the titles individually, or how would
is there
like the
anyone
commission
from the
proceed?
public that would like to comment on items number 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12? Okay, so we can't do them as a group. I guess we have to do them individually, I believe. Okay, when we get to we'll do them individually if that's all right.
Sure. Okay. Starting with item number 7, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, appointing Jonathan Campbell to the Board of Trustees Firefighters Pension Trust Fund to fill an unexpired term, providing for service without compensation and an effective date.
Motion to approve.
Well, anyone from the public care to comment on item number 7? Not seeing anybody come forward and close it to item number 7. We have a motion from Commissioner Hudak. Second, Commissioner Parnas. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Passes unanimously. Item 8.
Item number 8 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, appointing members to the Cultural Committee, providing for service without compensation, providing for an effective date.
We have one speaker, former Commissioner and State Representative Gwen Clark-Reed.
Gwen Clark-Reed, 1430 Southwest 6th Way, Deerfield Beach. I noticed that in the appointments to this particular board, that there's someone who's already serving on the city board who's now being appointed to serve on this particular board, when this board also has alternates, people who have never served on committees or boards in this city. So I'd like to know, in our appointments to boards, is there any rules that say a person who's sitting as a regular board member on one of our boards can also be appointed to another board member, another board, when there are residents who have never served on boards as a regular member serving as alternates?
I believe it's the will of the commission, but we'll get an answer for you.
We don't have the names here.
They're in the backup. Anyone else in the public?
Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street. I, for one, am excited to have additional members on the Cultural Committee with me, serving with me. Currently, we are far behind. We have nobody serving from District 1 yet. We will have one regular and one alternate from District 2. We will now have one from District 3. We do have 2 from District 4 and 2 from the mayor. But it would be nice to have a full committee. Once again, we have not had a full committee in probably 7 or 8 months minimum. We do have some great plans coming up for our Festival of the Arts coming up in January, and we do need to have the full support of the full entire committee to make that happen. So please get on fill in those spots if you have any vacancies.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public on item number 8? I'm going to close it to the public then.
Motion to approve.
Commissioner Parnas.
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Commissioner Preston. Mr. Soroka, you have a comment?
I do. I just reviewed the charter and the provisions regarding participation on city boards, and there is a provision that says no person shall serve simultaneously on more than one board during the term of office. So if there is an issue and there is consecutive service, you should probably take that into consideration and address it accordingly.
Okay. All right. So while we have a motion and a second, it sounds like there's an issue. We might have to table this item.
I don't know why.
I don't know if there's multiple appointments.
I don't have
in that
any.
item.
Yeah, you have somebody that's being appointed to the cultural committee who also serves on an education advisory board.
Correct. I do.
Can we stop the chatter in the audience, please? Thank you.
Okay. Well, we'll
Vice Mayor
remove-
Drosky?
I would recommend that we approve Commissioner Preston's nominee tonight, and based upon the charter language,
Fine.
either disapprove or have Mr.
I'll
Barnes
withdraw it. I'll withdraw it.
Okay, we're going to withdraw. You're going to amend the motion then?
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Preston, you still second it?
Yes.
Okay.
And just for clarification for the board, so the motion as amended would just be to approve the appointment of Commissioner Preston's nominee, Ms. Esley, or Esley, if I'm saying that. Easley, excuse me. Sorry for butchering your name. My apologies.
It's a trend tonight. Okay, we have we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, passes unanimously.
Item number 9 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, reappointing Gwendolyn Clark Reed and appointing Michael Lubin to the Deerfield Beach Education Advisory Board, providing for service without compensation and effective date.
Anyone from the public care to comment on item number 9?
Yes, quickly. Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. I'm so happy to hear that Michael Lubin is going to be joining the Education Advisory Board. I know him, and I think it's a wonderful addition, and I wholeheartedly think you should approve him.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Looking for a motion and close it to the public?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion Commissioner Preston, seconded by Commissioner Hudak. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, passes unanimously.
The next item is item number 10, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, appointing members to the Marine Advisory Board, providing for service without compensation and effective date.
Anyone from the public care to comment on this item? Not seeing anyone come forward, close it to the public.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, passes unanimously.
Item number 11, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, reappointing Terrence Glunt as a regular member and Mark Damiano as an alternate member to the Community Appearance Board, providing for service without compensation and effective date.
Anyone from the public care to comment on item number 11? Not seeing it, I'm going to close it.
Motion to approve. Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Parnas, second from Commissioner Hudak. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? No. Item 12.
Item 12 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, appointing members to the Planning and Zoning Board, providing for service without compensation and effective date.
Anyone from the public care to comment on item number 12? I'll close it to the public. Commission.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Parnas, second by Commissioner Preston. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Passes unanimously.
Item number 13 is a...
Take a couple minutes before moving on, or?
Let's pause for 2 minutes, if that's all right. Is that enough? How about 3? Okay. We'll take a 2-minute recess. We'll come back at 10:40. Okay.
Should take advantage while I have it. Thank you.
That'd be Camel. That'd be Camel. Amateur hour.
Yeah, we'll just amend the rest of
Bill.
Yeah.
Did you get my text?
No, I did not. What you got?
It's fine.
Just me looking at it, just
So nobody got hurt in that, let me,
I don't know. I'll look into it. I'll talk to him. But I wasn't ready to make the opinion otherwise on the fly, reading the
No,
language
it's
in the
fine.
charter. So,
Yeah, I ended up being three.
I mean, if I go, we go back
Yeah,
and look at it.
I read this. How horrible.
Thank you.
Yeah, that is horrible. You know, the guy basically is using it as a shield. It's disgusting.
but you finally got him out.
In the house, dead rats, live rats. At least 3 young babies. Joe. But he's going to jail, you know, and kids are in state custody.
Better than, yeah.
What you can do is the issue that I texted you about was that it looks like we don't even know how the call came in. When we called the number back, it's this week. Probably someone being an idiot.
I'm sure.
Well, just be cautious.
Yes, I know. So I didn't approve it for this. It's gotta be a clerical error.
But I, saw that backup, and that's why I questioned it.
No, thank you, because I didn't do that one. I only did one, and that's a renewal on a committee. Eric. Take more than 1 second. Go do it. I ain't gonna do it.
There is, some things that are concerning. Do you want to sign up? I do. Oh, you did. Perfect. Congratulations. What's that?
I will stop by the office this week. I'll find out what I'm missing. Monday night, I have a meeting in the village. In the village, and I'll get some. Hello, Courtney. What are we gonna do with these? We're already continuing. We catch it. $500 a day. Right. We're gonna take it out of the event.
No, we cancel. The opportunity I have to getting it.
And you saw that I will be out of town. I'll be out of town, but I replied to them and said, I will not be there, but the staff and the vice mayor do so much.
$300 a day, that they won't be hiring illegals. Because the word will get out, oh my God, it cost me $700 in fines in a real site, then it'll stop. Master Management tells me, if I call you in, they can't stop you.
Yeah, that's another conversation.
They won't do it.
On the fly, looking at that language in the charter, like some code provision, I'd rather be safe.
You call me in as a relative. I I don't know. How are you gonna stop it? How are you gonna stop this? It's like cars, like, what do you mean? He can't know. Then when he's there, he's fixing his city. But they do this, they take a picture of the license plate when the truck comes and all of that. But they can't refuse it. I bring you in, how could they refuse to let my cousin just came back? That's their.
Call this meeting back.
I see it every day.
If we could, everybody please come back so we can start again.
Yes, please. I'm shooting for 1:30.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen.
I would like it quick.
Okay, item number 13.
Item number
Attorney.
Item number 13 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving a facility use and grant agreement with DPR Youth Enrichment Association for Academics and Athletics, Inc. for the Packer Rattlers youth football, cheerleading, and academic support programs, approving a $55,000 grant to support the youth football and cheerleading programs within the city, providing for execution, severability, and an effective date.
Is anyone making the presentation?
Thank you, Mayor. If I could, I'd like for the city attorney to kind of talk a little bit about the nuts and bolts of the terms and conditions of the agreement, and then allow the applicant, we'll call them, to speak on the item as well, and then I can follow up with some budgetary concerns, all after, of course, I allow the City Commission to say anything that they need to.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. At the last meeting, when the similar item came up to support the registration and authorize the use of the fields for registration for the Packer Rattlers, I was given specific direction with respect to what a facility use agreement should look like for this entity and potentially other entities as we move forward with dealing with youth sports in the city. And so I just wanted to go over a number of things that are now in this agreement and should be in a few, and which I would recommend in future similarly situated agreements as well. So the first thing we talked about was enhanced background checks, being explicit in the agreement about what those requirements are. So there's a full section in there now that is very explicit. In other words, not just relying on, hey, you have to comply with the city code in the background screening section. The second item is, and by the way, that applies to all board members and volunteers. And if any board member or volunteer playing with youth sports at any particular time does violate that policy or becomes disqualified, the agreement does provide that that individual would not be able to participate in any of the programs within the city or on any city fields with the youth sports. And that was a specific directive of the commission at the last meeting, or at least some of the commissioners at the last meeting. The second thing is audit rights. We have them. They're in the agreement. They have to maintain the records, and we have the right to audit for up to 3 years after the termination of the agreement or expiration of the agreement. The third thing, there is a provision in there that requires them to comply with all applicable federal, state, and local laws. There were some issues about potentially things in the past that may have occurred, and so that may be criminal in nature. That would address that. Fourth, there's beefed up provision about damage to city fields and what the city's rights are in that regard. Five, this is similar to prior agreements, but just wanted to point it out again. You do have termination rights, both for cause and for convenience, should you need them. Six, it requires the submission of financials to the city upon request, and also a tax return for the fiscal year in which the entity participated if they're seeking use of their nonprofit status, as this is, and seeking use of city fields without direct payment for those fields. And the seventh thing is there's a little change in the funding mechanism, which I think the manager is going to get into during his portion. So I'm here to answer any questions, but just wanted to go over the list that was provided to me before and lay that out for you and tell you that that's all in here. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager? Do you have any comments?
Mayor, not at this time. If I could defer to the
applicant?
To the applicant and then address anything after that.
Okay. Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Tyrone Philpott, 5808 Australian Pine Drive, Tamarack, Florida.
Theodore Riley, 22940 Old Inlet Bridge Drive, Boca Raton, Florida, 33433.
All right, so we appreciate you guys taking this in. I think it's a very big move for the city of Deerfield, for our youth to have the opportunity to come back and play football in Deerfield. We lost over the last few years a great majority of the youth football participants. It's a very big thing for particularly District 2. I think we want to expand district-wide if we can. We actually went out to Constitution Park. We didn't have much success out there, but we didn't really have many avenues to advertise, but we want to reach out further. We've had some conversations. Commissioner Vice Mayor Drosky brought up the budget issue. We've done a preliminary budget prior to that meeting, but we have surmised, and I think you guys got the budget, the $55,000 to house 400 kids, which is our projection, limiting the teams to 25 participants per team, is a low amount, and we would just like to address that. We've gotten some other budgets we've compared. I know that the Parks and Rec director has reached out to Pop Warner, which is the league that we're going to be participating in. Essentially, we're starting up from scratch. We have no equipment. We want to make sure that we're being safe. I think his number that he got from Pop Warner was approximately 350 kids, $50 per kid, which kind of aligns to the budget that we submitted. We're not expecting that full amount, obviously, but we would like to have some consideration for a budget that is more conducive to what we're trying to do.
Thank you. Any comments? Okay. Commission, how do you want to do this? Do you want to open it to the public first before we speak? Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. We have some questions. I think we have people signed up for this item. Thank you. Gwen Clark-Reed.
Gwen Clark-Reed, 1430 Southwest 6th Way, Deerfield Beach. And let me just start by saying my questions that I'm going to be asking do not reflect my feelings about the Packer Rattlers. They are questions that I have in going over what they submitted, and I have questions. So I don't want anybody up here telling me about I'm speaking about people's personal feelings. I'm not. I'm asking questions. First of all, I'd like to know this money that's being asked for by the Packer Rattlers or DPR Youth Achievement Organization, and I'm not clear where Packer Rattlers falls in under DPR. I'm not very clear about how this corporation is registered, and I don't see a federal not-for-profit listed, an organizational certificate or anything listed in the backup material. If you have it, it's not there. I want to know, is this money coming out of this year's budget that they're asking for, or is it coming out of next year's budget? And if it's coming out of next year's budget, don't we need to wait until we start to have budget submissions and budget hearings to deal with this, as far as that's concerned? I also just heard from Mr. Philpott that there's no equipment no uniforms, no nothing for this, for the Packer Rattlers. Well, I was at the last meeting and I was heard all about the things that they did and how they won championships and they played and whatever. What happened to that equipment and what happened to those uniforms? Okay? And I would also like us to remember that we are spending the public's money. We are looking to give the public's money to the Packer Rattlers or anybody else. Also, I want to know, is it up to $55,000 or is it $55,000 that we're giving them? Thank you.
Thank you. Kitty Freitag?
Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street. Again, I also kind of preempt what Gwendolyn said. Don't take this personally. It's just me. A couple of interesting things that I caught at the last meeting as well, with them saying that they do need all of these new uniforms, they need all this stuff brand new. Yet at the beginning of the meeting last couple weeks ago, it started out that it was going to be one field. They just needed one field, and then all of a sudden it became one field plus $55,000. Commissioner Preston is saying, well, you know, we got to get them off the ground. Well, haven't they been off the ground? They've been playing for over 40 years. Just saying. So here's my point. So with the city giving this money and the use of the fields to support the Packer Rattlers organizations, I want to see the Packer Rattlers organization supporting the city for once. The city that has been bashed for the last 4 years is giving the organization what they want now. I want to see them giving back. There are many organizations that are 501c3 charitable that give back to the city on a regular basis. We take care of the kids at the city on a regular basis through dictionaries and thesauruses. We give every single child that goes to a Deerfield Beach school a dictionary in the 3rd grade and a thesaurus in the 4th grade. We give every single kindergartner in every single Deerfield Beach school a book to take home to read over the summer. I'd like to see either the McDougals and the Packer Rattlers step up to the plate and do this too. Now it's time for the Packer Rattlers and the McDougall Foundations to step up and support our city. There are many ways through beach cleanups, road cleanups, mentoring younger students, working with the Best Buddies programs, to volunteering for Founders Day and walking in the parades for Founders and for Martin Luther King Day. There are many volunteer opportunities for these children to learn what it means to receive and give back. Let's make it a two-way street, and you will see more support from your city and your community. Let us see you, Rattlers and Bison, in your shirts out alongside all of us.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
Rita Massey, 349 Northeast 19th Avenue. I take exception as referring to them as these children. The Packer Rattlers have had a bum rap for the last 4 years. It was totally unfair what they went through. These people are sports people. They're not educators. The educators take care of educating the children, and the sports directors take care of the sports end of their lives. These children have been denied the opportunity that they should have been allowed. As a taxpayer in Deerfield Beach, I am 100%, and I will march with them again for donations to get everything that they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. I actually think it's great that you're making the Packer Rattlers jump through a whole bunch of hoops and making sure that everything is above board and all the I's are dotted and all the T's are crossed. I just wish the two commissioners and the mayor who have been sitting here had the same concern for Barwis Performance and Athletic Angels that they're showing now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
My name is Angela Storr. I live at 1041 Southwest 8th Avenue. I have a question. Where is this, if you're gonna get a pack around that's $55,000, what's gonna happen with the Bisons? Is Bison still a city team? What's going on with that?
We'll get answers for you, ma'am.
Oh, you want to ask them? Oh, okay.
Anyone else?
My final appearance at the plate. Dan Turner, 1278 Southeast 7th Court. It's not these children or those children, it's the children. And from what I've seen as a new resident to this community, albeit a native of South Florida, I don't know many that have been here much longer than me, including some of the senior members in this room. I can't stomach the way children have been used as pawns by most everybody in this room. You guys have made decisions to get rid of teams. Our former city manager makes decisions to allow people to come in that displaces other people. This is absolutely unacceptable. It's disgusting in its nature that children would become affected by everybody's political motivations, former council people, current council people, 55,000, 155,000, with what this city lost by not having Ricardo's soccer league in here producing revenues, could have more than compensated for what the Rattlers need. So since everybody in this room has been systemically a part of it, then everybody in this room just basically bucket up, get these people on the playing field, get the other soccer kids back on their playing field so they're not sitting there playing in a gymnasium that I played in when I was a teenager over on 10th and Powerline. This is just ridiculous. You all have the money available to you. I've already said I'd sponsor them privately with what I can afford. Let's get this job done. Let's get these kids out on the playing field and let's us adults stop acting like children in the sandlot squabbling over who's right, who's wrong, this, that, and the other. These are kids we're talking about, and I promise you all this, and Mr. Attorney, take it to the bank. I'll go on social media tomorrow and start telling the world that this is not a family-friendly place. Y'all are really getting me aggravated. And I promise you, I'll take on the lawsuit if y'all want to call me defaming the city. I've got the money for a lawyer. I've got the money to give the Packer Rattlers, and so do you. Let's cut this out and get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
May Francis Fagan, 3500 Southwest Arturo Boulevard, City of Deerfield Beach. I think we're punishing the children for adults' behavior. Not the children. These are children, as some refer to them as the kids or whatever, how we refer to them as. But they're our children, and they deserve an opportunity, and they play from their hearts. Now, we just had one, and I see you, Mayor, you congratulated one of our, from the Packerellas, that's going to the NFL. Singletary.
Yes.
Singleton. You congratulated him, representing the city of Deerfield. He came from the Packerellas. He started out from the Packerellas. And now he's excelled now to go to the NFL to play for the Buffalo Bills. And with that being said, we're going to have others. We had one of the Heisman trophies that won the Heisman Trophy, but he did not want to associate. After we got rid of the Packerellas, he referred to go to Pompano. And he was a Heisman Trophy winner in 2017. Now, we have children that are grown up here, and they want to give back to this community. But when we are punishing them for what grown people do, they did not do what someone said that they did, that the betting, no. They wasn't betting. You could not be responsible. I can't be responsible for you. You can't be responsible for me. Each one of us have to account for what we do, not the children. They didn't bet or whatever, and whatever. This is 2019. We have a TV in every room. This is not 1950. When you watch that documentary, it did not say nothing about the Packer Rattlers. Right. It was a national debate that was stated. Not anything about Deerfield Packer Rattlers. They did not. It was Boca Raton. And they have more money than we do. But we're punishing the children for grown people's behavior? That's wrong. Give these children an opportunity, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
Well, Michelle Peterson, 270 Southeast Fifth Avenue, Deerfield. I was, to my belief, that the Packer Rattlers are back. They were accepted back. To my knowledge, I've seen how many kids have signed up and all that, and in their advertisement where it says, you know, how much it costs for a resident and out of resident for the fees. Also, what happened to Yuri was during his soccer program with this Barwis thing, that he was told not to come by a Barwis employee, but then somebody, and I don't remember his name, but I can get the name, from the city, told him that he was welcome back, I guess, after this exposure of this Barwis thing. And so he was excited.
Is this in reference to the Packer Rattlers?
Yeah, well,
okay.
Yeah, because of the Packer Rattlers had on their sign that says that they can come and play if you're not a city resident. So a Deerfield employee called Yuri after they said that he could come back and play the soccer, and then they called him back and says, no, you can't. We're going to get together and meet and decide whether you can have your soccer team here because you take kids that are out of the city of Deerfield. So I was putting that together with the Packer Rattlers, where they are taking people from out of the city, and then they told him Yuri he could come, and then told him he couldn't come, but they were going to let him know. So
But let's just stick to the Packer Rattlers,
right,
if that's
well,
all right.
that
Thank
had
you.
to do with it. So
Thank
thank you.
Yeah, there she goes again. Gloria Battle, 1240 Southwest.
I'm going to ask
Way,
everyone in the
Deerfield
audience to please be respectful of the speaker.
Yes, I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. Just to let the commission, just to remind you and to let the audience know, we never, at any point during our discussions about the Packer Rattlers, and we never used the kids as a pawn. We did provide alternate space or an alternate team for the children of Deerfield to play on, called the Bisons. It was the parents who chose not to have their children affiliate with the Bisons. We never used them as pawns. We welcomed them wholeheartedly, one way or the other. And I take offense to everybody who's gotten up here and said that we use these children as a pawn. The city of Deerfield has always provided adequate play space and play time for the children that want to be involved. And I appreciate that coming from the bottom of my heart, because if it had been any other way, I certainly would have made a stink about it. But we did not use that just for the sake of those people who are new to this issue, basically, coming before you about the Packer Rattlers. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? I don't see anybody. I'm going to close it to the public. Commission, Commissioner Preston, and Commissioner Parnas.
Well, actually, Commissioner Parnas.
All right, Commissioner Parnas then. I always go to him first.
That's okay. First of all, the problem we had with the Packer Rattlers was to defend the children. When there's drugs, liquor, gambling, undocumented coaches, that's not for the kids. They need to be protected from such goings on. Now we have the new Packer Rattlers with the new board and a promise that those things won't happen, because they shouldn't be happening. Children should be playing
and the spectators should be on the side just cheering and watching, not betting on youngsters playing ball. So they've cleaned up their act and we've welcomed them back. But our goal has always been not to deprive the children, but to protect them. They didn't have to be around drugs or alcohol or anything else. I coached Little League for 12 years. The first thing I told parents, say nothing, sit in the stands and cheer. I don't want to see a can of beer. I don't want you smoking near the field. I don't want you yelling at children. They're here to play to the best of their ability. One question I do have, and I'm hoping somehow you work it out, Packer Rattlers. Every kid that puts a uniform on gets to play. I don't care if he can't tie his shoes. He should play some. Do you hear where I'm coming from? You know, Little League has a rule, 6-inning game, every kid plays half a game, 3 innings. Even if he can't pick up a ball, if you hand it to him, he gets to play half a game. Because it's not winning, it's teaching how to play. And you win some and you lose some, and they have to learn how to lose too. So it's about the children, not about the adults. It's the adults that made it impossible for the city to allow children to be on those fields. And now that it's fixed, welcome home. Love to have you. Let's keep it that way. Children first. Everything else is not important. Thank you.
Commissioner Preston.
You've heard a lot of comments tonight about a lot of different things. Kids not being used for pawns, kids being used for pawns. The point is this. For the last 4 years, the Packer Rattlers received no money. There was a person that stood up and said, well, what happened, what's been happening with the Packer Rattlers? Well, they didn't have any money because this city didn't give them any money. Didn't help out the kids that lived in this community. And you can say you weren't playing pawns, you weren't using the kids as pawns, then we can give it another name. We can do whatever, you can say whatever you want. But the fact of the matter is those kids were not treated fairly. It was wrong what happened. And the people in District 2 decided with me. They said it's not wrong. This is wrong what's happened to our kids. They needed somebody to stand up and deal with it.
No. Ma'am, please.
So people can get mad all they want. This is the decision of the community. I'm really happy about people in District 1 and District 3 and 4 as well, because you won't believe the amount of support of people that have called me just to say something encouraging. Commissioner. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I'm being interrupted by.
Are you?
Yes.
I'm so sorry. Please be respectful of the speaker.
The fact of the matter is, there was a very poor job done with how these kids were dealt with. I would ask this commission to look at every dollar of the budget that was submitted. Nobody arbitrarily just put down numbers because a budget was asked for. What we're trying to do is change something that's very negative. Most of these kids need mentors. A lot of these kids need direction. But unfortunately, let me just tell you, the coaches and everybody that's involved with it, they're not getting paid. So every dollar that was submitted on that budget was submitted for a reason. For the last 4 years, the Packer Rattlers have nothing, and it was said that, to help them out because they're upstart. Well, they are. If you have no money, what do you call that? I will guarantee you, if we were to go to other organizations and submit a budget of $55,000 and ask this question, can you run a program on that amount of money? They would tell you resoundingly no. It's important that we realize that, you know, when they were preparing this budget, it wasn't like they said, okay, there's a budget being asked for, let's just go through this and just give them an outlandish number. Every dollar on that budget for this year will help strengthen the organization, put it back on its feet, point kids in the right direction. Isn't this really about us doing what we can do to make sure that these kids have the best chance that they can to improve their situation? There's an educational component to this. This is not just football. You know, listen, I'm a big football person. My son received a Division I scholarship to play on the major college level. It was a great honor. I got a chance to sit in front of, 60,000 people and watch him play. But you know what? You know what I put first to him and told him? Education first. Education first. There's an educational component to this of pointing kids, because let's be realistic. What are the kids' chances of really making it to the NFL? It's not good. But you can use this, first of all, to give kids something to do, and to use the educational component to make sure, first of all, that they get out of high school. And if we address it the right way when they're 14, 15 years old, if we're doing the right things and committing the money that we should commit to this organization, we keep them from being dangerous. We keep them from being dangerous. Just over by my, over by my residence today, there was a helicopter in the air, and there was an armed robbery. The first thing that I thought about was the ages of the kids or those people that was involved. Oftentimes, these kids with no direction, they make poor decisions. They make very poor decisions. Tyrone Philpott is a college graduate. He played major college football. Ted Riley is a college graduate. These are good people to be able to help to do the right thing to point these kids in the direction. I will tell you right now, $55,000 isn't enough. We ought to give them double that for this year to help them get back on their feet, because that organization was on life support. It was just about over for them. And just for us to nitpick and say, but we've spent money in a lot of other situations. These set of circumstances are a bit different. And we're charged with the responsibility of always looking at the people's money. But you can hear the people out there, and they're not all coming from District 2, but they're asking this commission to do what's right for the kids. Give them a chance. The $55,000 that you give, should you give it, isn't that you're being generous. It's needed to help create opportunity. What do you want? Do you want these kids to travel in the right direction, or you want to go out and see them make mistakes? Because I'm going to tell you, the $55,000 that we're asking for is actually cheap. That's nothing. Try to put them in the penal system. As soon as you put them in the penal system, you got to pay for their food, the housing, their clothes, the medical. That's a lot more than $55,000. But we can use this opportunity to bring these kids together. And I will tell you something else. You will not only make the people in District 2 happy, but you'll make a lot of people in District 1 happy because they care, because they've called me. I hear them. You'll make a lot of people in District 3 happy because they've called me. They're concerned. And in District 4 as well. And that's what I'm happy about, because it tells me it's not District 2 kids, but it's the city of Deerfield Beach's kids. It's our kids. And when we're dealing with an our problem situation, we got a lot better chance to make sure that it's going to go in the right direction. I would urge this commission to consider every dollar that's on that budget and pass it, because it's the right thing to do.
Vice Mayor Drosky.
Thank you, Mayor. I support the Packer Rattlers. I support them coming back. But when reviewing the backup, I do have some legitimate questions and legitimate concerns tonight. So I think if we're going to reach consensus tonight, there's going to have to be some compromise. I think we want to do the right thing. I think we want to have a 5-0 vote tonight, but that's going to require some compromise on all of our behalf. Before I get into Packer Rattlers specifically, let me just talk about youth athletics in general. If you were to take a survey and look at municipalities and how they run their youth athletic programs, the world does it much differently than Deerfield Beach. We are the anomaly. Cities use youth athletics as a revenue generator for their program. We pay money out. We are the opposite of what's going on out there. There are opportunities for sponsorships, there are corporate grants, there are public grants, but there are very, very, very few municipal grants. We are the outlier when it comes to this. So this year it's too late for the Packer Rattlers, but I would like the city manager to come up with, along with the parks director, to come up with a youth athletic league policy for our city going forward to kind of govern some of these issues we've been talking about tonight, about field play usage, about permits, about profits, about nonprofits, and how we do this. We need a comprehensive policy going forward. So I think that we address a lot of these particular issues. I don't know why there's not other grants that are being sought, why the city is the sole source here. What other corporate responsibilities are out there? What other opportunities and sponsorships and grants have been sought other than the city of Deerfield Beach? If you were to do just some internet research, which I did, you will find 1 million sites out there with 1 million pieces of information on how youth athletic leagues are run. And again, they are not municipal run for the large part. There's just one website in particular, and I'm going to read a whole long list here, so you're going to have to bear with me. But the Society for Nonprofits lists a long, long list on their websites of funding availabilities for youth athletics in our country. And it's not just related to football, it's for sports across the board. The Access Fund supports climbing. The American Alpine Club supports climbing. The American Hiking Society, well, I think that speaks for itself. Balance Bar promotes physical health youth programs. Baseball Tomorrow. Bikes Belong. The Bill Belichick Foundation, which may be a sore subject down here, but supports coaching mentorships for youth athletic leagues. The Boat US Foundation. The Challenged Athletes Foundation, which is for youth athletics for children in wheelchairs. Kaboom, which we had right here in the city of Deerfield Beach for playgrounds. The N7 Fund, which is sponsored by Nike, is just for Native American sports. The National Shooting Sports Foundation, the NFL Youth Football Fund, Nickelodeon, Nike, the Patty Foundation, which supports underwater science issues as related to sports, People for Bikes, Polaris, which supports ATV riding, the Tony Hawk Foundation, which supports skateboarding, the United States Golf Association, the United States Soccer Foundation, the United States Tennis Association, USA Football, and USA Swimming Foundation is but a short list of the opportunities for grants that I found just in maybe a couple hours worth of research online. I think we need to seriously reconsider how we are operating youth athletics here in the city of Deerfield Beach. Now I'll get off my soapbox because that's going forward. That doesn't do anything for us tonight. The questions that I have, I think this is more for the city attorney. I think there's a small loophole with respect to the background checks and the board members. I think we talked about that previously tonight, that can be fixed. That I just want to make sure that I say this properly. Basically, that if the board members, have an adverse background check, that they are, able to continue to be on the board even though they may not be on the field. And I think that's a loophole that needs to be fixed. as far as the $55,000 goes, I wasn't on the commission, but I pulled up a bunch of minutes and a bunch of research on this particular matter. There was the resolution 2016/108 signed June 7, 2016 by Mayor Gene Robb, which gave the McDougal Foundation, which ran the Bison's program, $45,000. That's $45,000 in 2016. And the reason that it was $45,000 in 2016 is the foundation is requesting funding, $45,000, for the initial year of programming, which will be utilized to jumpstart quality tackle football and cheer programs and offset first season costs. So if we gave $45,000 in year one, and then that went to $55,000 thereafter, but the reason it went to $55,000 because their program expanded. It wasn't just football and cheerleading anymore. It was an entire youth athletics league program here in the city. So I think, you know, to compare it to apples and apples, I think $45,000 would be more appropriate to keep it apples to what we've done here as our record here in the city of Deerfield Beach, because we have not only a responsibility to the kids and to protect them, but we also have a responsibility to the other taxpayers, the other 80,000 residents here in the city of Deerfield Beach as well. We are stewards of the public coffers. Commissioner Preston, you said as much when we talked about the former city manager's longevity pay, that we are stewards of the public coffers, that we should have gone after that longevity pay, and that was the right thing to do. And we also have to protect those taxpayers here in the city of Deerfield Beach, which are not involved in youth athletics. And there's a difficult balancing test there, but we have a history, we have a path, we have an example to go by, and I think that's the fairest thing to do in this situation. We have folks that come to every meeting that look at how we spend public dollars, and I'm sure that they would be, you know, fit mad if we were to just give out money, you know, without any explanation for it. And I don't think that we have that explanation here tonight, and I don't want to be subject to attack because we're just giving money out without any explanation for it. So I think based upon the history of what we've done as a youth athletic program here in the city of Deerfield Beach, that would be fair. In my opinion, I'm certainly willing to listen to the rest of my colleagues' opinion. But going forward, I think we need to, you know, look at what we're doing with our youth athletics here in the city of Deerfield Beach. I'm so glad that the Packer Rattlers coming back, and I'm glad that you brought it, you know, forward. But there has to be some compromises and some responsibility in how we implement this going forward. So I'll reserve the rest of my comments for later.
Thank you. Commissioner Hudak?
I also have some concerns. I don't think there's anybody in the room here who doesn't, look after the youth. And to say that it's the commission's fault that the Packer Rattlers are in this situation, I don't think is fair, first of all. The second thing I want to say is, we're talking about the 2019 budget of $55,000, and then come October, I presume we're talking about another $55,000 for the 2020 budget, which conveniently adds up to $110,000. And so I'm curious as to, is the city going to be responsible for funding the entire league? From what I understand, this is more of a reimbursement as opposed to a complete upfront distribution, but I'd want some clarity on that as well. I am for the Packer Rattlers, and I want this to move forward, but as my colleague said, the same individuals who come up here who are berating us for not looking out for the youth are the same individuals who are going to come up here and say we gave away $110,000 worth of the citizens' money. And so I also want to make sure that we're doing it the right way and for the right reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager?
Well, thank you, Mayor. I do want to just, if I may, speak on the funding side of things, just for clarification. So, in the agreement that's before you is a $55,000 what we would refer to as a grant because it meets the community participation grant requirements. The way in which this would work, it would be reimbursement-based or allocation-based request. So rather than just handing over $55,000, we would be working with the Bison on reimbursing them for their expenses. I apologize. The Packer Rattlers, we would be providing them with up to $55,000 as it is in the agreement today for reimbursement of expenses or for any supplies, equipment, and so on, so forth, requests that they may have, and we'd pay for that out of that line item that we have put together for them in anticipation of tonight's agenda item.
Okay. Thank you. From here, Commissioner Preston and Commissioner Parnas.
Commissioner Drosky was saying that he brought out a price of $45,000, but you have to really consider the commitment of that money. I could just tell you one major expense right away, because you got to have police details at these facilities. So right off the top, you know, you got $45,000, now you're down to 30, and you haven't done anything for the kids, not a single thing. And if you do that, you end up with a small amount of money to actually commit to the organization. So you have to realize where the money is going. So if you were to do that, you actually have to consider, and I would ask you to consider waiving something so that the money goes directly to the organization so they can use it. You give them $45,000, I don't know how much it costs, $10,000, $15,000 or whatever it is for details, so that's gone. Right off the top. So it's not just a thing of picking numbers, it's how that money is committed to what they're trying to do overall.
Commissioner Parnas?
Let's look at it from a practical point of view. I say give them the money, and I'll tell you why. What gasoline cost 2 years ago? Does it cost the same? Did it cost less now than it did 2 years ago? No. And the way it's set up is they submit a bill, we reimburse them. Am I correct? So maybe they'll spend $55,000, maybe they won't. The point is we're going to know what the money is spent for, and that's a good thing. We control what they do. That to me is important. But to say, well, I have to answer for a youth program that works with our kids, no. Sorry, I don't buy it. Give them the money. If we're welcoming back the Packer Rattlers, let them start on the right foot. Good equipment, good jerseys. If they need police details to protect them, fine. Let's give them an opportunity to run a good program. If they don't, there's red ink and there's black ink. Things can change if they don't live up to their promise. But in the meanwhile, I go with an open mind and give them every opportunity to prove that whoever stopped them was wrong, and they can now do it right. I don't apologize for what the commission did. The commission did what they did to protect the kids from bad parenting by the coaches, by the people that ran the program. You got new people, let's open our hearts, let's open with an open mind and give them what they need to run a good program. I'll even make a motion to support the $55,000.
Excuse me, no comments from the audience, please. I think everybody's had their turn, if you don't mind. I'm going to cut through some of the hypocrisy here. There's not a person in this audience, with the exception of maybe 3 people, and I'm not going to mention these ladies' names, that have been involved with the Packer Rattlers, have been around this, longer than I have, be quite frank with you. I sat here in 2008 when they tried to apply for the very first time background checks brought forward by Bernard Adams and got kind of chastised for even trying to do that. I sat here as a private citizen in the audience. It's lovely to hear all these people supposedly now so passionate about this. I'm glad they are. But let's not fool yourselves. Where were you? You guys weren't around. Nobody cared. Cornelius Riley, who used to be the president of that, didn't go to his District 2 commissioner back then to seek money when they ran out of money for the cheerleaders to be able to go to a competition, or they didn't have enough money to cover the referees back years ago. You know who he came to? He came to the District 4 commissioner, who sat there and worked with them on it and made sure they got funding to do it. Where were you? You weren't here. So let's spare me the, oh, this is so wonderful, let's do it for the kids. No kidding. Do you think we really wouldn't want to do it for the kids? I tell you this right now, all of you would be really raising hell if the issues that we had with this organization were applied to any other organization and we allowed our kids to work with the organization. You would have a problem with it. This is a political football and it shouldn't be. Knock it off. Don't grandstand here and do this. It's ridiculous. You want to take shots and say, well, gosh, you know, maybe if you looked at other organizations this tight, we're doing it right, and I think that's what the Packer Rattlers want, and it's what they deserve. Packer Rattler organizations had a long history in the city of Deerfield Beach, a lot longer than some of you combined. All right? It deserves to move forward. It always has. But the problem is, let's not fool ourselves and act like they were running a clean ship. They weren't. The president of this new organization can't even get the helmets or the equipment from the people last year. So then tell me that it has something to do with money. No, it has to do with egos, and it has to do with grown-ups using kids as pawns. Sitting up here wasting our breath preaching to us about it's all about the kids, we know that. It's about the kids and doing right by them, but it's also being responsible when it comes to taxpayer dollars, which we've all proven on both sides. When it comes to kids, you do the right thing, and when it comes to the taxpayer dollars, you do the right thing. That's what we're supposed to do. So I'm glad that all of you are suddenly on board with this, and it's Packer Rattlers, not Packard Rattlers with a D at the end of it, okay? So it's Packer Rattlers. I'm glad you're involved. Stay with it. But if you go away, I'm going to call you out every single time. I've been doing this a long time. I've watched it through every phase. I know what the problems are. I know what the problems aren't with this. Some of the problems we have here, I'm a little concerned about moving forward. You've got the right man in the position to run this. I think Tyrone Philpott is a perfect person to do this. I'm disappointed he's no longer a Deerfield Beach resident. I'll cut him a break on that. The other gentleman, you're not a Deerfield Beach resident. I love when the Packer Rattlers came up here and said it's all about the kids, the local kids, and half of them had addresses in Lauderdale Lakes or anywhere else all around. So it disappointed me to hear that, but I know your heart's in Deerfield Beach, so I'm good with that. And for those of you who don't know, Tyrone Philpott was a coach for Deerfield Beach High School, still teaches there, and he's actually a coach over in Coral Springs. I believe that's the case. So I think this is the right person to move forward, but there are some serious concerns that I have looking at this. First off, if you were going to bring this forward like it came forward originally, we had a magic number brought up, $55,000, and I called it out at the time. Why do we suddenly have $55,000 as the request? It seemed weird. It happened to match up exactly to what the Bison were given. And let me tell you this, don't tell me that we shortchanged the kids. They had options. The parents chose not to take them to the Bison because it was a political football. It would be different if we killed football entirely in this city and left those kids no options. We didn't do that. It's a shame it went the way it did, but I think, unfortunately, it's what had to be done to get it back to the right way. Looking at this budget, you've actually submitted a budget for $146,000 to get off the ground. That's what this says. So just doing some things, in my conversations with Tyrone Philpott, was the main thing is getting the uniforms off the ground. It's unfortunate, and let's call it out. The people that ran it before, everybody said how great they were and what a great job they did. They clearly weren't doing a good job. They ran it into the ground, and they don't even have the guts to give up the equipment to the new president and what they're doing. That's disappointing. But they need the uniforms. And they, not just the uniforms, they need the pads, they need the helmets, they need the essentials also. Because when you talk about first aid kits and everything like that, I think that's part of it. Now, Tyrone only talked to me about the uniforms. Now, you got to figure cheer in there also, because if you total that all up just for that, it's $72,950 based on what your estimates are. I have no idea where those numbers are coming from as far as compared to what kind of numbers you're going to bring in. So you might end up, like, this might be shooting for pie in the sky, and I believe that's the way it's been explained to me. And Mr. Philpart, you might want to come up here since I'm talking about you and you're the one that's, and both you gentlemen, since you're on the board. But the background, you said about waiving things, the city does. In this budget, excuse me, Rita, please. In your budget, you talk about background checks. The city of Deerfield Beach pays 100% full for all the level 2 background checks. It's something we did years ago because we wanted to do right by the kids and make sure that if we're going to request that and demand that we pay for it. And that's what we're willing to do, and we do that with other organizations. So that's already taken off the top there. You're using the fields without a fee that I see in here also. That's taken off the top as well, Commissioner. But my other real concern is the business model you're presenting us. I see no way that you're going to survive after this $55,000. And what concerned me is in my conversation with you, said, well, this is to get us started. You will probably come back later for more money. Now, I think the way it was explained to me that was that might be for like refurbishment of some of the equipment after the season, and I can understand that. But this business model has really got me concerned. I'll tell you why. Your essential costs, dues and insurance, travel for away games, security and referees, that's $26,500 right there. On top of that, that's for all the uniforms you said, $9,000 for cheer, $12,000 for practice uniforms, $13,000 for game uniforms, $10,000 for pads, $25,000 for helmets, and then another almost $4,000 for the, what I say the essentials, which is the first aid kits and everything like that, which I would certainly want you to have. The background checks alone would have cost you $4,620, but we're taking care of that. On top of that, that's all these other things that you would need to do. You're asking for $8,000 for concessions here in this budget. Now, the good part about it is you're going to make money on that. So that's a really good thing. The other thing I will give you credit for is you're putting in $10,000 for sponsorships. I think that's great. And I'll tell you why. Because in the past, with the Packer Rattlers, and when I had problems years ago, when we started asking for the IRS information on it, they would say, well, we did a fundraiser. We had a fundraiser. It cost us $400 to do it. You know how much money they raised? $400. Not exactly a good business model either. My other problem that you guys, the approach you've taken is you didn't consult this. You're coming to the city to be the full financer of this organization. And yet you decided on your own to not charge this first year. That's not going to give you any seed money moving forward. Now, you are going to do a charge for non-resident kids, which is good. But and you explained to me the reason why, because you really need to get the numbers up. And I totally understand that. But I don't think that sets you up for success. So I don't want any of us to fool ourselves in thinking this is the last bit of money we would have to put forward. I don't want to set you up for failure. Okay, and I think you guys have taken that approach a little bit with your business model that you've done. The other thing that concerned me, and I think we've got this resolved, is the last meeting when you came up, and as someone pointed out, it was just get us a field, then it was maybe not the dollars, maybe yes the dollars, but you have people with the organization that their checkered background is a problem. You had someone stand up and said they were a member of the board and they'd just been arrested 2 years ago for shoplifting. Not exactly somebody I want around my kids. You've got somebody currently on your board that 6 years ago was arrested for felony charges of aggravated assault with serious physical injury and aggravated assault strangulation. Those charges were dropped, but the background checks still apply to them. Whether the charges were dropped or not, unless they've got something that proves that they were proven innocent, they'll have to go through the process of trying to be cleared by the magistrate. That doesn't set you off on the right foot with me.
I understand. I can tell you that that person has gone through a level 2 for their current job, so they will be cleared. That is not. I understand.
That's not the way our ordinance reads.
I understand.
Okay, so it doesn't set you off on a good foot with me when I see that. But I think that all of those things can be overcome because I know your heart's in the right place and what you're looking to do. I just am looking at your business model and I have no idea where you're going to be able to afford your essential cost, travel, security, referees, where you're going to take the $55,000 and put it towards uniforms and still have enough to do all these other things that seem fairly essential.
Well, I mean, in all fairness, the $55,000 was not our number. We had a budget. We were not involved in that process. So when
In what process?
The 55, when the 55,000 that came up was not our number.
Okay.
So we weren't in that conversation. So, you know, Commissioner Drosky asked if we had a budget. We have a budget, so we went back, we revisited. I think if you bring in the Parks and Rec director, they've done a budget. It resembles what we came up with. It's just unfortunate. It's expensive. We can play around with substandard equipment and take chances with our kids. It's a real number, and we want to do this the right way. We don't want to take $55,000 and be in harm's way. I think the only thing, you know, if we're seeing that number, are we going to say we reduce our numbers? Do we lock some kids out? Cut the numbers in half so that we can make it work? How do we make that judgment if we have 400 kids coming out to play? How do we make that decision to say, okay, but we'll have to cap it. We're at your mercy. So we're going to have to make this work with the budget. So if we get 55,000 and we say, you know, we had a model, we projected 400 and we can only afford 100, then we'll have to make that decision. But, you know, I don't think long-term, youth football is something that us as volunteers can fund ourselves. We want to work with the city, grant opportunities. I know the league that we're in has some grant opportunities. We're late in the game right now. It's unfair. And right now, we're locked out of several leagues. We're happy with the league that we're in, but there are kids who are committed to other organizations. We want to get our Deerfield kids back. There was a model that, you know, they went out and they recruited. Like you were saying, they put kids on the back of trucks and brought them from Fort Lauderdale. We don't like that model. We want to be attractive to the kids of Deerfield Beach so that we represent them. They represent us. And we do the right thing.
And I'm going to pause you just for a moment because that's a really good point. It's something you and I discussed. That's what was going on with the last team that was here. As great as they supposedly were, they're traveling down to Fort Lauderdale to bring in ringers. Used to do that when I was in junior high, doing that also. Because quite frankly, I sucked on the field, so they needed somebody to play better than I did. But that's what they used to do. And I'm glad you're not doing that. You're doing the right thing, and that's why I know you're the right people to do this. I just am worried about the business model, and I appreciate you modifying it to be able to adjust that. What I would rather do in looking at this, and we've got to make sure that there are no IRS issues, that you still have your status, that everything is in line with that. What I'd rather do is say, whatever kids you get, you know, I think you're going to have to come up with a number that caps your kids to let you be able to afford the uniforms for them. We don't want to do second-rate uniforms. The equipment's got to be, you can't do that to you. I think we're doing it, that's doing a disservice for the kids, okay? So figure out what that magic number is there to say this is our cap, okay? That helps because you're going to need more money than the $55,000 on that.
Are you saying a cap on kids or a cap on,
well,
which cap are you referring to?
Well, right now you're projected for $25,000 just for practice and game jerseys. Okay. I would imagine that's based on a certain number of kids you have, right? You need to lower that number. Okay. You shouldn't be shooting for 200 kids right off the bat. Does that make sense?
The only thing with that is, you know, I threw out 100. We can't get into any league with 100 kids.
Okay.
So there are some minimums that we'd have to capture as well.
Okay. Forget that then. Here's the bottom line. The city of Deerfield Beach should pay for your uniforms. Pay for helmets, the essentials, the pads, the game jerseys, practice jerseys. We should take care of that. Okay, whatever that number is. I'm actually even fine going higher than $55,000, but it better be crystal clear where it's going. Okay. The other thing on that, how are you gonna be able to afford your dues and your insurance, your travel, your security, and your referees? That's 26.5. I mean, that's essential.
We will do the work. We will get sponsorships. We will do fundraisers. We will do concessions. We will do our part. We're committing to that number that we said we are going to fundraise. We will get that done.
Okay. I'm very concerned about your business model. You're asking me to give you, based on just your uniform stuff, it's $72,950, and it's going to a league that I don't see where you're going to be able to afford the rest of it to be able to even do your basics. So that's my hesitancy here. I'm willing to go higher. I really am willing to go higher, as long as you do it all by the book and you follow the right things. But that's not going to be enough to get you going. And I don't want to see you setting yourself up for failure.
I think we're set up for failure if we're not granted enough money to purchase the uniforms. We've got some great citizens. We've got some people on board who are ready to work. We can't do it alone. I don't think, I can't sit here and tell you next year we're self-sufficient. That's just not the model. We don't. I work full time. I work double time. You know, I get done at practice 6:30. So I'm 7:30 to 6:30 every day. So I am doing my best. We've got some committed people who are going to go out and work. I think we've got some community members who are going to help us, assist us, but we are always going to be stewards of the city. I don't think the number will ever be this high because we're going to collect the uniforms. We're going to take care of them. We're going to do all the right things. And this is not a model that we would normally do, but the circumstances tell us, okay, this is where we are. We didn't have a field a month ago, so we couldn't commit to anything. So it's not the business model that we like either. This is the situation that we have been thrust in. And this is
I do have a question for you when it comes to coach certifications, and then it came to for cheer. You actually have, or it looks like you were budgeting more than what you were actually budgeting for the coaches. Is that possible? Does that make sense?
What's that?
Your numbers, well, the background checks for one, you're asking for $2,520 for the background checks for the your cheer coaches, and less than that for the football coaches. Are you going to have more cheer coaches? You're going to have football coaches?
I would say that, you know, we rushed to put that together. I think initially that 2,500 was total for all the coaches, and the line item might have gotten repeated.
Bottom line is we're going to end up paying for it because we waived that anyway, so that's okay. But
and if you don't mind, part of the budget is travel. You know, it's $5,000. We want to work with you, and it's something that, you know, we have to go through the city, but we pay from whatever money we got. It's coming out of the budget. So we wanted to give you a comprehensive budget, not saying that you need to write us a check. This is what it takes to jumpstart an organization. So we gave you a full budget. So.
Okay. You can realize the situation there where it took us a lot less to start another league.
I can tell you, I've seen that budget as well. I think it's public record. The McDougalls have a budget request right now for about $120,000.
Mm-hmm.
So it is, and you know, if you don't mind, that Mr. Poozer has done the research as well. This is what it costs.
Okay. What I would be comfortable with is paying for some of the paying for the uniforms up to a point. I mean, the 72, you're not going to even be able to afford all your uniforms. You know, if I give you 55,000, the total's at 72,
right.
73. You're short there by a lot, and then you got to pay for your other essential costs. So, you know, I'm willing to increase the dollar amount a little bit, but you've got to, like, that's it. That's what you got, and how you apply it, where it goes. But none of this coming back later in the season for anything like that. It's the other question is, where's this money coming from? Because we don't have it budgeted. Can you answer that?
I can, and as I mentioned, we did do some internal departmental budget transfers in Parks and Recreation. I'm not quite sure where we're headed in terms of what sounds like a final cap on this, but given the fact that it's the Parks and Recreation budget and its past history, as we learned with the CAFR, I'm sure I can find some additional money in there, as well as being responsible for, in addition to that cap, the background checks as well, if that's what the commission wishes to do.
And Commissioner Press, I'm going to give you a chance to speak here in a moment, but I will say this. What I would like to see us do is let's commit to whatever numbers you come up with, however many kids you have, however many, whatever that is, up to we got to come up with I got to come up with a certain dollar amount. We'll cover all that. We'll cover the equipment, uniforms, whatever that is. You've got this many numbers, we'll cover that. Okay? And I think additionally to that, I think we should commit $5,000 for travel to away, or not, excuse me, $3,500 for your dues and insurance. Okay? So whatever that dollar amount is, this is saying $72,950. I don't think you're going to have that number. You're going to have to submit the receipts and say this is what it costs us for our equipment. Here are our numbers of our kids. This is what it is. We'll pay for that. Okay? And on top of that, $3,500 for the dues and insurance. I know I'm throwing a curveball at you guys, but I think I would much rather commit to taking care of a portion of what your expenses are than giving you 55 and watch you struggle with it. Okay? So I'm willing to go higher. It's got to make sense. And that's the only way I could do it.
And I appreciate it. Obviously, those numbers are contingent upon those hitting those numbers with kids. So we wouldn't spend it because it's the city. So it goes hand in hand. So yeah, we can agree to it. That's
Okay. Commissioner Preston, then Commissioner Parnas. Then I'm sure the attorney and the city manager are going to kill me. So
the first thing is that a lot of the kids. Mr. Mayor, we were talking about some of the kids that were coming from other places. In the 4 years that the Packer Rattlers were not here, the kids that were playing that was a part of the organization that was from Deerfield left. Right across the street from me is a few kids that play. One plays for the Pompano Eagles. One plays down in Lauderhill. They both live in city of Deerfield Beach. They left the Packer Rattlers because of the organization had gone down. And so they committed to other organizations. It's going to take a few years to put the Packer Rattlers back on their feet. It's going to take a little bit because all those kids that are actually kids that are from the city of Deerfield Beach are committed to other places. I'm talking to parents now, asking them to reconsider and to bring their kids back, but that's not going to happen in 1 year. And I really appreciate the tolerance of this board to try to deal with this very complicated issue, but it's a issue that's going to take time for us to really, put time in to come up with the right answers. Now we're talking about about an amount, whatever that amount is. Would this board, would the commission be amenable to looking at, for this year, to get the organization going, $120?
Excuse me. No, I wouldn't. I'm not comfortable with that. I would say $75,000. That covers all your uniforms, all your equipment, everything. This is based on your highest numbers that you've come up with, maximum. And then on top of that, we'll pay for the dues and insurance. And we're already covering the free fields, and we're covering the background checks as well.
Tyrone,
Okay?
can you make it work with that?
I think we'll have to. But yes.
Okay.
But it's a matter of, that's the cap. You submit to us the invoices for the uniforms, all the equipment that I just listed, including the essentials, which is your safety gear, and your dues and insurance, and we'll cover it, capped up to $75,000. You go higher than that, you're on your own. Anything else you cover, you're on your own. Coming back for more money isn't going to happen as far as I'm concerned. So I want to give you enough for you guys to get yourselves going, but it's up to you at that point. That's my opinion. Commissioner Parnas?
Do you charge anything
Right now,
for the program?
For non-residents, yes.
What's wrong with charging a small amount for residents?
That ship has sailed.
We will do that going forward. We're trying, and again, we're late in the game. We're trying to lure our kids, bring our kids back into the city. And I can tell you, even with next year, there's got to be some type of scale. There was one young lady who came out of Stanley Terrace the first Saturday. She had 6 kids. $50 per child, which is basically nothing, would have excluded all of those kids. You couldn't afford it. So we've got to find a way, even if it's through sponsorships, with vouchers, or internally, we've got to find a way to do it. But we're trying to jumpstart the program and bring kids back.
My point is that out of the 200 kids, you might give 100 scholarships and still have 100 times 50.
And I agree, and it's something, and when it goes to business model, it's something that we are looking forward to.
Yes.
This is not something that we could do this year and be successful.
Okay, I'm just trying to help you raise a few more bucks.
No, I appreciate that, and it's something that we will definitely do going forward, but we couldn't be successful this year with that approach.
Okay, then I would suggest that you knock on doors to businesses and see what support you can get.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You need a motion?
Commissioner Hudak?
Is this the 2019 budget or the 2020 budget or both budgets? Because they're both right around the corner.
It's whatever this inaugural season is for them.
So this funding would be for the current fiscal year 20, as we are right now working on the budget, we would have to include funding for the program for the following fiscal year.
Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Can I make a motion that the commission accept the $75,000 cap for the Piker Rattlers for this inaugural season?
Absolutely. If you don't mind holding for a moment before we get a second on that, just for clarification on this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to get the clarification exactly about the way the money was allocated, and so everybody's clear. The way I understood it was $5,000, up to $5,000 for transportation.
Actually, it's dues and insurance, $3,500. The $5,000's out.
Okay, so was there any other specific allocation other
the
than the uniforms and
uniforms,
equipment? Okay,
dues
so
and
up to $3,500 for dues and insurance. They would have to provide the documentation showing they spent that amount to get the money, and then a cap of total funding of $75,000. So essentially, up to $72,500 would be available for equipment and uniform purchases, and they would have to show the documentation and the invoicing that those were actually needed for those participants, and of course, any money that doesn't get used for uniforms and equipment would not be allocated to the Packer Rattlers. That's how I understand it. So I just wanted to lay it out. And the simple explanation is cap of $75,000 total, primarily for uniforms and equipment, $3,500. A portion of that, up to $3,500, would be used for dues and insurance. Is that
City
now
Manager,
accurate?
you want to
or-
say something?
That is the way I understood it, but just to simplify it for staff and perhaps the Packer Rattlers, if we could just allocate a maximum not to exceed $75,000 for the items that are within the budget as they've submitted, the understanding that they obviously have to pay for the uniforms and equipment as one of the major expenses there, and that way it leaves them a little bit of flexibility in terms of what they want to have the city reimburse them on. And of course, we're going to go ahead and exclude, but handle for them the background checks. Does that make sense? And the field use, yes.
Yeah, so are you suggesting 75,000 total not to exceed for the items that were specified by the mayor and
Within their budget, yep.
Look, to provide some oversight to this, and I hope I'm not adding more layers to it, we do a 75,000 cap. It's to be used for uniforms and dues and insurance. If you come in under that, you just have to come before the commission and say, we would like, it only costs us 50. We got 25,000 left over. Let us know what it is so we can review it. We can take a look at it and see. Then we can make a determination then if the rest of that money can be applied to anything else you might need. Does that make sense? Essentially, we're giving you $75,000 to get this to work. Okay? That puts the impetus on you to budget it correctly and have to come back to us and give us some accountability and say, this is what our numbers are. And we want, you got to show us. Because my understanding is that people that ran it last year and all these other years, there's no documentation, is there? No tax returns, right? For such a great job they were doing, there's nothing. I don't want to hear that from people. They ran it into the ground. They had the wrong people doing it. You're the right people to do it. And thank you for getting this thing straight. I disagree that this has been an attack on the kids by the commission. We did what was right at the time. We're doing it right now. So that's what I would like to see. Does that make sense? 75,000 cap going to uniforms, dues and insurance. If it comes in under that, the remaining, whatever's left over of that 75,000, you have to come before the commission and we can help allocate it to something else.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think uniforms, you mean equipment as well. That's part of that, right? I just want to make sure somebody could think that the helmet, okay. Uniforms, equipment, dues, and insurance capped at 75. Understood.
Can I just, this as a caveat, just since we're asking for a little bit of flexibility, can I throw in the transportation if we're able to get?
You have to come before us. I'm sure that will be okay.
No, can we do that, or do you want to wait? Can we add that now, or do you want? Because we're going to bargain shop. We're going to, and I'm sure the city in their purchasing process gets a discount, so maybe we can get a little bit under. The transportation is going to be important, so I know up front we'd like to add it in. If you want me to come back, I'll come back.
Come back. I mean, look, you
nice
can't sit here
people.
and spend this whole night talking about I just need this. That's where you're changing your rules. I'm pretending you never said that, Tyrone. Okay?
You got your motion, Ben, I'll second it.
With the revised motion, is that all right?
With the revised motion?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Okay.
So your revised motion, so it's a motion as amended to approve this item with the amendment being the change to the city funding component in the agreement to provide for a maximum amount not to exceed $75,000 to be used for uniforms, equipment, dues, and insurance. Any other use of that money would need to come back before the city commission for approval.
That's the way I understood it.
That's
Yep.
what I'm saying, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So we have a motion.
And that's the motion.
We have a motion from Commissioner Preston.
And that's the second.
And we have a second from Commissioner Parnas. Okay. Roll call?
Commissioner Hudak,
Is this just for the first year in order to get them off the feet, or is this something that we're going to be repeating every year?
We don't, I don't think we agree to those things beyond this year. This is just for this year, the way I look at this.
Yes.
Commissioner Parnas?
Yes.
Commissioner Preston?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Drosky?
Yes.
Mayor Gantz?
Yes.
Okay. Item number 14, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll get back to you on that real quick. Can you let us know what the situation is at the Bison?
Yes, we submitted a amended agreement to the Bison with consideration that obviously we're going to have split field usage. That amended agreement was sent to the McDougall Foundation, and we're waiting on a response.
Thank you.
Item number 14, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving a facility use and grant agreement with Launch Code for use of the Hillsborough Community Center to provide computer coding job training, approving a $10,000 grant to Launch Code to assist in funding the skills training, providing for execution, severability, and an effective date.
Do we have someone from Launch Code here tonight? please come up.
If I fall down, just kick me.
Your name and address for the record, sir.
Matt Mwini, 7424 Byron Avenue, apartment 15B, Miami Beach, Florida. How are you all doing tonight?
Excellent.
Great.
Excellent.
Wide awake?
Very much so.
Yeah, nice. My name is Matt Mwini. I'm the Director of Candidate Engagement with LaunchCode. We are a 501c3 national nonprofit. We've been in existence for 5.5 years. We were started in St. Louis by a successful technology entrepreneur named Jim McKelvey. We came down to South Florida about 4.5 years ago. Primarily up to now, we've operated in the Miami area as far as our educational programs go, though we have placed our graduates into jobs in the Tri-County area. We're partnered with a number of companies across the region, Carnival Cruise Lines, Watsco, if any of you have ever gone to see a Heat game, Miami Heat basketball game, or Miami Hurricanes basketball game, you've seen it at the Watsco Center. One of our most recent partners is City Furniture. And so what we would be doing here in the city of Deerfield Beach is offering, the way we offer our classes is as part-time free classes, so we make them as accessible as possible. And the goal is for people to be able to take our classes in a part-time fashion, generally over the course of about 8 months or so. We don't charge them anything for the classes, and then we're able to place them into software development jobs where they're earning an average starting salary of around $50,000 a year. So
Excellent.
That's what we would be doing at the Hillsborough Community Center.
Outstanding. City Manager, you?
No, I have nothing to add. Just if you could talk about the commitment to Deerfield Beach and the residents real quick.
Yes, please. Yes. So we will have a target enrollment of 100 students in this class. Of that 100, we would have commit that 20 of those would be Deerfield Beach residents. If we can have it be more, absolutely we would. We have a certain set of standards when we're doing our application process, so we would want those individuals to come up to that threshold we're looking for. If we have 80 who are Deerfield Beach residents who meet those standards, we're happy to have it be 80 Deerfield Beach residents.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you. We can step aside and
All right.
Is anyone from the public here to comment on this item?
Wish that we could get as excited about this as we are about football. Having said that, $10,000 seems to be a small pittance that for something that's going to be as far-reaching as what LaunchCode is proposing. I would like to see you get same $75,000 up to the same $75,000 as the Packer Rattlers. Our children will not be able to play football for as long as they'll be able to code. And as soon as you get this program together, let me know, because I'll help you to recruit the students. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I do need your name and address for the record.
Oh, I'm so sorry. LaunchCode, 1240 Southwest 6th Way. I don't need a job. I'm happily retired now.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Battle.
Thank you.
Gwen Clark Reed, 1430 Southwest 6th Way, Deerfield Beach. I'm very, very impressed with what I've heard and what I've read about this particular company and your training. I heard you say 8 months, but I read something.
If you could address the question to us, I'm sorry.
I heard you say something about 8 months, but in reading, there was a 28-week program, and this program is for, am I understanding correctly, for persons who already have some knowledge and background about the coding. And also, I would definitely like to have you come to my summer program and speak to the kids over the summer here in the city of Deerfield Beach.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
Hi, my name's Dave Morantz. I'm with the Deerfield Beach Economic Development Council. We're at 10 Fairway Drive here in Deerfield Beach. You know, this is a big deal. This is a big deal. This is a national brand with national recognition. You have communities in Palm Beach County, communities in Broward County would, to quote the mayor, would kill to get this opportunity to put their community on the national scene in bridging the gap between the workforce needs of coders and training local residents to do so. It's a big deal. If you look, pick your head up and you look outside of Deerfield Beach, Nova Southeastern University, the South Florida Technology Alliance, the Broward Workshop, and the Greater Fort Lauderdale Alliance spent tens of thousands of dollars to brand South Florida as the new branding in Tech Lauderdale. Everybody outside of Deerfield Beach is trying to figure out a way to fill the need here to grow the tech ecosystem. And it's right here in Deerfield Beach it's happening, and much credit goes to the city's Department of Economic Development. It's through collaboration with the city, with the Jim and Jan Moran Foundation. A lot of things came together. This is truly an example of the whole being greater than the sum of its parts, and a lot of credit goes to the city. Just a word on what Matt had mentioned. You know, this is free training. The brand of Launch Code is a serious brand, and the standards of graduation won't be, or acceptance won't be changed to fill seats. I think what this is an opportunity, and I've looked at the backup and the grants. My understanding is it takes about 600 applications to find 100 qualified candidates. The challenge for the people in this room, and we're not just talking about high school students, my understanding is that the average age of the candidates is closer to 30 years old. The challenge for the people in this room, and maybe it's something we can agree upon and get together, is to get the word out to residents at Deerfield Beach who may not be happy in their current positions, may have gone to college for a couple of years and lost a father, lost interest, lost a spouse, and is looking for an opportunity. The starting wages of these applicants are $50,000, and statistics show that in 2 or 3 years they're making 70 or 80 grand. The opportunity for this community is to come together and say, hey, look, we need to get 120 to 150 applications. The application process started 3 weeks ago. The assumptive sale here is if the city approves the agreement, that there will be a lot of fanfare. Can I have an extra minute, please?
Yes, go ahead.
There's a couple of public sessions here in the community. I think there's one on the 9th and one on the 23rd. Really, the challenges for the people here is not to pat themselves on the back for a job well done. It's for the next 5 weeks to get out in the community and get as many people in Deerfield Beach to be aware of this program and see if they want to take advantage of the opportunity. And I just want to say this again. A lot of people made this happen, and the effort for the city's Department of Economic Development should not go unnoticed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Glenn Sullivan, 2377 Deer Creek Trail, Deerfield Beach, Florida. Good morning. Everyone awake? I'm very impressed with this being brought to the city. I think this is a great opportunity for nothing. Basically, we're paying nothing. And I'm gonna agree wholeheartedly with Dave there is that we need to do better than 20%. We need to fill this with Deerfield Beach residents. Somehow, I mean, the communication has to get out to everybody because this is an opportunity that most people will never have again. It's up to us to get the word out. So I'm impressed, and thank you for bringing it to the city.
We have an application for you also up here, Mr. Sullivan, if you'd like to fill it out. Anyone else from the public? I'm going to close it to the public. Commissioner Parnas?
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have roll call, please.
Commissioner Hudak?
Yes.
Commissioner Parnas?
Yes.
Commissioner Preston?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Drosky?
Yes.
Mayor Gantz?
Yes.
Item number 15 is resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving the 2019 amendment to the interlocal agreement with Broward County for distribution of the proceeds of the 5th cent additional local option gas tax on motor fuel, providing for execution, severability, and an effective date.
Anyone from the public care to comment on this item, number 15? Not seeing anybody, I'm going to close it to the public. Vice Mayor Drosky.
Thank you. This actually ties into item 19 on our agenda tonight as it relates to the census, because we get reimbursed based upon population. The counties get 26% of the fund that is collected on this 5-cent local option gas tax. And in our backup, it shows that Deerfield Beach gets 1.085% based upon a population of 78,573. So obviously, the better that we do on our census here and the upcoming census for the city of Deerfield Beach, to make that number as high and accurate as possible, we will get a bigger return. So I'm just tying the two together, saying that, you know, the census is not something to be taken lightly, because it affects our funding sources in many different areas, this being one of them, and the next item on our agenda as well.
Excellent. Thank you. Commission?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Hudak, second from Commissioner Parnas. I think we have to do roll call on this. Roll call?
Commissioner Hudak?
Yes.
Commissioner Parnas?
Yes.
Commissioner Preston?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Drosky?
Yes.
Mayor Gantz?
Yes.
Item number 16 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving the 2019 amendment to the interlocal agreement with Broward County for distribution of the proceeds of the 3-cent additional local option gas tax on motor fuel, providing for execution, severability, and effective date. I just wanted to put on the record there's a typo in a couple of places where it listed 2018. It's 2019 amendment.
Anyone from the public care to comment on item number 16? Not seeing anybody come forward, and close it to the public. Commission?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Preston, second by Commissioner Parnas. Roll call?
Commissioner Hudak?
Yes.
Commissioner Parnas?
Yes.
Commissioner Preston?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Drosky?
Yes.
Mayor Gantz?
Yes.
Item number 17 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving a settlement of the workers' compensation claim of Eric Duncans in the amount of $50,000, authorizing execution of documents necessary to effectuate the settlement and providing for an effective date.
Anyone from the public care to comment on item number 17? I'm going to close it to the public. Commission?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Parnas, second by Commissioner Preston. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Hudak?
Yes.
Commissioner Parnas?
Yes.
Commissioner Preston?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Drosky?
Yes.
Mayor Gantz?
Yes.
Item number 18 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, authorizing interim City Manager David Santucci, Chief Financial Officer Hugh Dunkley, and Assistant Director of Financial Services Sophia Henderson Taylor to execute checks on behalf of the city, providing for conflict, severability, and an effective date.
Anyone from the public care to comment on item number 18?
Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. I'm just, if you could make a clarification, will any of those individuals be able to sign the checks individually, or will they require at least 2 signatures? I certainly hope it would require at least 2 of those signatures. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? I'm going to close it to the public. City Manager?
2 signatures are required.
Thank you. Commission?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Parnas, seconded by Commissioner Preston. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Hudak?
Yes.
Commissioner Parnas?
Yes.
Commissioner Preston?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Drosky?
Yes.
Mayor Gantz?
Yes.
Item number 19 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, creating a complete count advisory committee for the 2020 decennial census, specifying powers and duties of the committee, establishing the number of members of the committee, establishing qualifications of the members of the committee, providing for automatic termination of the committee, providing for service without compensation, implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Anyone from the public care to comment on 19? Yes, ma'am.
Gwen Clark, Reed, 1430 Southwest 6th Way, Deerfield Beach. And Vice Mayor Drosky, you are so on the money when it comes to the complete count of the census. And I'm sure Mr. Powers is very glad that this is being brought forth so I can get off his back about it. After he told me, you know, it wasn't him that was going to be handling it this year. But Mayor, it is very important that we make sure that our hard-to-count population serves on this committee. As we recognize our Haitian community here this evening, or yesterday, I want to ask you that you please be sure that when this committee is set up, that it is as diverse as possible, with as many of the ethnicities and other folks involved in this city who live here, who we are depending upon to actually fill out that census form so that we can get the money that is deserving to this city. So I'm just asking that when the committee gets set up, that we make sure that it's properly done. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, we need Portuguese spoken as well as Haitian.
Gloria Ballard, 1240 Southwest 6th Way. You remember that the census is at the heart of, at the center of my heart. I worked during the 2010 census, and this was my area. So I'm very familiar as to what goes on with the Complete Count Committee. I'm here. I don't have anything to do, State Mayor, but travel. So if you need me, I'm just offering my assistance, provided they don't call me back to do the 2020 census. But I think you're on the right track. We need to be doing this. And like Ms. Clark-Reed said, our hardest count of those people who will be among the hardest for us to count need to be a part of this particular committee. And you recognize the Reverend Clairvaux today. He will probably be one of the good people to sit on the Complete Count Committee.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? We'll close it to the public. Vice Mayor Drosky.
I mean, I can't emphasize again enough how important it is, not just to our hard-to-identify communities, but for those who just may not return the form by mail. In the presentation I think that we all had, it's explained to us that the census next year, you're going to get a card in March, which is going to give you a code, and you're going to be able to fill out your census online. You still have the option to send in a paper application later, but for those that don't send it online, or don't complete it online rather, and do not return the paper form, those need to be identified as well. It's very important that this committee makes sure that we follow up in all districts in our city, that make sure that the census is completed. The one question I had about the committee is that there's 10 members, but it doesn't say how they get appointed to the committee. Is it 2 per commissioner, or it doesn't say in our backup? And I thought that was the case, but I didn't see it, so I just wanted to clarify.
If I could just have Ms. Vicky Plaxton-Picard address that. She can address that from back there if that pleases the commission.
Definitely would please it.
Good evening, Vicky Plaxton-Picard, Community Development Director. Yes, so it will be 2 per commissioner.
In the last,
okay.
In our backups as well, the U.S. Census Bureau has information, a toolkit basically for hosting a town hall or a workshop regarding the census. I would encourage all of my colleagues to have a workshop regarding the census in your districts. It's at the very back of our materials where to request it. So I know, like in the January, February, March timeframe, next year would be a good time to do it, or maybe you want to have a citywide one, whatever the commission desires. But I think we should definitely have one to get the public, to get the word out to the public as much as possible. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
I agree. We have a motion and a second. I will say this, for the people who like to volunteer their opinion, I hope they volunteer for this program. If you care anything about the city of Deerfield Beach, this is absolutely essential to us. And you want to save taxpayer dollars and you want to make your life a little bit easier, get involved with this census count and get the vote out there. Or get people to pay attention to this and fill out your card and be counted, because this is very important. So we have a motion and a second. We have, are all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Passes unanimously.
Next item is item number 20, resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving and adopting the revised personnel rules and regulations and updated employee handbook attached as Exhibit A, providing for conflict severability and an effective date.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commission. Amanda Robin, Chief Human Resources Officer. I have with me tonight Milton Collins with Weiss Rhoda Helfman. He's our labor attorney and has been spending hours with me, probably a lot more than hours. I'm actually going to turn it over to him to kick off the presentation, then I'll follow up after.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Oh, long night, but I'm enjoying myself. So anyone I haven't met personally, pleasure to meet you. Hopefully we'll work long and hard in the future. So thank you. I wanted to start off by giving you legal objectives. This was not just an HR exercise, but a legal exercise. When you're updating a revised, or whenever you're revising a manual, you're not only looking at human resources, you're really looking at legal issues. So I wanted to very briefly go over those legal issues or legal objectives. And so we had a few objectives. One was to update the manual to make sure it's consistent with the law. You know, the last time it was updated, I believe it was 1995, and since then there's been FMLA, there's been the Affordable Care Act, a number of other federal law and state law that's really not in the manual. So we had to make sure that that was in the manual. We spent a lot of time looking at it, and we added about 20 to 30 pages of federal and state law that was really just not in the manual and that needed to be in the manual. The other thing was there were certain subject matters that were simply omitted just because it was outdated. For example, social media was not a thing back in 1995, so we had to update the manual with things like social media and a number of other issues in the manual that just weren't there. We wanted to make sure that it was added in there. So that's the second objective. The third, we really just looked at the language. There was a lot of outdated language, a lot of obsolete language, phrases like affirmative action, references to the fire department and fire employees. A lot of that just was not needed. So we took out about 15 to 20 pages of obsolete language. And again, that was a huge undertaking, but we did it, and it's all for the better because of that. The next thing is we wanted to codify the past practice or the current practice. A lot of times over the years, you have this manual, but over the years, things happen. The city manager makes a decision, and that is sort of the policy going forward, but it's not in the manual. So we really looked at what we've done over the last 15, 20 years. We tried to compile everything that's been a policy and tried to put it in the manual. We did the best we could, but I'm sure that there are things we missed, but we did the best we could. We scoured emails, memos, and we put everything that was a past practice in the manual. And
even the bad ones?
Yeah, even the bad ones. No, we didn't. I'm just kidding. Finally, we looked at really reaffirming management rights. A lot of this manual really looks at what can the city do, what can the city manager do, and cannot do. And what we really tried to do is to ensure that whatever management rights exist pursuant to state law, and that hasn't been curtailed by the union contracts, we wanted to make sure that those management rights were in place, were reaffirmed, and we had a very comprehensive management rights article. And finally, of course, we're here because of the charter. There are a couple of provisions in the charter that says the city shall have a civil service system. And for all intents and purposes, this manual that that's considered tonight is your civil service system. It's a codification of that system, and we take it very seriously. And of course, it's a charter obligation, so we try to put everything in there that we consider your civil service system. Now, there are also departmental SOPs, and those are not in this manual. I know that there was a couple of questions about that. Why aren't these random departmental SOPs, standard operating procedures, not in the manual? What I would say is that that is not sort of common practice, not here in the city, not anywhere. So you would have a department that has, for example, a vehicle parking policy. That would not go in your civil service system. That's a departmental policy, and you would just have that as sort of a standalone standard operating procedure. There's nothing wrong with that legally, and to the extent that it does not conflict with our manual, you can do it. So that's sort of where we're at with respect to our legal objectives. We wanted to make sure that we hit those issues, and Amanda will definitely go more into detail as to what we omitted, what we added, what we've changed, but those were our legal objectives. And from my perspective, if you approve this, you have fulfilled your obligation under the charter to have your civil service system. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I wanted to touch on, and it's late, so I'm not going to get into too much detail. So I just want to kind of run through some of the, substantial changes that we've made. Milton touched on the legal issues, but I want to get into a little bit more detail. And I do want to kind of touch on, we did get the handbook on the agenda. We did catch, and I will thank some of the other individuals, even the public, that caught some of our scriveners there. The resolution was written very specifically so that after the fact we could make sure that we adjusted any of those. I actually found one underline tonight that was in there that should have been removed. So we'll get through that, and we have that available to us by the resolution if you approve it. Some of the additions that were added, Milton touched on some of them. Ethical guidelines, we didn't necessarily have them in the handbook. It was from 1995. We have added something related to the ethical guidelines related to no gifts other than, a little Christmas card or a bottle of water, and conflict of interest related to outside employment outside of the city. So that is clearly in there now. As we talked about past practice, we had a longevity past practice that was not listed in the manual. It was the previous practice, which we had changed back, I think, in 2010, and it applied to all cities. We've streamlined that so it matches. Some things that have changed through laws also have to do with rest and meal breaks and nursing break procedures. So we've added those things in. Milton touched a little bit on social media. The handbook's from 1995, so if you think back to 95, we didn't have cell phones. Not everybody had computers. So the technology was not listed within that policy. We have added in regulatory procedures for things like computer systems, internet, email, voicemail, and then also social media, which includes provisions not only for social media on the city's page, but also for individual employees' personal pages. So there are certain requirements that they can't, define the city and that sort of thing. We also added a provision in for education incentives and reimbursement. That's discretionary. It's based on what is budgeted, but at least we have the provision in there. So if we were to decide to fund that program, we would have the ability to do so. We expanded on the disciplinary code within the handbook. It was a little bit more vague, and we also included with a grievance procedure to fall in line with that civil service system that Milton talked about. He talked about the legal requirements. We added in FMLA. Drug-free workplace was another one. Layoff procedure. The layoff procedure I will comment on just briefly. There's a little bit of a difference between what's in the handbook and what is in the collective bargaining agreements, and that's on purpose. You don't want to have bumping rights into another unit, and so we made it so that we can look at other options than just seniority, whether that's discipline, performance. But we left it a little bit open-ended because of those collective bargaining agreements. There are a couple items I want to talk about a little bit longer, and then obviously I open it up to questions. One of the things that continually comes up has to do with hiring, recruitment, promotions, and reclassification. So I just kind of want to take a minute to focus a little bit on that subject. So within the handbook, we were able to add in, and so it codifies the screening process in vague terms in the handbook, which is basically applications are received and reviewed, disqualification for falsified or omitted information happens. We have a screening committee used to interview and rate those. We do the offer, post-offer background checks. Most of that was not in the previous manual. What I want to touch on is that Milton said about departmental standard operating procedures. The HR department has an internal standard operating procedure on the hiring process that all hiring supervisors are required to follow. And it outlines everything from timelines of tied to collective bargaining agreements for how long a position has to be advertised for, and then the requirements for phone screening and all the pre-screening and the interviews and the panels and everything. It's not something that would necessarily go into the manual because there's changes to that, and obviously there's requirements based on unions and all that are in the collective bargaining agreements. We did add in, we have an internal veterans preference procedure That's a big thing now. Maybe in 95 it wasn't as big of a deal. We added in something related to that for the hiring, promotion, and retention of veterans. As far as promotion versus reclassification, and if you have additional questions on that, I'd be happy to answer them, but just to give you kind of a summary, a promotion is when somebody vacates a position and we advertise it and somebody internal applies for it, right? So they have the opportunity for a promotion. Or it's a new position that is developed within the budget that is not considered a reclassification, and I'll touch on that in a second. So it's a vacated position promotional opportunity, and there are requirements by collective bargaining agreements on how we advertise those promotional opportunities. Reclassifications is a current employee. It is an employee that is taking on additional responsibilities. Sometimes those are federal mandated requirements that we have to take on something. I mean, you heard Hugh talk about the CAFR and some of the changes there. Those happen. If the employee has the skill set to do the qualifications and the requirements to do the position, or we provide the proper training to get them the requirements that they need, we may reclassify a person into a higher grade where they continue doing all of their old duties and they receive additional duties on top of it. It is not considered a promotion, and if we considered it that way, we would have to lay an employee off and then hire somebody else, and that's why there is very intentional differences between promotion and reclassification. So I hope at this, 20 to 1, I explain that as well as I hope. There's only 2 other things I want to touch on, so I promise I'm going to move fast. Evaluations, there is a less formalized evaluation procedure in the handbook. And the reason for that is that we actually do collectively bargain the evaluation form with the unions. So we want to leave it a little bit vague in the handbook so that we open it up, and obviously those collective bargaining agreements, come to you anyway. So it just provides us a little bit greater flexibility, and if we were going to change anything, I'll take you back to, what was it? Some of you were up there, 2010, when we had to freeze merits. Evaluation stopped because it was tied to merit. I don't want evaluations to stop if, for any reason, we had to freeze merits again. Employees should still be evaluated and know that they're meeting their goals and they're doing their job. And then the last thing, and this is the biggest one, at least for me, as far as the handbook goes, and that has to do with equal opportunity and non-discrimination. So the former handbook had an affirmative action policy, antiquated, outdated. It's not how things are done anymore. So we added in, and it's very all-encompassing. There's a non-discrimination policy. That's where it replaces that affirmative action policy. It prohibits discrimination personnel actions. It has a grievance procedure tied to it. It details the complaint and the investigation process. And it provides for things like disability, religious accommodation, sexual harassment. I want to make something clear because it seems to keep coming up that we want to request these harassment complaints in writing. By law, we can't. So the way that the handbook reads is that if the employee submits it in writing, we will accept that and conduct our investigation. But if that employee doesn't, we will schedule a meeting with that employee. Give the option to put it in writing. If they don't want to, the investigator, which will be somebody from the HR department in most cases, will reduce that to writing. In most instances, when we do that, we actually have them sign and we notarize that they agree with the contents of what was typed up. So I just wanted to make that clear because it seemed like everybody wanted everything in writing. We can't require that. Then that's the discrimination policy, but then you can have other types of bullying and harassment. So we did put in an anti-bullying and harassment policy separate from the items in the discrimination policy, which basically addresses improper conduct that are not tied by discrimination. Same thing, has a complaint and investigation process. And then the last piece of that is the workplace violence policy. Used to exist. We have revamped it, updated it with some of the law requirements, and put in the prohibitions of what is permitted on city property and what isn't. So with that, I think that's kind of our summary. As much as I could get through 100 pages of handbook, of which about 50% of it is brand new. I apologize for rushing, but if you have any questions, we'll be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we leave the commission, anyone from the public care to comment on this item? And kudos for staying awake.
Says he's awake.
2377 Deer Creek Trail, Deerfield Beach, Florida. So one of the first things I'm going to start with is in the charter. It does say there's a statement in there that the civil service system shall provide for a review of personnel actions initiated by the city manager and his designated representatives. And I I don't see where that's addressed, what that or what the system or who provides the review. I would not think that you would want somebody below the city manager having to make a call that they were not doing things properly, but be it as it may, and I'll tell you why in a minute. This reclassification is a bit of a concern for me because of what's happened in the past. I can find, there were at least 2 cases where a person was reclassified, not for job enlargement, within that classification. You got a classification, a work description, and it can have various grades in it. So we had an executive secretary reclassified to a program innovator, which was not the same classification. It was a totally different job and a totally different pay grade. Pay is not the big issue here. It's allowing competition in hiring. If a person is doing more than what they originally did and you want to revise the job description in the classification to add that additional work, I can understand that. I've done that in federal service. But when you're taking a person, you reclassify the job, not the person. When you create a whole new classification and take a person without competition and put them in there, and as a matter of fact, they didn't even have a job description at the time they put that person in that job, how do you determine if that person was qualified? What were the job requirements? What were the training requirements? None of that was done. That person was just pushed into that position with no documentation. I put a PRR in, I have that information if you ever want to see it. A second one, again, a woman was probably going to be laid off. She was the thrift store supervisor. I believe the grade was a 10. There was a waterfront pier operations that was a 19. That person was just moved into that. Were the qualifications the same? What was done? I mean, and there were at least 3 other jobs where there was reclassification, maybe within the same grade and maybe with job enlargement. But, may I have another?
Yeah, sure.
But there's evidence that this has been violated in the past, and I don't believe that leaving the procedures the way they are sufficient. As far as the, and they weren't changed, I verified that, as far as reclassification goes. And as far as the application and looking for a job, one of the requirements is if an applicant is determined to be unqualified, they have the right to come back and challenge that. But if they're never notified that they're unqualified, how can they challenge something? So I believe that there probably needs to be a little bit more work on that, on the application process. Even if you put the handbook online with it so that applicants know what they're up against. And there's nothing to hide here, I don't think, so why wouldn't that be available? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? I'm going to close it to the public. Ms. Robin, can you address some of those issues?
Sure, and I may call Milton back up to help with some of them. So I am going to let him address the charter versus civil service system, so I'll touch on the rest and then I'll let him come up and address that one. As far as the reclassifications, I don't want to get into specifics of talking about individuals, so I mean, I'd be happy to have that discussion, after the meeting if we want to talk about that. I'll talk in general terms without talking about specific individuals. And some of the circumstances where there was a reclassification, there were times that there were decisions made to do things in lieu of laying an employee off. Of course, there was a vetting process to make sure that that individual could perform the duties of the job, had the minimum qualifications of the job, and was able to do it. In that situation, in the fiscal year he's speaking of, they were non-union positions. There are times that we will have a promotional opportunity available in one of the unions where there's an employee that may have been acting in it for longer than 180 days. We may go to the union and do a letter of understanding to ask to avoid the promotional process in lieu of having to lay an employee off. In this circumstance, they were both non-union positions, so we didn't have to necessarily go through that, but the decision was made and we went through to make sure legally we were going through the right channels.
Where's our checks and balances on that?
So that's
Make sure
part of
it's
the,
not being-
it's part of the budget process. So it wouldn't be part of the handbook anyway because it's a separate process for how we look at that. They are required to submit a documentation form now where they explain what the changes are, justify the reclassification. We look at it in comparison to the other classifications, whether it truly is a reclassification or if we really should be looking at a brand new position. But that's all part of the budget process, and then obviously we bring it to you during the budget workshop and the budget hearings in September. So we at least have that a little bit more formalized than what it had been in the past with Allison, the budget manager that was hired. So I think that kind of covers without getting into the specifics about the individuals. If you have further questions on that, I'd be happy to answer. As far as the application process, we use a system now called NeoGov, and it actually there's an email notification that goes out to the candidates when they have either been moved to the next part of the process, if they've been rejected from the process for not being qualified. So that email notification does happen. It's nearly impossible to do that when we were on paper. It would have required handwritten letters basically that we mailed out and the time that would take. But now we do that with that service we have at NeoGov. And as far as removing the handbook from the website, the handbook was from 1995. We did pay a temporary employee to retype it so that Milton and I could edit it easily. There's a lot of typos in it. And then we had issues with, I'll let Anthony, if he needs to, explain it, but we had some issues with what was on the website and how that had to be done for ADA purposes. And so we didn't see the need to spend the time and the money and the effort of updating that handbook where we would have had to have proofreading and all of that to make it updated, or there's no way to take a typewritten form and put it into the format required in Adobe for it to be ADA. So it was pulled among with a couple other documents while we were working on it. We knew the new handbook was coming, so we didn't find the need to spend the extra resources to get that put in the right format. The handbook is available internally for employees on SharePoint, and they get hard copies when they get hired, and it's the same handbook from before. And then I'll let Milton address the question related to the civil service system and who provides the review.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Sullivan's correct that the charter does say that the civil service system must have a review procedure. And we spent a lot of time actually making sure it's robust. So there's two types of personnel actions. There's disciplinary and non-disciplinary. For non-disciplinary, there's a grievance procedure in the manual, and there's a complaint procedure in the manual for all types of issues. ADA, religious accommodation, if you have a problem with your supervisor, you can file a complaint or a grievance, and it'll go through a process. Now, for discipline, it's a little different because about 80% of your workforce is unionized. And the manual specifically says you do have an avenue for recourse, and that's going through the grievance procedure in the CBA, and you end up at arbitration with a neutral third party. So that's 80% of your folks can go to arbitration pursuant to the CBAs. As respect to the 20% who are not unionized, there is a review procedure for them as well for discipline. That is a predetermination meeting process. So before any discipline is officially meted out, you can go before the city manager and plead your case. That is our review procedure for those non-bargaining unit folks. So we definitely looked at the charter. We made sure that we covered every facet of what was required, and the review processes that are in the manual, they do comply with the charter. So that's what I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Preston and Vice Mayor Drosky.
The issue is with the changes is employee fairness, and that's what we're trying to get to make sure that is first and foremost. The issue that I have is with one word. What is the civil service system? What does that really mean? What does that really mean, civil service system? And it doesn't really seem to be defined. It's the word. but what does that really mean? When you have these handbook changes that we have that we've heard about, it supposedly fulfills the civil service system by charter. I think that we ought to look at having a civil service board. I think when you look at issues like hiring, promotion, demotions, those kinds of things, discipline, I think a board would serve in a more functional way than it would be without it. I think if every commissioner nominated one person to be on that board, you could have a functional board that could help as things will go forward in dealing with any of the things related to employees. So I think that you could take the civil service system and it would be better if you made that system a board.
Vice Mayor Drosky.
First, pardon me, as a suggestion, and I just thought of this moments ago, if we know we have attorneys present for future items on our agenda, maybe we should move them up. No offense, but we just paid Milton 5 hours to sit here and play Fortnite with Amanda in the back. So if we know we have attorneys here, maybe we should move them up. But a couple questions. I think, Mrs. Robin, you touched on it, but if there's, what is the interplay between the collective bargaining agreements and the manual when there's a difference? I think we touched on it, but we didn't.
I did. I very vaguely passed right over it. So I think there's sometimes this confusion that a handbook is the authority of the organization, and it's actually the opposite. Collective bargaining agreements actually trump the handbook, and the only time that the handbook comes into play for a union employee is if the collective bargaining agreement is silent on it. So if there is anything that is, objectionable between the collective bargaining agreement and the handbook, the collective bargaining agreement will win out. And then I will say this, the collective bargaining agreements are approved by the same body, the 5 of you that are approving this handbook. So I still have to bring any of those contracts forward to you as well.
Okay. What about comp time? How does comp time work under the new manual?
Okay, so comp time actually is a past practice. It's actually in the collective bargaining agreements, but we have memorialized it in the handbook so that it mirrors with everything else. Some of the confusions with comp time, one is what actually applies into comp time, and so it was always vacation and personal days and holidays that counted in for that, but sick didn't. There's different codes for different things when staff are out, and we started realizing that some of those codes were not being used to pay overtime when they were actually at work. It was just a different code that was being used because of a project. So we fixed that. That was fixed in the collective bargaining agreements. It's now fixed in the handbook. We put a cap on it. And so for some of you that were here when the fire department transitioned, you'll remember when we had firefighters that had over 400 hours of comp time on the books, and what a nightmare that was to fix. So the goal is to not have comp banks that get to 400 hours where you have an employee that's been here 30 years that started making $10 an hour and now makes $40 an hour, and we're cashing that comp time out at the higher rate. So we've put caps in place. And so compensatory time is used in lieu of overtime. It is calculated at the exact same rate as what overtime is calculated at. So it's at the hour and a half per hour of work. But we put a cap at 80 hours. So if they hit that 80 hours, we have to pay them overtime. The bank will not continue from there. 2, if they receive a pay increase, because we don't want to pay that comp time out at a rate 30 years down the road that is way higher than what they actually earned it at. And so we pay that out anytime that there is an increase. So if they receive a merit increase, whatever that bank is, we do pay that out. And I say all of that, obviously, if there is an employee that has requested to take vacation leave, they are told that they have to take their comp leave in advance of their vacation. There's one exception to that if there's a max on vacation too. So if they're going to lose that vacation day, we do not make them take comp time because what's the point? We can't require employees to take time off. The collective bargaining agreements actually call for that we can't reschedule to avoid overtime. So we can't require employees to take vacation because they have comp time in the books and we're going to have to pay it out. So I hope that answered your question. Probably way more than you wanted.
And last, what about severance? What are the rules on severance?
I'm going to actually let Milton talk about severance because that is more of a legal issue than. So I'd rather the attorney address it. So go ahead.
Yes, severance. There's a severance provision in the current iteration of the manual, and we tweaked it, but it's still basically the same. And what the law says about severance, essentially, there is no severance except for certain exceptions, like if there's an employment agreement, you can put a severance provision in there with a 20-week cap. But for these rank and file employees, with respect to a manual, there cannot be a severance unless it's part of an executed release dealing with an employment dispute. So if there's an employment dispute between a supervisor and an employee, she's alleging gender discrimination, and as a means to resolve that matter, yes, you can sort of have a severance provision where you can give up to 6 weeks of severance. That's in the Florida statutes, but absent that, there really is no severance, except for the exceptions that you're aware of, like with the city manager or an employment agreement.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And going back to Commissioner Preston's question, I don't know if it was rhetorical about what a civil service system means. The charter obviously doesn't define that, but in my estimation, what a civil service system is a system, a compilation of personnel rules and regs for public sector employees. Some of those have civil service boards, some of them do not. As you know, at some point there was a civil service board for the city, but it was repealed. In fact, the unions actually negotiated that repeal because of course they had their arbitration clause and they prefer to go to arbitration. But yes, at some point in the past that there was a civil service board, but it was repealed, I think, years ago. So, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Parnas?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Parnas, second from Commissioner Hudak. Can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Hudak?
Yes.
Commissioner Parnas?
Yes.
Commissioner Preston?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Drosky?
Yes.
Mayor Gantz?
Yes. Comments by administration and legal? Do you want to go first, Mr. Santucci?
Yes, the only comment I have for this evening is to make the city commission aware and the public aware that as I am in the interim city manager position at this point, I have placed Mr. Tom Good into the assistant. Did I say assistant city manager? If I did, I meant interim city manager. Yeah. But I have placed Mr. Tom Good into the assistant city manager role. I have great faith in Tom's ability as a leader with his experience in the operations of many municipal operations, and he will be overseeing a lot of the operational departments for the city for the time being. So I appreciate his assistance in this time. So thank you very much.
I'm going to be brief. The legislature was very busy this year. The legislative session, the regular portion of the legislative session has ended. They've passed a number of laws, some of which affect the laws that you all have passed, including on things like plastic straws and e-scooters. There is a discussion item on the next agenda with respect to plastic straws and what to do about that, and you'll be hearing about that more. Given it's almost 1 o'clock, or it is 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm not going to go into detail about those items. Suffice to say, with respect to the enforcement of the plastic straw ban, it's my recommendation at this time that I believe you had already delayed it through May 15th, that you continue to delay enforcement until we have that discussion at the 21st meeting. And I will likely ultimately tell you that you're preempted from enforcing, at least as written, and we can discuss options. So just want to put that out there, and you'll be hearing more about that probably at the next meeting.
Item 21. City Commissioner. Okay, got it.
Item number 21 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, ratifying the appointment of David Santucci as interim city manager, approving and authorizing execution of an employment agreement with Mr. Santucci for service as interim manager, and providing for an effective date. Did you want me to give a brief summary of the agreement? As stated in the backup, in the agenda item. Essentially, there's 4 key terms here. Really, the first one is that Mr. Santucci serves in the role of interim city manager at the will and the pleasure of the commission. So you can remove him from that role at your discretion. The second thing is that Mr. Santucci would continue to receive his same benefits that are provided under his existing agreement with the city for service as assistant city manager. That wouldn't change. The third point is the one thing that does change, which would be Mr. Santucci's salary. The proposed salary before you is at $165,000. And then the fourth thing is that in the event that the city commission appoints another person to serve in the role of city manager at some point, Mr. Santucci would return back to his role as assistant city manager, subject to his terms under his current existing assistant city manager agreement. And I'll answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Anyone from the public care to comment on this item? Close it to the public. Commission?
Motion to approve.
Commissioner Parnas, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Preston, second. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Hudak?
Yes.
Commissioner Parnas?
Yes.
Commissioner Preston?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Drosky?
Yes.
Mayor Gantz?
Yes.
Item number 22 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, supporting Infrastructure Week 2019, authorizing a proclamation declaring the week.
We did that already, unfortunately.
We
Yeah, we did that yesterday. We did it about 7 hours ago. I messed
Okay,
up.
so-
I jumped the gun on it.
Okay, so we did the proclamation, but there
What
is
is a proclamation?
Yeah, well, there is a resolution actually supporting Infrastructure Week that we didn't formally adopt yet. So strike the part about the proclamation. We'll presume that you have approved authorizing the proclamation you already given, and so I'm still going to read the title as is. But my apology. You're right. We did address the proclamation aspect. So declaring the week of May 13th, 2019, to be Infrastructure Week in the City of Deerfield Beach, providing for conflict severability and an effective date. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone from the public care to comment? Close it to the public. Commission?
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion, Commissioner Parnas, Commissioner Hudak, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Passes unanimously.
Item number 23 is a discussion regarding the recruitment process for the city manager position.
Yes, I want to put this forward so we can get moving with coming up with all due respect, but looking to move forward with having a permanent person come in for the city manager position. I think we need to do a nationwide search. I think we have a couple of different options as far as, and we have some people under contractual, under contract with us to be able to conduct those searches. But I think we need to get that ball moving as quickly as possible. Ms. Robin, do you have any information you can give us on who we're contracted with?
Yeah, I actually threw together a quick PowerPoint. Mr. Power's going to pull it up for me real quick. So in 2016, we did an RFQ for executive recruitment services. We actually have 3 recruiters that are currently on contract. And what that means is that we go to them, we request proposals and pricing, and they submit those. I've already made that request, so I actually just got the last proposal in right before this meeting started. The Colin Bensinger and Associates, GovHR, the Mercer Group are the 3. The ranges that those proposals came in at were around 17 to like 27,000. It varies. Just to give you just a little bit of background on each one, and it's late, I won't go too long. We have used Colin Bensinger and Associates in the past. They do have a lot of city manager recruitment experience. That's their specialty. GovHR doesn't have as large of a market of city manager recruitment. They do some, but not necessarily in the state of Florida. What their recruitments in Florida tend to be at the director level. And so they just don't have a large Florida presence for city managers. Mercer we've worked with before on some of the director positions. They do have some city manager experience. I will say they're currently working with Parkland. They also worked with Hallandale. Hallandale, they only came with 3 candidates, is all that came to Hallandale. So that being said, I also, just to kind of give you a little bit of an idea of where we're at in the Tri-County area, that's the list of vacancies. I did include Hallandale on there. They filled just this last month, and Tequesta just made an offer last week to somebody. Otherwise, you've got Clewiston, Cooper City, Delray, Margate, Parkland, Opelika, North Bay Village, and Weston that currently have vacancies. Of note, Weston and Clewiston are currently using Columbine Segur and Associates for their recruitment. Parkland used Mercer Group. The others had other agencies. Just real quick, the recruitment process. Obviously, we need you to pick a recruiter. You have options. You have the 3 we have in contract. You could decide to do your own solicitation or emergency type contract to hire your own firm, but we do have 3 in contract. The recruiter would create the position profile, usually based on one-on-one discussions with each of you. They're going to recruit, advertise it nationally. They're going to review the resumes. They go through the preliminary screenings. Their screenings are pretty intense. And then they do a background investigation that is put together on a report with their top candidates to us. So they go through that whole vetting process. And then it's that, they do the pre-screening and all the phone screens and all that background, and then it would be up to the commission to decide how that interview process would actually play out. And at the end of the day, we hope we're negotiating a contract. That being said, there are questions that continually are coming up related to the job description for the city manager. So I just wanted to kind of briefly go over that the charter actually outlines the city manager's powers and duties. So in most cases, the city manager would not have a job description. And just to kind of touch on it quickly, obviously they direct and supervise the administrative departments. They see that the laws, provisions of the charter, and acts that the commission vote on are actually executed. They prepare and submit the annual budget, keep the commission advised of operations, the financial conditions, sign contracts on behalf of the city that you all approve or within their authority, and then obviously perform other duties that are specified in the charter by law or as required by the city commission. That's a summary. It's like 2 pages in the ordinance. I just wanted to run through it quickly. So with that, it's your floor.
Thank you. Anyone from the public care to comment on this item?
Glenn Sullivan, 2377 Deer Creek Trail, Deerfield Beach. Just as maybe a thought, if the commission can come up with goals, you might want to incentivize. So I know salary-wise, you may have to increase, but you may also want to consider incentivizing performance goals in lieu of just straight salary. If you can come up with some near-term and then negotiate those for future contract periods.
Thank you.
Gwen Clark Reed, 1430 Southwest 6th Way, Deerfield. Mayor and Commissioners, I hope there would be some place in this interview process for the public to have some interaction with maybe the top 3 candidates or whatever number you come up with. I think that we need to be involved in the process also.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public? Close it to the public. Commission, rather than go out to find another recruiter, we have 3 under contract. I think the first one makes the most sense to me based on conversations I've had with Mr. Santucci and Ms. Robin. I believe that's the one. But I don't know if we need to pick that tonight, but I want to move this ball forward as fast as possible. So if we can make that decision tonight, great. If we want to wait till next commission meeting, okay. But I think we need to move forward with it. And from there, some of these other steps that are a little further down in the process, we start on them now. So by the time we get there, we're not waiting. So we're ready to run this smooth. It's been a long time since the city's done this. I was coming to commission meetings back then when they were doing that, and it's interesting. We're gonna have to come up with the best way for us to approach it, but I think this is the way to get the ball started. And I don't think it should be it needs to be a nationwide search, so it needs to be done professionally, and I think one of these contracted companies is the best way to go about it.
Well, I think Cullen Basinger is definitely the best choice as well. They focus on city manager recruiting, and I believe that was the first one of the 3 that were on the list. I'd like us to move forward now, whether, as opposed to later. So hopefully we can, I mean, if the other commissions want to do more research, you know, please do. But I'd also like to move us forward as quickly as we can.
Okay. Vice Mayor Drosky.
I would like to move quickly too. Thank you for putting this on the agenda, by the way. I think a nationwide search is the way to go. I actually like the idea of putting some goals. I don't know if that's something that we do now to put in the qualifications, but giving this, you know, the city manager some goals, I don't see any problems with that. I would like some more information on all 3 firms. It sounds like the first one is the way to go. If we could just put that on our backup for next meeting, I have no problems doing the research and making a quick decision on this. My only concern with the first one is that the price tag was $15,000 to $27,000, and they're already in the works for Weston and Clewiston. So what's to prevent them from giving us the Weston and Clewiston leftovers, and we pay them for doing basically no work?
We have a better beach, though.
That would be my concern there, but otherwise, I think we should move quickly, but, you know, rationally, and do our homework along the way.
Commissioner Parnas?
I'll make a motion to approve on the first company.
Commissioner Hudak, did you have a comment?
Actually, you know, letting them, you know, take the time to vet all of these individuals is not a bad thing.
Yeah.
You know, that's actually not a bad thing at all. It's actually a good thing. You know, the Weston position as opposed to our position, let them choose. I mean, if we've both got some good, you know, we've both got goods and bads with regards to our cities. And this is going to take a week in order to find the next individual. You may even be sitting at the table already. But it is going to take some time. And if they've already got vetted candidates, that just kind of shortens the time frame, hopefully.
Yeah, either way, we're going to be paying somebody that amount of money, and if they happen to be in a situation where they have to do less work, that's the way it's going to roll. We're going to pay somebody, rather pay the people that are the most qualified to do it. That would be my opinion. The other thing I would like us to do, since we don't have this formalized, is while we're going through this process, is come up with what our yearly review for the city manager is going to be before we put in another one in place. We have that very clear cut. That's part of the hiring process. They know what it is. They know what's expected of them. I know we've already started the ball moving on that, but there's a way to go about it. But we need to have that solidified so we don't have to hear this again just because somebody doesn't like the city manager. Suddenly they're magically concerned about reviews that they've never cared about for 20 years, but now they are. So it's the right thing to do. It's in the charter. Let's do it the right way.
Agreed.
So.
I've made a motion. Go ahead.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. City Attorney, before we...
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify what you're voting. So you're moving in the direction of going with the Colin Benzinger firm? Is that the,
yes.
Is that the motion? Okay. And so what would you like to see staff do? Is bring them back at the next meeting with the quote and discuss and direction, or just for
I would like to
clarification?
see them do their job and send candidates to our personnel department as a first interview.
Okay.
I think there's some steps in between.
Yeah, I suspect they're going to want to come and talk to you and get some input
Correct.
from you about what you're all looking for. So it sounds like the motion is, and correct me if I'm wrong, essentially for staff to move forward with the Colin Benzinger firm under our existing agreement, have them come back to you, go over the quote, and give them direction. And
Fine.
hopefully they can make the next meeting. Is that?
It's okay with me.
Everyone in agreement?
So that's the motion. The second, it's renewed.
Okay. We have roll call, please. Oh, do you have something you want to say? You don't have to push the button. You can just talk.
Appreciate that. Just to make sure, so do you want them to, is it that we will go ahead and move forward with the execution of the proposal from Colin Benzinger, and then they will meet with you individually to move forward in that regard? Just want to make sure.
I think what we're voting on here is that we want to move forward with this. Colin Benzinger is a choice right now.
Mhm.
However that process is, let's follow whatever the process
Gotcha.
is.
Thank you.
Right, is that?
Yeah.
But that's the way I understood it. Okay. A roll call?
Commissioner Hudak?
Yes.
Commissioner Parnas?
Yes.
Commissioner Preston?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Drosky?
Yes.
Mayor Gantz?
Yes.
Addendum item A1, the last agenda item on the
Yay.
agenda. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving an agreement with Broward County and Toll Southeast Inc., developer of the Sandpiper Point residential community, to be located at 450 Century Boulevard for the issuance of building permits prior to plat recordation, providing for execution and effective date.
Commissioner Parnas?
Yeah, this is, from what I understand from the city attorney, we are at no risk here in Deerfield by approving this. I believe a bond has been placed to protect us, and it means that the heavy construction in the village can go on before we get inundated with 15,000 employees, being that 60% are away for the summer. And it would be most advantageous to the residential community if they can start.
Okay.
Just to address that, so essentially what this is if the county has a process when your plat is not a plat is not recorded yet, whereby you can request from the county and the city whose jurisdiction your property is in for the ability to start some portion of construction prior to the plat being recorded. Now, the plat's been approved by the city and it's been approved by the county. In order to do that, there's an agreement that gets entered into between the city, the county, and the developer. And as part of that agreement, the developer, and I believe this is what you're referring to, Commissioner Parnas, has to put up a bond in the amount of the estimated cost to demolish those structures should the plat not get properly recorded within a certain period of time. So that's the protection that's in place if, for whatever reason, they are not able to record the plat in the period of time provided, which I believe is within 18 months. And also the proposed improvements for this include like the gate and entry feature, the model units, and some of the amenities, but no certificate of occupancy would be issued until the plat would be recorded as well. So nobody's going to live in any of these locations or occupied full-time. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Drosky?
I believe toll attorney is here. She's chomping at the bit. She just made her monthly billing in one night, so.
Good evening, everyone. This is actually my first hearing, so yes. Thank you so much for having me here tonight. And by the way, my name is Lauren Odom, and I am an attorney attorney Mescal and Backman. Like you mentioned, I am the applicant, or I am here on behalf of the applicant. And to quickly clarify one item, we are actually set for approval on May 21st. This was the first hearing that was coming up before, and we felt like this was the best date to set for agenda.
Any questions for her? No. Anyone from the public care to comment on this item?
Of course. Uh-oh.
Glenn's trying to get his steps in tonight. That's good.
Glenn Sullivan, 2377 Deer Creek Trail, Deerfield Beach. Maybe just a technicality, but when I looked at the bond settlement, it addressed two buildings, two two-story buildings. It didn't address the pool, the other amenities. For as far as I don't think we're going to have the problem that we're going to have to demolish this stuff, but I'm not sure if that quote addressed all the buildings, or was it just two two-story buildings that referred to? It was at the very last page.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? We'll close it to the public. Yes, ma'am.
So the bond addresses two model units, and it addresses the entrance features as well as the recreational amenities. Everything together to be demolished, our quote is $113,956.
Okay. Thank you. Commission? Commissioner Parnas?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Parnas, second Commissioner Preston. We have a roll call, please.
Commissioner Hudak?
Yes.
Commissioner Parnas?
Yes.
Commissioner Preston?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Drosky?
Yes.
Mayor Gantz?
Yes. Comments by the commission. District 1?
Saturday morning hours for District 1 will be this Saturday from 10 to 12. So if anybody in District 1 is interested in meeting with me, please reach out to Erica so that we can go ahead and get those scheduled. And then I was also asked to talk about the Boss of the Toss Cornhole Tournament, which will be on Thursday, May 16th in Pioneer Park. And this is to help Best Buddies. So hopefully people are registered by now. And it starts at 5 o'clock.
Okay, thank you. District 2?
Thank you, Mayor. We had a 23-year employee for the city, Danny Copeland. He passed away on 4/19, and the funeral was held on 4/27. When he first he had not passed away, I went over to the home and talked to his wife to see if she needed anything. And I was really surprised and astonished that nobody from the city had reached out to her. And the only reason that not any of my colleagues had reached out to her is because they didn't know. They did not know. And some of the things that I heard people say about the commission being not caring in a situation like that wasn't accurate at all. So I'd like to, by the way, she felt upset as well. She was really hurting that her husband had committed so much of his life to the city and nobody gave her a call to say how you doing or anything. So I'm going to ask that the city manager make it so that if there is any of our employees that's admitted to the hospital for serious situation that's not violating any HIPAA laws, you don't need to know why. But if he's in if we have an employee that's admitted to the hospital for an extended stay, elected officials need to know. If that person passes away, elected official needs to know. And they should have that information in a very timely manner so that we can reach out to families and show compassion in a situation like that. And I hope my colleagues are okay with that, that the city manager can do that.
Absolutely.
There are people from the Palms that have asked me about coming to a commission meeting. They're very interested in, being a part of this process, but they have no transportation. And I really think that that's something that we can solve. We ought to be able to work on something that will allow the people at the Palms of Deerfield to come to a city commission meeting. So I'd like to at least have that conversation with my colleagues. I know we can't obviously solve it tonight, but I'd like to be able to deal with that.
They didn't stay up this late.
There's been some paving in District 2, and some of the residents has contacted me and said that the thickness of the asphalt is different in some places than others. And so I was wondering if the city manager could check on that. And the problem is that if it's really thin, it's going to cause potholes and that sort of thing. So I hope that we have people that look at this to make sure it's being done right. But some of the residents have told me where they finish paving, it's very, very thin, but then in the other areas, it's much thicker. We heard a lot from the residents tonight about what has happened in the city with the previous city manager. And what we heard was this: I don't trust the process. Is it right that we should allow our residents just to continually think that something is going wrong without us addressing it? I think it would be the right thing to do, and I would like to suggest this to my colleagues, that we bring in BSO and let them take a look at things. It's the right thing to do. It will remove suspicion. It will restore confidence. And one of the things that we need to embrace is we talk about, the money for, whatever it is that we got to really watch our coffers and protect the people's money. But what about the people's confidence in the ability of those that are making decisions? If we don't pay attention to that, it's not the right thing. And we've heard it over and over again. And I would say that if we don't address it, those things are not going to go away. It's not going to go away. The people are going to still challenge us with the fact that they just don't believe it's done. The only way to really make this go away is to invite BSO to come in and to conduct an investigation. So I hope we can deal with that. The interim city manager said of his appointment of Mr. Good, he said that I have faith in Mr. Good. So do I. I think Mr. Good's a good man. But the question is, how do we get there? And there's no process. He just picks him and whatever. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because oftentimes women and minorities are often overlooked. You just go right over. You just go right over them. And in this process, there were people that I think that it would have been right to sit down and have a conversation. Who am I speaking of? I think that Amanda is a qualified person. Did she get talked to? Okay, that's important. Samantha Gilliard is a qualified person. Was there a conversation with her? What about Hugh Dunkley? My point is that unless we have a process, if you ask the assistant city manager, the interim city manager, how did you get to that? It ought to be some sort of a process that leads you to the end, other than I have faith in him and I like him. I do too. But women should not be overlooked, and neither should minorities. That's it.
Okay. District 3?
District 3, those of you that are still awake, we're having a District 3 meeting on June 3rd at the Crystal Lake Clubhouse on the bottom of 18th Avenue in Crystal Lake Drive on June 3rd at 7 o'clock. And you're all welcome to come. As far as city manager picking an assistant, that's his right to do. And as we discussed in his contract, if we should hire a new city manager, he can return to being the assistant manager, but at the pleasure of the new city manager, who may say, I want somebody else. The way the position is set up is that the interim or the city manager has a right to appoint people to various positions, period. I happen to like Tom Good myself. I've always gotten along with him, and he gets stuff done. And that's the kind of person we needed for the job. That's all I have.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I'm narrowing down May 29th is my next town hall meeting for District 4, to focus on public safety. It's right before the start of hurricane season. So with the emphasis of having, police and fire there to get us ready for hurricane season. So more formal notice will be announced shortly. I think we've all but narrowed down that date, but that'll be announced probably this upcoming week. The mayor mentioned at a previous meeting, about an audit out of the situation that came out of Mr. Hansen. I think we should put that as an agenda item for the next meeting and discuss what we want to do. Do we want to, and what the options are for an audit. There's many different types of audits, and I think, words get thrown around loosely, not knowing what is actually involved in the various audits. So I think we ought to know what our options are for an audit, and then we can discuss them more intelligently. And if we can put that on for the next meeting or the meeting thereafter, I think we should move forward with that. As far as a criminal investigation, I don't know enough about it personally and how it works and the process, but I guarantee you I will talk to Anthony in the coming days and figure out what our options are there. So I'm not prepared to put that on a future agenda item, but I am the mayor's suggestion for an audit. I want to do more homework and educate myself. And lastly, Anthony touched upon it, but I want to just state legislature did and did not pass certain laws. The ones that they did not pass were the Burt Harris changes to the Burt Harris Act and to the short-term rentals. So those did not pass,
Good.
Which are good. And that affects the city of Deerfield Beach. But the next 6 did pass and are pending with the governor to sign. So depending whether he signs them or not, but the CRA bill did pass, although it was a much watered down version of what was told to us. So the gloom and doom isn't there. There is a sober home bill that passed. I have not had the opportunity to read that yet. If it does pass, Anthony, I would love to read that as to what's in there. Ironically, the vegetable gardens did pass, so we would have been preempted. Had that passed, we would have been preempted by the state. So maybe
Even Tallahassee thought you were nuts. That's good.
The micro mobility, the scooters passed. The plastic straw ban passed. That we are probably preempted on that. And then last but not least, texting is now, if it's a sign, texting is would be a primary offense that did pass. So those are good to know. I hope those 6 pass, and then we'll know by I guess 15 days. So it's in the next week to 10 days, we'll figure out what happens.
Outstanding.
Otherwise, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. No, I'm glad you mentioned that about moving forward with an audit to figure out what we need to do and how we go about it, as opposed to everybody running around thinking they've learned the word of the week and think they know where that falls. But I think we need to figure out what our options are. That I've had numerous conversations with the city attorney regarding investigations, and we're still doing internal investigations that are looking at some of the things that are going on. But I think that's absolutely what we should do. And I can tell you, no matter what BSO comes back with, you'll still have people who don't believe it anyway, so it really won't matter. But I think overall, we owe that to the general public, that we do that, and that's the way we should do it. So I'm 100% behind that. I think that's what we should be doing, and we've been discussing it. So I do want to highlight, and I want to just go to one point that Commissioner Preston brought up, was how do you determine that? I think his point's well put. There needs to be a little bit of a process. It's rare that this has happened, obviously, so there's not a lot of practice with it, but it's probably not a bad idea to at least say, hey, this is how we go about it, if we're going to name it somebody in the interim, like the interim city manager position. Didn't really think about that, but I don't think it's a shot at you or a shot at Tom at all. I think it's just what's our process, and it's not something we touch on very often, and hopefully we won't be dealing with it for a long time, but we should at least have a process in place to give guidelines for the next group that's got to deal with that moving forward. I don't think it should be some Rooney Rule type thing where everybody pretends like they're interviewing just, the Rooney Rule in the NFL is like a joke, so you don't want to interview people just because of, color or creed or sex, and just to say you did it. You want to make sure you're doing it for the right reasons, but I do think we need to have a process. So I think your point's well taken. I hope it wasn't misinterpreted. I do want to highlight a local business that was at the Cuisine of the Region, and they brought up an interesting point. They actually operate, it's a local homegrown business called Sweet Lips Desserts. Jay is the baker, and his stuff is absolutely phenomenal. My cardiologist is really pissed off at me about it, but they're really phenomenal. Jay's local. Jay, I believe he's a District 2 resident. And he has a food truck. He operates out of a professional food truck, and he talked about how the city hasn't really moved forward with having a food truck type policy in place to be able to have to do this. Katie Freitag tonight had brought up about having more events and different things. I believe people were running illegal food trucks that were trying to say they were cooking in the front yard and say it was just a food truck situation. But I think there's a way that we can probably look into that, figure out what our policies are on it, and create some options. But local guy, outstanding stuff that he did. He makes it all himself. I believe the gentleman's name was Ephraim, who was one of the employees. A woman lost a very expensive bracelet, and he found it on the ground and chased her all the way down and gave it to her. And I was just really impressed with them. Great people and good suggestions. So just something we might want to look forward to in the future. The bridge update, I understand our bridge in District 1 is open right now. Is that what I hear? No?
No.
It's not?
About 4 weeks ago, right? Well, it's open for pedestrians.
Okay,
15th Street is open.
yeah,
Yes, 15th Street is open. You are correct.
okay, great. So the 15th Street Bridge is open, that's outstanding, but I don't know what our progress is with the county regarding the speed limit reduction and the stop sign placement. I know we got rejected initially, which is what we expected, kind of like going to your insurance company and getting rejected the first time around. All ready to make a phone call to the county commissioners, but I just want us to be told when, to make sure that they move forward with something.
Yes, Mayor. So we are currently, we had a letter that was being prepared under City Manager Hanson. And, through that, all this process, we've had a reset, and we're resubmitting that letter under City Manager.
Okay. So
Okay.
let's just make sure we move forward with that. I believe that's it. Thank you so much. Thank you for all of you who stuck with us. Appreciate it.
Motion to adjourn?
Oh, there's a motion to adjourn. Anybody else in favor of that?
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Meeting adjourned.